Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakens Amplifier Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko placed the last plate into the drying rack and turned off the faucet. She sighed. Tonight had been odd. Hisashi had come home with a young boy. She didn't mind the surprise guest, but she could just feel it. The alpha boy was related to his job, gray-blue hair and red eyes similar to young Bakugou's. But what caused her concern was the many small wounds on his body and face. What made her apprehensive was the way he stood pretty much silently in the living room watching while Izuku pattered about playing with his action figures, trying to get the older boy to join him. "Come on, Tomura. You can even play as a hero if you want," Izuku said, running up to the other boy and offering an All Might figurine to him with a smile. The offer seemed to snap the boy out of his constant bored look. Instead he began to get a twisted smile on his face. Inko's heart dropped at the sight of it, while an oblivious Izuku smiled right back in a genuine fashion. Tomura reached out and took the colorful plastic from Izuku in a four-fingered hold. Izuku practically jumped for joy and went to grab another figure and play the villain for the boy. But when he turned back around, Tomura no longer had the All Might figure. Instead, dust fell from his hand and landed in a little cloud on the ground. "Oh no!" Izuku squeaked in concern, running back over to see there was nothing left of the figure. While he was pretty sad about it, he was more worried about Tomura. "It's okay, Tomura. Accidents happen, that's what Mom always says." His open forgiveness made the older boy frown. Meanwhile, Inko reached under the sink and grabbed a dustpan and hand brush and rushed over to the mess her guest had made. "Sorry, Mom," Izuku said, reaching to try and help her, but she shooed him away. Izuku turned to Tomura. "You should say sorry too, Tomura. But I wasn't the one stupid enough to give a guest something important. It's your fault for trusting a stranger," Tomura muttered in a childish tone. It surprised Inko that he was less mature than her son, but Izuku had always been a little more aware of people. "That's mean to call me stupid, Tomura. You almost sound like Kaken," Izuku murmured off and then shook his head, setting determined eyes on the other boy. "But I trust you, Tomura. You're my friend." Tomura snorted at the small boy and walked over to sit on the couch, waiting for Hisashi to return and take him back to headquarters. He was really annoyed that Hisashi had taken him here, claiming he needed some good food and not the sheet he tended to have. What really riled him up was the fact that these two betas were so clueless. At least Hisashi's son was. Normally he would have tried to disintegrate such an irritating child, but the thought of backlash from Hisashi made him pause at any action against the boy. Inko finished cleaning up and looked back at Tomura. Fear in her eyes clearly. It made Tomura tingle a little to see such an expression on an adult. It made him feel powerful. Except the feeling was quickly ruined as he felt a small dip in the couch next to him. Izuku had climbed up next to him, sitting so close Tomura needed to simply move his hand an inch to turn the boy's knee to dust. "Do you want to watch the news? I bet All Might is out there right now saving the day," Izuku said, stars in his eyes as he bounced slightly on the cushions. Tomura rolled his eyes and scratched at his neck in barely held and want to reach over and silence the annoying boy. "What's with your obsession with heroes, huh? Got a thing for watching strong alphas?" Tomura asked, looking at the black screen on the TV. Inko made a sound of indignation from behind him somewhere, making him smirk. Izuku was confused about the statement but answered him anyways, too young to read the context of Tomura's question. "I do like watching strong people. I want to be like them one day. I'll be a hero too, Tomura," Izuku said, merrily oblivious to the look Tomura was giving him. Tomura had stopped scratching his neck. He had one hand hovering over the boy's leg, and it was only when he looked back at the TV that he stopped. In the reflection, he could see Hisashi in the entryway to the home, watching him with empty eyes. A clear threat should he try anything. It took everything. Tomura had to curl his hand into a fist and place it back in his lap. So instead he would try to hurt Izuku verbally. "Like a quirkless beta has a chance to be a hero," Tomura said, still watching the reflection to see if Hisashi had any objections to verbal assaults. Hisashi broke eye contact with him and moved to go whisper with Inko. This gave him silent permission. Heroes are useless anyway Midoriya. He used the formal last name to signal that he didn't share Izuku's friendly attitude. When he looked down at the boy next to him, Izuku's eyes were watery and his lip was quivering. To his surprise, he actually felt the smallest pang in his chest. What was that feeling? He scrunched his nose, confused at the sensation. Heroes do what they can for people. I am going to help people the best that I can. Tamakan. Even people who hurt me. Izuku said through tears. He seemed to choke on the words and he slowly got off the couch, disappearing into the kitchen. Tomura watched as he left. He felt relieved to finally be rid of the boy. Izuku walked into the kitchen in tears. Inko immediately came to him, hushing him and comforting him. But he shrugged her off and headed to a cabinet that he could reach. Hisashi leaned against the wall, watching his son silently. Izuku apparently found what he was looking for and slowly staggered back to the living room. Upon hearing the small footsteps approaching again, Tomura let off a growl. He leaned his head against his hand, arm bent on the arm of the chair supporting his head. He looked down as Izuku rounded the corner to face him. In his small hands was a red and white box. Tomura continued to glare at him while Izuku worked on opening it. Izuku pulled out a band-aid and stripped it of its back covering. Despite the warning growl and the glare, Izuku came forward, pushing between Tomura's legs and climbed up, startling Tomura. He quickly placed the band-aid onto his neck before retreating off the couch out of Tomura's range. Tomura was baffled and reached up to feel the new bandage. He pulled his hand away to see a bit of crimson on it. Apparently in his agitation he had dug too deep into his own neck. Tomura didn't really feel the pain anymore, he hadn't even noticed the wound. He looked back up to Izuku, who was standing there still crying. How annoying. Inko watched the display as her son cared for the brat on her couch. She turned an angry gaze onto Hisashi, mad that the man didn't speak up and tell the boy to be nicer to their son. He met her gaze, uncaring at her obvious anger. With the way you treat this family, you're lucky I don't tell the cops every time you walk through this door. Inko said, letting it slip because of her motherly fury at seeing her sweet son upset in their own home. She immediately bit her tongue, realizing just what she had said. Hisashi's eyes turned darker and he stepped forward, leaning in to whisper to her. His breath smelled like smoke, whether it was his cigarettes or Quirk. Inko didn't know. Say a word to the cops or heroes about me and I'll spill it about Izuku. Do you want to be separated from him? Hisashi said, cutting to the core of her fears quicker than anyone ever could. She shook, biting her bottom lip and feeling tears prick the corner of her eyes while the alpha pheromones made her want to submit. You would never do that. Inko said, despite the cold look in Hisashi's eyes that said he would. How fast do you think they'd seize him? A quirkless Omega. Oh, how the Omega Protection Agency would jump at the chance. They'd put him in the Omegan housing facility for the rest of his life until some alpha claimed him. And you? For hiding it from the registries? We would basically be cellmates, my love. Hisashi said, watching as the tears finally broke from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks. Why did she look beautiful even when upset? He gave her a quick peck on the lips before standing up straight again and looking to the living room. Tomura, let's go. Kurogyari should be here by now. Hisashi said, turning around and walking to the door, leaving a shaking Inko in the kitchen. Tomura immediately jumped to his feet, happy to be leaving this mess of a place. He glanced back a final time to see Izuku looking at him through tears. That stupid pang hit him again and traveled to his tongue before he could control it. See you later, Izu-chan. Tomura said nonchalantly and walked out of the apartment with Hisashi, quickly being enveloped by a waiting purple mist. Izuku's crying paused at that and he watched Tomura retreat dumbfounded. Then a small shaky smile came back to his face. Maybe they really were friends. Stay still, Izuku, I still need to get the back of your neck. Inko said, trying to keep her son from squirming away from the cold scent-blocking spray. It was applied every morning before he went to school and it always left Izuku feeling uncomfortable. But he was a good boy and he paused to let her get the last bit of his skin covered. Stop being a baby, Izu-chan. Tomura said from the couch while he watched the news. After that initial dinner, he had become a regular in the Midoriya household. He spent a lot of time hanging around the apartment and only left when Hisashi made him leave or when Izuku went to school. Inko was a little alarmed that the strange boy was becoming attached to Izuku. "I'm not a baby," Izuku muttered, looking over to the couch with puffed-up cheeks. Their bond had become something almost brotherly, constant teasing and Tomura sometimes making him cry. Yet Izuku seemed happy that the boy hung around him. Inko was not oblivious to the fact that kids at school had begun to bully him for being quirkless. It was likely that Tomura was his only friend at the moment, quite a scary thought to the mother. Inko and Izuku headed out the door ready to go to school and drop him off. Izuku called a friendly goodbye to Tomura, who just grunted in return, eyes never leaving the TV screen. When Inko came back, he would be gone like he always was. She wondered if he stayed in the mornings for the food or for the interaction with Izuku. Inko dropped Izuku off at the classroom, giving him kisses and whispering her usual warnings to always be mindful of his scent and to keep his dad a secret. Izuku gave her kisses and hugs in return, always serious about keeping the secrets his mother seemed to place so much weight on. Just as she was about to leave, a teacher cleared their throat from behind her and said they needed to speak to her. Inko was shook by this, scared they had figured Izuku out. All the other kids have been showing signs of quirk awakening, and yet Izuku still has nothing. "I'm getting worried that something is wrong. Has anything been showing at home, Mrs. Midoriya?" the teacher said, voicing their concerns. Inko liked her lips and prepared. "Oh, I'm sure he is just a late bloomer," she said, putting on a fake air of relaxation. I think you should take him to a doctor. I fear this might be something serious," the teacher said, still concerned, as they both watched Izuku enter the classroom and sit in his seat fidgeting with his hands. "I don't think that's necessary. Patience is key when dealing with children. I'm sure you know that from your profession," Inko said. Inside her head, she felt fear ripping her apart. If she took him to the doctor, they would find out for sure he was an Omega. She needed to avoid them at all costs. "Well, it's your decision. I do urge you to take him, though. Have a nice day, Mrs. Midoriya. I must go, class starts soon," the teacher said with a look that told her they weren't satisfied by her lack of concern. She smiled and thanked him for his concern while her heart pounded against the walls of her body. She looked over at Izuku one more time. He was watching her and waved sheepishly. She waved back, smiling, and turned away, leaving the school. It was recess, and Izuku stood under the shade of a tree enjoying the nice weather while others ran about playing with each other. It had started out slowly, but soon enough Izuku had found himself ostracized by his peers. Murmurs about him being a quirkless freak coming cruelly from their lips. Izuku wasn't as bothered by it as he had been. Tomura called him quirkless all the time, and yet he was still friends with him. Izuku frowned in thought. The other kids also talked about his lack of scent. His mom sprayed him every morning with blockers. He was sure that this put off the other kids more than his quirklessness, and he hated having to do it every morning. At one point Izuku had refused to put it on, and his mother had ended up crying and begging for him to do it. He was thoroughly scared after that. He didn't want to upset her. But he also wanted to have friends again. "What are you doing over here, Deku? Get out of here, only alphas get to sit in this spot." A familiar voice came from right in front of him. He had begun to reminisce and hadn't caught the approaching little alpha. Bakugou had been his best friend up until recently. Now he was Izuku's worst bully. "Kaken, what are you talking about? I always sit over here," Izuku said, confused. He shouldn't have been. Bakugou always looked for a reason to bully him. But a small part of him still believed the boy was his friend. "Shut it, you quirkless beta. Now go find somewhere else to sit your scentless butt," Bakugou said, pushing him aside to settle with his back against the tree. Izuku's eyes widened at the language use and quickly looked side to side to see if a teacher had heard. "Kaken, you can't say words like that or you'll get in trouble. Besides, heroes don't talk like that," Izuku said, hushed, like he thought a teacher might catch them. The thought that Izuku was going to lecture Bakugou on how to be a hero set off the explosive little blonde. "You think you know what heroes do? Don't make me laugh," Bakugou said, sparking a little pop in his palms threateningly as Izuku tried to shrink away from him. Annoyed, Bakugou reached out and grabbed the retreating beta by the back of his neck, intending to teach him a lesson. Except the moment his hand closed over the nape of the other boy's neck, Izuku felt his legs buckle and he went limp to the ground. His eyes were wide in confusion and a hint of fear as he turned his head to look back at the baffled blonde. Izuku couldn't move his limbs. From the moment Bakugou had squeezed the back of his neck, it was like a spark had gone through his body, turning it off. When Izuku had fallen, Bakugou had let go, and he now stood dumbfounded at Izuku laying on the ground. Deku, what's wrong? Bakugou asked, letting go of his anger and trading it for fear. Izuku wasn't moving from the ground. I don't know, Izuku said from the ground, licking his lips nervously. Slowly he could feel his limbs come under his control again. It took a whole minute before he could push himself up into a sitting position and turned just as scared back to Bakugou. Are you okay? The blonde asked, feeling his fear fade and relief wash over him at the sight of Izuku getting up. Yeah, I think so, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck where Bakugou had grabbed him. It didn't hurt, but Izuku was suddenly very uncomfortable at the feeling of helplessness. Luckily no one had noticed the strange occurrence, and Bakugou spun around wordlessly, leaving Izuku. He felt awkward at the situation and wanted to leave it. When Izuku went home that night, he asked his mom about it. She was horrified that Bakugou had done that to him. His hand had simulated the feel of a mouth on the back of her Omega Son's neck, causing the instinctive SBMson. She nearly had a panic attack in front of her son from the news. Her mind raced with questions before landing on the most crucial one. What if Bakugou told someone? She felt her face pale at the thought. Izuku was looking up at her worriedly from the hug she had pulled him into. He was uncertain about what to do to comfort her. Tomura stood a little ways down the hall listening to the situation. Of course Tomura had noticed Izuku was an Omega. It was quite telling in his scent when he didn't wear the blocker at home. Inko seemed to have forgotten about his presence in her panic, but now she remembered his presence. She turned to him with fear in her eyes. Don't tell Hisashi, she said. It was more of a plea. If Hisashi found out that someone knew about Izuku's situation, he might do something. In Hisashi's line of work, she had no doubt he would not mind getting rid of a kid. Tomura watched her impassively before turning and walking to his usual spot on the couch. He flipped on the TV as if he hadn't heard a thing. Inko fretted. Tomura was just too unpredictable. She had no idea if he would follow her request or not, and she worried for Bakugou's safety. Desperation pulled her to do something she wouldn't have otherwise done. She pulled a questioning Izuku to the door and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Tomura asked in a dead tone. It was eerily similar to Hisashi's, and it made Inko turn to meet the boy's red eyes. He was watching her from over the back to the couch. Specifically, he was looking at her hand clasped tightly around Izuku's. I'll be back in a little while. I'm just going to visit a friend, Inko said, trying to reassure the boy. It was odd for an adult to feel fear when looking at a child. Tomura watched blankly for another moment before saying something. Be back by 8. Tomura said, leaving the unsaid threat hanging in the air. Be back by 8 or he would tell Hisashi. Realized she had just given the boy information for him to manipulate her with. It scared her that such a young child thought this way. She nodded anyway and rushed out the door, pulling Izuku with her. Inko wiped the last of her tears from her face and tried to make herself look presentable before ringing the doorbell. She clutched Izuku's hand in a tighter grip than she had meant to. Izuku squeezed back but also shifted uncomfortably. He didn't know why they were here of all places. He hadn't wanted to get Bakugou in trouble. A shout could be heard from inside the home before the door opened and a blonde woman stood there. The resemblance to Bakugou was striking. Mitsuki's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Inko before shifting her eyes down to where Izuku stood fidgeting. She seemed to come to a conclusion even before Inko opened her mouth to say what she wanted. Katsuki, get your butt over here, Mitsuki yelled into the house with no volume control. She knew an upset mother when she saw it, and unfortunately for Mitsuki, it wasn't an uncommon occurrence for mothers to end up on her doorstep. Her alpha son truly was a little sheet, constantly picking fights with other children. She assumed that this is what had brought Inko to her door too. Bakugou appeared at his mother's side, already glaring at Izuku, who sheepishly tried to hide behind his mom. I don't know what he did this time, but I assure you he will get what's coming to him, Mitsuki growled, looking down at her son. The smaller alpha growled right back at her, challenging her alpha authority. She really needed to put him in his place. Mrs. Bakugou, I've actually come to talk about something sensitive. Inko said, uncertainly, looking all around like she expected for someone to sneak up on them. Mitsuki was confused by this but opened her door anyway and waved for Inko to come inside. They settled comfortably in the small kitchen while Mitsuki fetched some refreshments for her guests. Bakugou continued to glare at Izuku the entire time, making the small boy even more nervous about the situation. He seemed to be trying to communicate an apology with his eyes only. Bakugou's eyes seemed to cuss at him as his mouth merely growled. "So what did he do?" Mitsuki asked, giving a sharp look to the little alpha who scoffed and looked away. She had met Inko before briefly at the school when they both dropped off and picked up their children. She was also aware that Bakugou had been friends with the little beta for a while, but knowing his temper, he ruined that friendship for sure. Inko opened and shut her mouth a few times before taking a deep breath, seemingly coming to a decision in her head. "See, can you keep a secret? Please." Inko already seemed on the verge of tears again despite trying to keep her composure in the situation. She was practically sobbing when the other alpha female watched stunned. She reached over and patted Inko's shoulder in an attempt to offer comfort. Izuku was sitting next to his mom, his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock. Was she going to tell them one of their secrets? Wasn't that something they were never supposed to do? Izuku felt tears welling up too. He wanted to cry when he saw his mom crying. "Of course I can," Mitsuki said, sensing that this situation reached past her idiotic son to something much more serious. Seeing the woman breaking down in her kitchen was really off-putting. "Today little Keikatsuki did something to Izuku. Did he tell you by chance?" Inko asked through her tightening throat. Mitsuki frowned, looking back over to Bakugou, who was frowning too. He avoided her gaze, confirming that something had happened. "No, he didn't," she ground out. Whatever had happened must have been pretty bad, and she was going to flay her son alive when she found out what exactly took place. "Well, your son I'm sure didn't mean to do it." She grabbed Izuku by the neck and it made him go limp. Inko said, leaving Mitsuki to piece together what it meant. It took a moment, the blonde woman's face changing from one of friendly comfort to one of slow understanding and shock. Things clicked into place in Mitsuki's mind: the smaller size of Inko's boy, the scentless aura around him, even the seemingly never-ending cuteness from the fuzzy green-haired child. The boy was an Omega. "You're saying Izuku is an Omega?" Mitsuki said bluntly, pulling out the secret Inko had desperately been trying to hide all this time. Hearing it said by someone else made Inko feel like her world was crashing down around her. She couldn't speak, so she just nodded, letting Mitsuki feel the weight of the secret in its entirety. Mitsuki looked over to the small tearful Omega sitting at their table, now that she knew she was a little surprised other people hadn't guessed it just by looking at the child. "What about the OPA?" Mitsuki asked cautiously. "Izuku shouldn't even be out in the public if it was true. He should be tucked away in some facility until he had a mate. It was law as such, and Inko would be breaking it by keeping him out of there." Inko seemed to freeze at the mention of it. Slowly the beta stood up from the table. Izuku watched her with teary, concerned eyes. She got on her knees and put her head against the back of her hands, bowing as she pleaded. "Please, keep this secret for me. Please. I don't want to lose my son." Inko cried into her hands, keeping her position. She felt Izuku by her side, trying to get her to sit up. "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere. Mom, sit up," Izuku said, crying because his mother was so upset and pulling on her shoulder, trying to get her up. He didn't understand why she would say such a thing. All he wanted was to hug her until the tears stopped and they went home to curl up and watch All Might on TV. Mitsuki watched this and felt tears begin to grace her own eyes. She bit down on her lip, turning to look at her own son. He was watching the exchange with a pale face, all cocky rebel. Gone from his features and scared at the situation. Inko was still crying pleas to her, a mother's desperation in her voice. It tugged at all of Mitsuki's heartstrings. "All right," Mitsuki said louder than she had meant to, and winced at the sound of her own voice. The pleas finally stopped, but Inko remained on the ground waiting for her to say more. Mitsuki took a deep breath. "I'll keep your son's secret." Inko looked up from the ground, eyes full of hope, and they exchanged a look of understanding. A look that communicated between mothers. Inko cried again, but this time it was in relief, and she reached over, grabbing Izuku into a hug so tight he struggled to breathe. Mitsuki watched the display and wiped tears from her eyes before they could fall. By agreeing to this secret, Mitsuki knew she was breaking the law, but she didn't care. She had always been a rule breaker. Inko finally seemed to calm down but glanced at the clock and her face went pale again. She jumped up, startling everyone in the room. The talk had gone on longer than she thought. It was getting closer to 8 and she needed to hurry home. I have to go, Mrs. Bakugou. Thank you so much for understanding. Inko said, fighting back tears as she gathered up Izuku, fumbling as she did so. Call me Mitsuki and come by any time you need to, Inko. Mitsuki said in a voice softer and more understanding than anyone would think the loud woman would be able to produce. Inko bowed to her again before hurrying out their door in a rushed goodbye, disappearing into the night as quickly as she had appeared. Mitsuki closed the door behind her and then turned to her own child, who was standing in the entryway, unsure for once in his life about what to do. During that night, Mitsuki had a long talk with him, telling him it was important to keep Izuku's stupid secret. She also told him not to grab Izuku by the neck again in public, or it would tell others about Izuku's secret. He grumbled at her but seemed to comply. Still, Mitsuki knew she needed to get the point across to her stubborn son. You're an alpha, aren't you? Buck up, little mister. It's an alpha's job to protect an omega. Wanna be a hero? Heroes protect people weaker than them and beat down the villains that try to hurt others. Mitsuki said, appealing to her son's motivation, his eyes focused on hers at this. She could see understanding fall into place, and he nodded. Satisfied, she hoisted herself up from her squatting position and went to prepare dinner. She didn't let her son see, but she was shaking. She couldn't imagine how Inko must be feeling at this moment. The fate of her son being placed with others. Mitsuki snuck a glance behind to where her son was. Truly horrifying for a mother to think their child could be taken from them at any moment. Inko was panting as she ran to the door to their apartment. She should have made it on time. She shakily unlocked the apartment door and paused, turning to Izuku. She needed to make sure her son didn't tell Hisashi or Tomura about this. Izuku, you can't tell your father or Tomura about that visit. Don't tell them that the Bakugous know about your secret, okay? Inko said, trying to sound reassuring. Izuku's eyes were still puffy as he peered up at her. We have to keep secrets from family now, he said sadly. He didn't like how many secrets were piling up around him, but he knew his mother was telling this to him for a reason. He remembered her mention of losing him and his heart squeezed in his chest at the thought. She smiled sadly back at him and nodded. He didn't want to make her cry again. She cried too much. So he nodded too, trying to give her a big smile like he thought All Might would give in this situation. Inko was happy with his response and opened the door to the apartment, letting Izuku scamper in and wait for her as she closed the door and relocked it. When she turned around, Tomura was standing at the end of the entryway, observing her silently. The clock behind him read 7:59. She breathed a sigh of relief. Tomican, want to watch some clips of All Might with me? Izuku said, bouncing up to the cold boy. Tomura turned his gaze to take in the details of Izuku's face. It was obvious the boy had been crying. He made eye contact with Inko again before turning around and simply falling onto the couch. Izuku followed him into the living room, taking his silence as agreement. Mom, hurry up. I want to watch the one where he saves all those people from the fire again before bedtime. Izuku called quickly, taking up his spot next to Tomura. It was now a regular ritual they had, watching heroes before bedtime. Izuku watched with awe while Tomura allowed the viewing to renew his simmering hate all over again. He was glad Izuku insisted on watching these things. It would ensure he never forgot his purpose. Inko came over and started up the clip before making her way to the kitchen. Setting hands on either side of the sink and looking out the window, trying to work on breathing properly. She needed to have complete control of her appearance before seeing Hisashi tonight. He would notice if anything was off. 1.5 years later, Hisashi sat in his armchair in the living room, taking in his home. He would be leaving on a mission to another city soon. He wasn't really sure how long it would take, and he wanted to memorize the feeling of home before he left. His eyes landed on a family photo from an amusement park they had gone to. Both Inko and Izuku had huge smiles on their faces in it. Hisashi himself had a small smile just barely visible. That had been a fun day for all of them, one without the usual tension between Inko and himself. He secretly wished they could have another day like that before he left. He was interrupted from these thoughts when Izuku came running in and hopped up into his lap. A smile just like the one in the photo he had been staring at overtaking the boy's features. Hisashi gave a small smile back. The gesture felt strange on his face. He reached down and ruffled Izuku's bouncy soft curls, making the little boy giggle. He took after Inko pretty much completely. Izuku was kind and honest. Nothing like his father. "Do you and Tamaken really have to go?" Izuku asked, suddenly looking up at the man with sad eyes. Inko had lied to the boy, telling him Hayashi was going to work overseas and Tomura would be staying with relatives. Hisashi didn't mind the lies. They were easy to tell to the little Omega than the truth would have been. "Yes, Squirt, but as long as the job goes well I'll be back before you know it," Hisashi said, ruffling the boy's hair again. He couldn't help but indulge in it. It was just so soft, and Izuku made the most adorable faces when his hair was messed up. "Oh, okay," Izuku said unhappily. "But Tamaken will come back with you, right?" Hisashi stopped messing with the green hair and thought for a little while. In truth, Tomura would be put in Kurojire's custody while Hisashi was gone. He would continue training and working for their boss. So really Tomura would be out of his hands after today, so he couldn't say for sure if the boy would return with him. "As long as Tomura wants to come back," Hisashi said, glancing over to where the moody boy was sitting on the couch. He was preoccupied by the Game Boy Izuku and Inko had gotten him for his birthday. That had been nearly 2 months ago and the boy had yet to separate from the thing. Izuku climbed out of Hisashi's lap and ran over to the boy. "Tamaken, you'll come back, won't you?" Izuku asked in a tone almost sickeningly sweet. Tomura's eyes flicked up to Izuku's and he paused in his gameplay. There was just a moment of silence between them, one Hisashi could tell the older boy enjoyed. Izuku was shifting in anxiety and looking at him with hopeful eyes. Tomura appeared to be very happy with the torturous state Izuku was in, but eventually he answered the question. "Of course, Izu-chan. When I come back you'll have to welcome me home." Izuku gulped at the sight of the high fence. It had a clear sign on it warning people to stay out. 6-year-old Izuku definitely didn't want to go in there. He didn't want to get in trouble. But he also didn't want to disappoint Bakugou. The boy had slowly become his friend again after that incident 2 years ago, and now he hung around Izuku constantly. He wasn't what you would call nice to Izuku. He merely kept Izuku close to him, letting him follow Bakugou around like a shadow. Most of the time it felt like he was ignoring Izuku, but the moment Izuku started to wander off on his own, Bakugou would reel him back over and tell him off for thinking about leaving. At first it had confused Izuku. Bakugou continued teasing him with mean words, but now he hardly ever really tried to hurt Izuku like he had started doing before. Izuku wasn't the only one weirded out by the sudden shift in the little alpha's attitude. The kids who followed Bakugou around had tried to get in on the teasing, which Bakugou didn't seem to mind until someone pushed Izuku a little too hard. Then he made it clear to every kid around that they weren't allowed to hurt him, mostly shown through shouting and sparking palms. His followers tested their limits, seeing what was acceptable to do against Izuku and what wasn't. After the 2 years things had settled down and the pecking order was established. Nowadays Izuku simply followed the group around. His presence was only ever acknowledged when the group grew bored and decided to tease him. "Forward march!" Bakugou called his friends to order and led the way past the fence and into the wooded area. Izuku followed reluctantly behind them, glancing around nervously and mumbling about his fears of getting caught. Bakugou ignored the sound of the mumble and continued with his little troop. They laughed and played while Izuku dug into the dirt with his foot, watching from the shade of his tree. In the cover of the woods the kids freely released their quirks as they played. Izuku felt jealous at their abilities. Even the most mundane quirk was still a quirk, and all had their uses. He watched as Bakugou let off explosions. They were growing in strength as the boy himself grew. The bark of nearby trees blackened as the group continued to play. Once they grew tired of the area they were in, Bakugou ordered them to follow in a single file march deeper into the woods. He led the way, looking for a new area for new adventures. His search led them to a creek with a big log laying across in as a makeshift bridge. A few of his followers were uncertain about crossing it, but Bakugou scoffed at them, calling them cowards. Upon seeing his confidence, his followers quickly rallied behind him and they began marching across the log. Izuku stood uncertain at the end of the line, eyeing the way the bark was slightly wet and knowing it would be a little slippery. Sure enough, Bakugou's foot slipped from under him and he tumbled to the side off the log, much to Izuku's horror. The other friends laughed and shrugged it off, but Izuku hurried down to Bakugou, worried he might have gotten hurt on the sharp rocks in the creek. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? I thought you might have hit your head down here," Izuku said, reaching his hand out to help Bakugou up. Bakugou was rubbing the back of his head where a bruise was likely going to form, but he ignored it. How dare Izuku think he needed help? He grit his teeth, ready to tell the Omega off for coming down into the stream bed, except something in the air changed. Izuku was still looking down at him, worried at his lack of response. Bakugou could feel the pain fading away. Not only that, but he started to feel good. Like he had had the best nap of his life and had woken up with the energy of 1,000,000 All Mights. He continued staring at Izuku as he pieced it together in his mind, connecting the strange feeling to Izuku. "You must have really hit your head," Izuku said, reaching down to try and get a better look at the back of Bakugou's head. The boy was staring blankly at him and his mouth was hanging open. Obviously he had been hurt. "Deku!" Bakugou finally spoke up, smacking his hand away and standing up. The kids above them had gone silent. They could feel it too from where they stood. Izuku withdrew his hand, looking at him with those stupid, confused big eyes. "What kaken?" Izuku said, taking a step back, suddenly all too aware of the looks he was receiving from the others. Bakugou stood there watching him dumbfoundedly for another minute before speaking up. "You have a quirk," Bakugou said simply. Izuku's eyes went so wide Bakugou was sure they might fall out of his head. "Ah, really?" Izuku asked, voice and eyes full of hope. Bakugou took a step forward and smirked. Izuku wasn't so useless now. Izuku rushed home. He couldn't really feel it, but Bakugou had insisted that he had a quirk. All the other kids had looked at him with much friendlier expressions. He couldn't wait to show his mom. He came running into the kitchen where she sat browsing a few ads in a magazine. She looked up upon his entrance and smiled, about to greet him, but it stopped in her throat when he reached about 3 feet from her. She could feel it radiating from him. She dropped her booklet and stood mouth gaping at the feeling. Any tiredness she had had during the day was suddenly washed away. She felt like she was as young as Izuku himself. Her eyes filled with tears and Izuku's eyes teared up too before they embraced into a tight hug. "I did it, Mom. I got a quirk. Now I really can be a hero," Izuku said, making Inko wince at the memory of her moment of weakness when all she had done was apologize to her son for his quirklessness. She hugged him tighter. The joy she felt for him made her practically burst. "I can't wait to tell Dad and Tamakan," Izuku said happily into his mother's waist, dampening her happiness. She didn't want Izuku to tell Hisashi. It was clear that whatever quirk this was, it might be considered useful to him. It would give him an excuse to drag Izuku into the wrong kind of life, make him into a broken person like Tomura was. "Well, maybe we should keep it a secret for now," Inko said, hoping her son would follow along. Since Hisashi had left, the only contact he had with them was the occasional phone call to keep in touch. The job was lasting much longer than he thought it would, and Inko was thankful for it. She had not seen or heard from Tomura. That was a relief. Izuku frowned up at her, recognizing the tone she had used when she had suggested to make it another secret. He nodded slowly and couldn't help his smile coming back to him. He was just so excited to finally be like all the other kids. That night he and Inko tested his quirk some more. With Izuku standing next to her, Inko was able to move the couch with her quirk and didn't even feel tired from moving such a big object. His quirk enhanced the physical abilities of people, including speeding up healing and recharging stamina. His quirk gave a huge boost to quirks around him. Inko was happy for him but also worried, as she constantly did. He didn't seem to be able to turn off his quirk or really control it. It was only when he fell asleep that night that Inko felt the air return to normal. She immediately missed the sensation but let her son sleep peacefully. With this quirk, there was no doubt he could reach his dream. Inko just hoped all his other secrets didn't get in the way. Izuku sat at his desk mumbling and writing into his notebook. He had really been observing heroes over the years. Now that he had a quirk, it sealed his ambitions to be a hero. He didn't want to admit it, but when he had been a young child his quirklessness had bothered him. He had often doubted his own dreams. But that was in the past. Now he needed to focus on his goals. Since his quirk was non-combative, it meant he would need to play more of a supportive role to other heroes. He didn't mind, he was always the type to help in any way he could. Besides, he would have a partner when he became a hero that would be his weapon. Deku, quit your word vomiting, Bakugou said from the seat in front of him. Izuku's mouth clicked shut automatically and he gave the blonde an apologetic glance before quickly going back to his notes. Along with his messy writing, he could see the harsh lines of Bakugou's. He often helped Izuku with his observations, adding to specific fighting moves or flaws from the many hero fights they had watched together. Bakugou watched him over his shoulder, scoffing when he heard Izuku begin his mumbling again, unconsciously but at a much smaller volume. It was a habit Izuku had developed during his time spent at the edge of his pack of friends. Once Izuku's quirk had manifested, Izuku had thought the other kids would accept him wholeheartedly now. But Bakugou, it seemed, had other plans. If Izuku had thought he felt isolated when he was quirkless, it was even worse when he had his quirk. Little Bakugou seemed to like to hog his presence to the point where he chased off people who tried to get close to Izuku. With the constant boost to Bakugou's quirk from Izuku's presence, he had quickly become a fearsome presence in the school. Izuku also didn't mind having Bakugou as his only friend. He was used to having only one. His thoughts roamed to images of the boy on his couch from long ago. He wondered whatever happened to Tomura. Izuku was lost in his thoughts again as the teacher entered the room doing announcements. The people around him seemed to get rowdy as he finished the entry in his notebook and closed it, finally looking up to try and figure out what they were talking about. Like any of you extras stand a chance. Me and Deku are going to be the first kids from this shitty school to make it into UA. Bakugou said, leaning back in his chair pompously and flashing Izuku a smirk which he gingerly answered with a smile of his own. The other kids around them roared with objections which were silenced by a powerful but small explosion from Bakugou. He was also letting off his alpha scent, dominating the room that was mostly filled with betas. People immediately settled down and looked away, making Bakugou's smirk grew wider at their SBMson. The teacher cleared their throat and brought the class back to order. Izuku gratefully felt Bakugou fall back into his seat and his dominance display fade from the air. It always made him uncomfortable when Bakugou reminded him he was an alpha. But it was just another obstacle to overcome. Pretty much all heroes were alphas, so he needed to learn to not be influenced by them. It wasn't long before the bell rang and classes ended for the day. Before Izuku could really gather himself together, Bakugou was already at his desk, pulling him up and stuffing his books into his bag. The alpha had little patience, especially on days like this where they were planning on doing some training. Kaken, be careful with those notes. They're already hanging together by a thread, Izuku protested when Bakugou stuffed his notebook into the bag roughly before zipping it up and throwing it into Izuku's arms. Quit your whining and save your breath for training. We won't pass the entrance exam if we don't get your skinny butt to be better at dodging, Bakugou said, slinging his own bag over his shoulder and heading for the door. Izuku stayed right on his heels as they exited the room and then the building. He wasn't particularly looking forward to training, but he knew he needed it if they were going to get into UA. Bakugou's idea of training for Izuku was basically a game of dodgeball, or dodge the miscellaneous object or trash Bakugou had found and used his quirk to launch at him. Bakugou was working on getting up Izuku's reaction time, but most of the time it ended with Izuku getting the wind knocked out of him. Before this, Bakugou had wanted to get some muscles on Izuku, and they had tried for months. Izuku had a pretty lean form but was nowhere near the trained muscles Bakugou had. It was hard for Izuku to gain muscles or fat at all. They both concluded that it took a lot of energy for Izuku to produce his quirk, and it resulted in him being much smaller than most kids in their class. Be ready, Deku. Today we're doing hand-to-hand combat. If you can dodge my fist, you'll learn to dodge the missiles I can throw at you, Bakugou said, grinning at the thought of training. Izuku gulped at the thought. Bakugou was his protection at school most of the time, but he had no qualms about unleashing his abilities on him. Izuku's quirk also meant that they both healed quickly from damage, allowing Bakugou to be much more rough in training. But we should also work on the circle too, Izuku said. The circle was a painted radius of Izuku's quirk. Izuku stood in the middle and worked on controlling the range of his radiance. While he still couldn't turn it off when he was awake, he was gaining more control over it, being able to focus it in a certain direction to reach past his usual boundary. If he was going to be Bakugou's support in the field, he needed to be able to aim it at the alpha while he was moving and fighting while avoiding giving it to enemies. Bakugou grunted in agreement and walked together on the usual route. They had a practice lot near Izuku's house with a painted circle and plenty of scorch marks from previous sessions. Bakugou walked in front of Izuku, making a path through any crowded areas they had to pass through. Izuku's quirk naturally drew people to him, and Bakugou got annoyed when people were constantly invading his personal space. So he chased people away with a glare or a warning growl. For that reason, they tried to stick to backstreets and less populated areas. They were just entering an area under a bridge when Izuku started to space out, thinking about how he could deal with the hand-to-hand combat Bakugou had planned. He failed to notice the slimy mess rising up behind him. Lucky for him, Bakugou had chosen that moment to look back to check on him. Bakugou's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of the villain, but his feet moved quickly in response to the danger. He shoved Izuku to the side and let off an unrestrained explosion. If he had been on his own, it may not have done much to the fluid body before him. However, he was with Izuku, and his explosion went off with nearly 10 times more force than his usual max alone. Whatever had kept the slime body together stood no chance in the face of it. Chunks of sludge flew apart and splattered across the pavement behind them. Izuku's ears were ringing from the close proximity of the explosion and its reverberation in the tunnel. He sometimes thought Bakugou was a loud person because he was partially deaf from his own explosions. Of course, that wasn't true, far from it in fact. Bakugou had senses so well tuned he could probably hear Izuku's heart racing at the moment. Effing Bistu thought he could sneak up on us. Bakugou spat with venom, stomping down on a piece of the villain that had landed near him. Izuku picked himself off the ground and looked around at the mess Bakugou had made. Where did he come from? Izuku said, trotting back up to Bakugou's side. As if in answer, the manhole cover flew off near to them. Bakugou turned to it in a flash and readied his hands to shoot off more explosions. His expression looked greedy for more action. Except what emerged from the sewers had both him and Izuku looking shocked. The muscular figure slowly stood up, and the hero Izuku had admired for so long flashed a brilliant smile. "Have no fear, for I am Dash," All Might said in his usual deep and inspiring voice, but cut himself off as he surveyed the area. The evildoer he had been tracking was trying to piece itself back together unsuccessfully, since he was pretty much spread over the length of the street, as if taken down by one of All Might's very own blows. 2 kids stood in front of him, one small with messy green hair and stars in his eyes, and the blonde in front of the other, staring him down like he wanted a fight. "Well, it looks like you beat me to it, boys," All Might said, laughing it off and rubbing the back of his head awkwardly but never losing his smile. This was more of a blessing in disguise, since he was reaching his time limit. It's really him. All Might," Izuku said reverently, making Bakugou scoff. He knew that tone. Izuku was going to go all fanboy on him in front of such a powerful figure. Izuku was just staring and shaking in awe. Bakugou was at least smart enough to pull Izuku's backpack off him and search for the stupid notebook to get an autograph for the Omega. "Now wait a minute, my boy. First we need to confine this villain before I can stop to chat," All Might said, holding up a hand and reading Bakugou's intentions. Izuku snapped out of his daze and nodded agreement, still light-headed in the presence of the alpha hero. Faster than either could really perceive, All Might gathered the sludge into 2 bottles, effectively ending what had been a pretty long chase. He really needed to memorize the city's lower networks. When the hero had finished, Bakugou fished out their hero notebook and shoved it into Izuku's chest, reminding the boy that now was his chance. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped forward as All Might screwed the last cap onto the bottles. All Might, sir. You have been a big inspiration to both of us, and we would be honored if you would sign this," Izuku said, flustered as he held out the notebook on a clean page. "I'm glad to hear the youth of today are still looking to me that way. I'll be glad to sign anything you have," All Might said, smiling again and flashing what he perceived to be a beta, another blinding smile. When he stepped forward to take the book, though, he felt it. The sudden regain of stamina and power, like his injury, was non-existent. The lack of pain was startling after having bore it for so long. What is that quirk, my boy? I feel like $1,000,000 just being near you. All Might said, and Izuku felt like he might faint from the compliment. All Might signed the book while Izuku gathered his wit. He started pouring out about his quirk, explaining its amplification and healing capabilities, all the while Bakugou crept closer, glaring at the older alpha. And I hope to use it with Kaken to become a great hero like you one day. Izuku finished breathlessly. Haha, a hero duo? If today was any indication, I bet you'll make it. All Might said encouragingly, making Izuku blush and smile back, nodding with vigor. Bakugou was growing more and more impatient. They had practice to get to. Come on, Deku, you're hogging up all of his time with your googly eyes. Bakugou said, grabbing the back of Izuku's shirt and pulling slightly to signal it was time to go. You're totally right, Kaken. Sorry for taking up so much of your time, All Might. Izuku said, bowing deeply several times in apologies and thank yous. He was blushing deeply at the thought of inconveniencing his hero. Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to talk with fans and citizens alike. I look forward to seeing your debut. All Might said, searching for a name. It took a minute for Izuku to realize what he was asking and quickly stuttered it out. Midoriya Izuku. My name's Midoriya. Izuku said excitedly, and Bakugou finally started to drag him away. He waved sheepishly goodbye to the hero who returned it. As soon as Izuku left his presence, All Might felt the pain return, but his time limit had reset. He was glad he had caught the boy's name. He would need it when he went to UA for that job. All right, let's get you to the police. All Might said, patting the bottles in his pockets, and turned, launching himself into the air and across the city. Training with Bakugou was brutal but necessary. Izuku was even a little happy that the alpha held nothing back against him. It made him prepared for anything, because nothing could be worse than a violence-hungry Kaken. It was after one of these training sessions that he was walking back from. A bruise slowly fading from his jaw and would disappear by the time he opened the apartment door. At times like these his quirk was a blessing. He didn't know if his mom would be okay with the rough treatment by the alpha. I'm home, Mom. Izuku called as he kicked off his shoes and walked into the kitchen. Inko was sitting at the kitchen table and practically jumped up when Izuku came into the room. Welcome home, honey, she said while fidgeting. Izuku stopped and tried to assess her state of mind. She was clearly anxious about something. In the past, that had never been a good thing. Is everything okay? Izuku asked, concerned, and then he spotted an unopened piece of mail laying on the table in front of his mother. She blanched at the worry in his voice and quickly brightened up into a genuine smile. Everything is fine, Izuku. A letter came for you today. Inko said with barely contained excitement that Izuku had mistaken for nerves. She quickly handed him the letter and watched with bated breath as Izuku's confused eyes went down to read the front of it. His face went from confusion to shock to the pure excitement his mother was feeling. This is from UA. Izuku said in disbelief. He and Bakugou hadn't even applied yet. He tried to stem the flow of hope that came rushing into him, realizing this might just be some promotion or recruitment ad. He couldn't leave his mother and himself in suspense anymore and ripped open the envelope. Inside was a simple white letter, not some brochure like he had expected. His eyes started moving along the painted letters, and Inko felt like she was going to faint from anticipation as she waited for her son to say something. Izuku reached the bottom of the page and landed on the two signatures at the bottom. One was an elegant scrawl of the principal of UA, himself, Nedzu, and the other was the familiar handwriting of All Might. Izuku looked up at his mother, letting the hand holding the letter fall to his side. His eyes grew watery and his mouth opened and closed a couple of times. This reaction scared Inko, and for the briefest of moments she feared it was some kind of letter saying he wasn't allowed into UA. I'm going to UA, Izuku said quietly with a barely held-in cry. Inko jumped for joy and hugged her son tightly. He was going to reach his dreams, dreams she had thought would never come to pass when he was born. Dreams that had been threatened at every turn in his life. She couldn't be prouder of him. Izuku, I'm so happy for you, Inko cried, pulling back from the hug and wiping a few tears from her eyes. But don't you have to take the entrance exam? She asked, confused. I'm being let in on recommendation, by All Might. Izuku said lightheadedly. Inko looked at him in shock. He had recounted the short encounter with the hero nearly every day to her at dinner for weeks now. Not only was he getting into the school of his dreams, but his hero had acknowledged him. It was like the universe had finally aligned for him, and Inko could do nothing more than cry for the blessings that were being granted on him. After many more hugs and tears of joy, because both of them were so overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku handed the letter over to his mother and explained the rest of what it said. Apparently, All Might had been impressed by his and Bakugou's takedown of the villain, and upon hearing that he was a healer talked to Recovery Girl. It was no secret that the youthful heroine was getting closer to retirement, that school wanted to train him as her apprentice and even offer him a hero position at the school when he completed training. It took a few hours for them to calm down from the news. I have to tell Kaken. Izuku suddenly realized and dug into his pocket in excitement. He pulled out his phone and was about to click the contact labeled Kaken, but he paused. He was going to get in on recommendations. But what about Bakugou? They were partners. He couldn't just leave the other boy to face the exams on his own. He bit his bottom lip and lowered the phone. His inner conflict tearing him apart. What's wrong, honey? Inko asked, coming over and placing a hand on his shoulder. I can't leave Kaken behind. Izuku said, wanting to cry again, but this time from his upset state. Inko sighed in a breath. Her son was so close to his dream, but his big heart refused to leave his friend. She was about to say something. She didn't know exactly what, but she needed to speak up, when Izuku's phone buzzed in his hand, causing both of them to jump. Kaken, hey nerd, did you get a letter too? Izuku felt the weight he had placed on his own shoulders be lifted from him. He immediately dropped the concerns he had held and quickly texted his friend back. Deku, I can't believe it, Kaken. We're getting into you, a laughing face. Kaken, of course, idiot. Did you think we wouldn't? Deku, nah, you would have creamed that exam D. Kaken, fucking creepy that they found me without knowing my name. Deku, oh yeah, surprised face. I guess you are pretty easy to pick out from a crowd. They probs just looked through my classmates and found you in the files. Kaken, still FNG creepy? There was a pause in the conversation. Izuku was vibrating with happiness. Inko had looked at the text with relief and went back to the kitchen to begin pulling together a meal. She wanted to do something good tonight to celebrate. Kaken, I'm not taking the rec. Izuku blinked at that. Deku, what? Kaken, I don't need some stalker alpha to get me into UA. I'm getting in with my own strength. Besides, I want to take the #1 spot. Izuku felt his heart swell at Bakugou's declaration and noble pursuit. He suddenly felt like a cheater to get in on recommendation. He felt determination fall into place, and puffing up his chest he texted back. Deku, then I'll take it too. Kaken, WTF Deku, no. You got a straight shot into the hero course. Like hell you are going to risk it. Deku, but I want to prove myself too. Kaken, going to throw away All Might's shitty rec? I think not. Just take the rec, Deku, and watch me kick butt in the exam. Deku, but don't you want my help during the practical? Kaken, think I am too weak on my own? Deku, no. I just thought we would show them our team. Sad face. Kaken, the exam is scored individually. If you helped me during it, you wouldn't be able to score for yourself, idiot. Izuku nodded, knowing Bakugou was probably right. He had heard in the past that the entrance practical was combat-based, something he very much lacked. Deku, are you sure about this? Kaken, doubting you are alpha now? Yeah, Deku, I'm sure. Take the rec. IGTG. CYA tomorrow. Bakugou threw his phone onto his bed and felt relief wash over him. To be honest, he had truly feared for Izuku in the upcoming entrance exam. He still SCKED during their training but had made considerable improvements with his dodging. Izuku couldn't really attack, and it had been weighing on him for a while now. He felt a little grateful to the #1 hero for getting Izuku through to the class, and still felt weirded out by the Alpha 2. Whatever he thought as he flopped down onto his covers. He raised a hand, sparking off mini explosions, a sadistic grin overtaking his features. He couldn't wait for that exam. Izuku sat rigidly in the passenger seat of the car, nerves making him feel a little sick. It was a Saturday about 2 weeks after receiving his letter. His mother had written back giving out a formal acceptance of the recommendations sealing his fate in UA. Bakugou had berated him for thinking of rejecting the letter and they still continued training. Bakugou focused a lot more on his own quirk, trying to avoid relying on Izuku's for a power boost. Their training now consisted of Izuku trying to keep his radiance out of Bakugou's range while Bakugou tried to land hits on him. Izuku was actually proud that he was doing well in their fights. Maybe it was the stress of the entrance exam that had been weighing him down, but now he could dodge Bakugou's fist practically in his sleep. Which was good because Bakugou had stepped up his game in excitement for the exam. Izuku smiled at the thought and felt the nerves dissipate a little bit. Right now he and his mother were on the way to UA itself. She had gotten a call a few nights ago inviting them to a meeting with the principal to discuss the recommendation in greater detail along with Izuku's future. He didn't know what to expect and he soon began fidgeting again in his seat. Izuku, you might want to put on a little more blocker, you're leaking. Inko said helpfully, pointing to the glove box where they kept a spare can. Izuku blushed and nodded. He was probably exuding distress far too much that it was breaking through the scent blockers. She smiled at him trying to calm him. Izuku couldn't feel calm though as they pulled up in front of the main campus building. He felt like hyperventilating at the sight of it and steadied his breathing as they reapplied the spray. His mother reached over grooming his hair and fixing his outfit some more before hopping out of the car. He followed suit and did breathing exercises as they entered the building. Since it wasn't a school day, there weren't many students. In fact, they only saw a few pro-hero faculty when walking with their guide to the principal's office. Izuku watched them with admiration, wanting to ask for autographs, but he lacked any pen or paper. They quickly found themselves being led into a very nice office where Izuku set his sights on the principal of UA. "Good morning, Midoriya." A small white animal-looking person said up to him. He had a telltale scar across his eye that made him recognizable even if his furry demeanor didn't. Izuku paled as he realized how disheveled he looked compared to the neatly dressed principal of UA. "Good morning, sir." Izuku squeaked out and immediately bowed in respect. Nedzu waved off the formality. "I'm glad you and your mother could make it. I felt like this discussion would need to happen before you take your place in the hero course. Congratulations on the recommendation, by the way," Nedzu said cheerily. Izuku went red and stammered out a thank you as he and his mother took their seats on the comfy guest couches. Nedzu climbed up on the opposing couch and offered them some tea. "Now I must say I can feel your quirk from here. You must be very proud to have such an ability," Nedzu said. "Since your quirk allows you to heal yourself and others around you, it makes the perfect power for a rescue hero or even, as we said in our letter, a member of our faculty." Izuku nodded energetically, happy to hear the principal's assessment of his quirk. He felt so blessed to have developed it. "I want to ask you if being a hero is the course you truly want to take. This school stands to support young upcoming heroes, but it also supports other students seeking other fields. I did not want to pressure you onto a path you do not wish for," Nedzu said seriously, to which Izuku immediately jumped in. "Of course I want to be a hero, sir. It's what I've always wanted to be." Izuku spilled out. His honest answer and excited eyes told the principal as much. "That's good to hear then," the principal said, taking a sip of tea and then placing the cup back down, smiling at Izuku and his mother. "Now this may be a bit forward, but would you like to start training with recovery girls soon? There's a lot of knowledge one must gain when dealing with wounded people who are in the need of help the most." Izuku sat back, shocked by what the principal was asking. They wanted to start training him even before the first day of classes. The biggest smile wormed its way onto his lips. "I would be honored to start studying as soon as possible. The sooner I begin training, the sooner I can start helping people," Izuku said, green eyes meeting the principal's black ones with a fortitude that stood strong. Nedzu nodded at this. In his head he could see the resolve the young boy had. He had no doubts Midoriya would become a great hero. "Well then, I believe your mother brought some papers for the school registries?" Nedzu said, clapping his paws together to break the heart-warming moment. Inko nodded, shuffling in her bag to bring them out. "If you would follow my secretary, Mrs. Midoriya, she will file those for you and likely need to ask a few follow-up questions and consent forms." Inko got up bowing to the beta principal and Izuku shifted to follow her assuming this was their dismissal. If you would Midoriya, stay here while your mother deals with the paperwork. I'd like to explain about your duties while training with Recovery Girl. Netsu said stopping Izuku's progress. Izuku nodded eagerly and sat back down. Inko gave him an uncertain glance before walking out with the waiting secretary. When the door clicked shut, Netsu elaborated a bit more. Recovery Girl has many duties in the school and as a hero. However, there is something we believe you would be able to help with. He said. Tell me, are you good at keeping secrets, Midoriya? Izuku was at a loss for words. Secrets? Like doctor-patient confidentiality? He suddenly felt like he was a toddler again and his mother was asking him to keep things hidden again, making his gut twist. His smile faded a bit and he was about to ask what he meant by that when a knock came at the door. Sorry I'm late. Had a bit of an incident on the way over. A blonde skeleton man said coming into the room. Izuku watched uncertainly as the strange man settled in next to the principal. He had no idea who the newcomer was. He didn't recognize him as a hero. The alpha's scent wafted over to him and it rang a bell in the back of his head, but the scent was faint. Almost as if worn thin too. Hard to really pinpoint. He looked to the principal to see if they were safe to continue the conversation. Well, you couldn't have had better timing actually. It seems a hero really does arrive just in time. Netsu commented, making the skeletal man tense up. Izuku looked back and forth between still unable to connect the dots. Tell me, do you recognize this man? I can't say he looks all that familiar. Izuku said, wondering if he had somehow missed this hero's debut. He racked his brain for information. He was sure he was up to date on all the active ones. Maybe this guy was in retirement? He did look a bit weak. Netsu said in thought, trying to figure out the best way to break the news. Please allow my associate to use your quirk for a moment. I'm willing to bet you will realize his identity after that. Izuku hesitantly nodded permission and scooted a bit more towards the blonde man to get him in range. The usual look of empowerment washed into the man's blue eyes, as it did with most people who felt his quirk. Suddenly his body and feature blew up, increasing his size and taking the form of someone Izuku had watched since childhood. All Might sat a bit hunched over on the small couch and flashed a smile, giving off a bit of an awkward-sounding laugh at Izuku's blank expression. It's nice to see you again, young Midoriya, he said in his usual voice. Izuku rubbed his eyes. Maybe he had just hallucinated the first part? All Might. I don't understand, what just happened? Why did you look like that before? You are All Might, aren't you? Izuku started spewing questions, shock never leaving his face. All Might held up a hand to silence the remaining questions that threatened to fall from Izuku's lips, his aura suddenly dampening as he prepared to spill his secret to the boy. As you know, in a hero's line of work we risk our lives daily for the good of the people. He began. The form you saw earlier is my true form. This one is kinda like flexing and puffing up my chest. Only it has become increasingly harder to maintain this form and the power I wield when in it. Thanks to this. All Might pulled up his shirt, showing a grisly scar, making Izuku gasp. Even if it appeared to have healed by now, the patterns of carnage still echoed across his skin and muscles. Izuku felt a little sick just imagining what kind of wound could leave such an imprint and what could have caused it. I got this about 5 years ago, fighting an opponent you likely never heard of and hopefully will never hear of. All Might explained sullenly. But we think with your help you might be able to provide All Might with extra time and energy that the wound tends to destroy. Netsu interjected, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Izuku broke out of his shock finally and looked down to the ground, biting his lip. So, for the past 5 years, you've been hurt and have been doing hero work despite this weakness? Izuku asked. Yes. All Might said, a slight downward tug on the corners of his smile. Izuku was looking at the ground, hair covering his expression from the two observers. After a moment he looked back up at them, eyes slightly watery but a tentative smile on his lips. Helping people even when you're putting yourself in danger. That's what a hero does, right? All Might. You really are the coolest hero. Izuku said, admiring his commitment to his hero service. All Might in a breath at that. This boy knew exactly what to say to pull at his heart. Though the tears were a bit overkill. I must ask that you keep this secret, Midoriya, for my sake as well as the sake of the citizens. All Might said. Of course. I won't tell a soul. After all, doctors don't tell on their patients. Izuku said, wiping his eyes and sitting up straight again. Don't get ahead of yourself, you have lots of training to go through before you bear a title like doctor or hero. Netsu said, chuckling. But it will be a pleasure working with you, Midoriya. After that meeting where Izuku added a new secret to the pile, he met with Recovery Girl, who greeted him and introduced him to the school's infirmary. He started shadowing her the next week after his middle school classes ended. He mostly stuck close to the beta woman while she worked with students who were already attending UA. It surprised and disturbed Izuku at the amount and magnitude of injuries that filtered in. Anything from common stomach aches to broken and twisted limbs. He was slightly queasy at the sight of the injuries, but the look of pain of people's faces made him push past it. Soon he didn't even mind the wounds and loved to see people's faces relax as the pain faded away. He was lucky. As a medical personnel, he was required to wear scent blockers so that they wouldn't disturb patients. So now at least he had an excuse to apply it when in another person's presence. The first time a student had come in with a cut from a training session, Izuku thought he would just stand near them and heal it up. He got whacked on his head by Recovery Girl's cane for that. She thoroughly told him off for trying to heal without first cleaning and disinfecting the wound. She explained that even if it closed up, containments might get stuck under the skin, making their condition even worse. Izuku paled at the thought of all the times he had healed himself and Bakugou. He could have caused a lot of damage in the past. But he was a quick learner, and soon Recovery Girl was letting him take care of minor wounds and complaints. Izuku met with All Might every day to simply sit and talk, letting the hero soak in his quirk's power. He voiced his concerns about his friend Bakugou during those times. With all the hours spent with Recovery Girl, Izuku had no time to train with the other boy, let alone hang out. The most they did with each other was text at night and talk during school hours. Bakugou was thoroughly displeased at Izuku's absence. He constantly complained about Izuku hanging around, that stalker, referring to All Might. If he was sticking closer to Izuku than before or finding excuses to have physical contact, Izuku made no comment of it. He was actually, and a little guiltily, happy with the Alpha's attempts to keep him closer. Day of the entrance exam. Deku, good luck, Kaken. Kaken, luck is for losers, Deku. I have skill, it's what separates the pros from the trash. And quit with that heart sheet. Nervous? Kaken, fucker, I have nerves of steel. The only thing to be scared of in this exam is texting URN. I'll remember that next time you try to turn down a horror film. Winking and laughing. Kaken, STFU. I'm headed in RN. T12 when I demolish these extras. Deku, do your best. Kaken, TF, did I just say Deku? Unsurprisingly, Bakugou placed first in the entrance exam, keeping him as an alpha of his word. Thus started their careers as students in the hero course. The night after the exam, they hung out together at Izuku's home. He made them watch a horror movie. Mysteriously, when Izuku left to get some more popcorn, the TV spontaneously combusted. Izuku sprayed on the scent blocker for good measure before setting it back in its cabinet. He was in the infirmary of UA preparing to leave for his first day of class. Recovery Girl liked for him to check in with her before he went to class so she would know he was there if she needed assistance. She had also given him a pager to place on his pants so that she could signal if she wanted him to come to the infirmary. He wanted to get going as soon as possible so he could get a seat next to Bakugou. With luck, he and Bakugou ended up in the same hero class. Izuku was grateful for that. He was a little nervous to be sitting in a room literally filled with alphas for hours. But if Bakugou was there, then there was nothing to worry about. He smiled at the thought of the alpha and slid out of the infirmary and down the hall. He stopped in front of the big door to Class 1A. This was it, he was really here at UA with Bakugou. They were both going to become heroes. His mother had waved him off with happy tears. He couldn't wait for the day when he could tell his father that he had made it. A familiar raised voice came from inside, snapping him from his thoughts and making him grin. Of course Bakugou had already beaten him here. He was too good of a student to not arrive early. And respect the property the school has so graciously provided to the students. a stern voice said as Izuku entered the room. Immediately he was engulfed by the overwhelming alpha presence, but he picked out one scent happily and followed its direction with his head to where he spotted the blonde alpha with his feet kicked up on a desk. There was an odd firm alpha that appeared to be lecturing him. The poor blue-haired boy didn't realize Bakugou didn't care. "Kaken," Izuku said cheerily, making many in the room turn to see him. They had barely registered he had entered from his lack of scent. Izuku quickly bounced over to his friend, who appeared to be even more agitated than usual at the stiff boy who refused to back down from his position. To the horror of everyone in the room, the small green-haired bouncy boy went straight to the monstrous alpha. Many had witnessed Bakugou's rampage during the exam. The thought of such a scary alpha being near the oblivious beta boy scared them. But Izuku didn't notice their looks or the fact that they had all gone silent to watch the exchange with bated breath. "Shut it and sit there, Deku," Bakugou said, pointing with his thumb over his shoulder to the seat behind him. Izuku's smile grew wider and he happily complied, slipping past the shocked glasses boy and taking his seat. Bakugou had saved him a seat. What a good friend. It also just happened to be close to a window so Izuku could get fresh air if the scents in the room started to bother him. Whether Bakugou had planned that or not, Izuku wasn't sure. Curiously, the other seats closest to the blonde were empty, like people were weary of approaching Bakugou's area. Izuku had a rough idea of why. Bakugou had told him about the exam and he had thought the details had been exaggerated. From their classmates' unease, though perhaps Bakugou had told it more accurately than he had assumed. "Kaken, put your feet down. Don't want to get in trouble on the first day, right?" Izuku said, leaning forward over the desk towards Bakugou. "I thought I told you to shut it." Bakugou growled at him without turning around. Although he did slowly shift and take his legs off the desk while Izuku sat back happy with the situation. "What the F are you staring at, Four Eyes?" Ida stood still in shock at the way the beta had just waltzed into the alpha's territory and even seemed to be able to influence the explosive blonde. The entire class had given him a wide berth and a few students were milling about, not wanting to take the remaining seats near him. That, combined with the sudden feeling he had gotten as the boy brushed past him, was a huge mystery. Ida quickly assessed the situation and ignored Bakugou in favor of going up to Izuku's desk. It was clear if he was going to make headway with the alpha, it would be through this beta. "Hello. I am Ida Tenya and I look forward to working with you as students pursuing the same goals," Ida said boisterously. Izuku's eyes lit up as he realized the boy was introducing himself in an attempt to become friends. Ida seemed to be a rule follower from what Izuku could tell, an air of authority in him that wasn't just the alpha aura. "Hi, I'm Dash," Izuku began, only to jump as a hand slammed down on his desk. "Hey, Four Eyes, what the F did I just say about leaving? Your ears as bad as your eyes or something?" Bakugou snarled, suddenly letting off dominating pheromones. "Bakugou, that language is inappropriate for a student aiming to be a hero," Ida said. "Watch your profanity." He was letting off his alpha scent as well, chest puffing up again as the two alphas began a staring contest. Izuku was getting lightheaded as the air filled around him, looking down at his desk instinctively at the display. The moment was broken when the door to the room slid open again and a disturbing sleeping bag wormed its way across the floor. All eyes snapped to it and watched as it slunk its way to the middle of the front of the room. Ida quickly retreated from the silent battle to his own seat on the other side of the room. He took his seat as the bag rose up and unzipped, revealing their homeroom teacher. "Quiet down and listen up. I'm your teacher, Aizawa. Now for our first day we will be doing a physical assessment." He clicked a button on the remote in his hand and shelves came out of the wall. "Hurry up and grab your gym clothes. Meet me out on the practice field in 10 minutes. Everyone blinked at the shortest introduction they had ever heard as they watched Aizawa walk out of the room. Then there was a flurry of movement as everyone scrambled to grab their clothes and go change. Bakugou was one of the quickest, retrieving his and Izuku's gym clothes before it became too crowded. "Thanks," Izuku said, thankful the alpha had thought to get his so he wouldn't have to delve into the group of alphas. Bakugou grunted in return and together they made their way to the locker rooms. Bakugou was all too aware of Izuku's scentless presence as they shuffled towards the locker room doors. He stopped short of the door and instead veered off course to a nearby restroom. Izuku continued to the locker room door intending to go in and assuming Bakugou had to relieve himself. Deku! Bakugou growled, grabbing his attention as he rested his hand on the door. Bakugou was giving him a glare, but Izuku had learned long ago to interpret the small details of his glares to find out the real emotion behind them. The slightly more furrowed brow indicated he was annoyed and concerned. Go change in one of the stalls in here. Izuku tilted his head a bit confused at the command before he linked it all together. The Alpha was concerned about an Omega changing in front of all those other Alphas. His face went tomato red and he averted his eyes in embarrassment, nodding to Bakugou's suggestion. During gym in middle school, Bakugou would hide him behind lockers and guard him from sight of the mostly beta class. Here, there were many Alphas, and if Ida was any indication from earlier, Bakugou's posturing wouldn't scare them off. He shuffled past Bakugou into the restroom and locked the stall behind him, quickly changing. This teacher seems like he's going to be a pain in the butt. What the f it was with that shitty greeting? Bakugou said as he loomed at the entrance of the restroom, ready to chase off anyone that might enter. From the few times I've met him, he's been blunt and apathetic. He doesn't exactly give off a friendly vibe. Izuku said from his stall as he zipped up his suit, thinking of the hero during the times he had come to recover girl with minor injuries from working missions. He certainly hadn't been talkative at the time, so he didn't really know what to expect from their homeroom teacher. Whatever. At least he's getting straight to it. None of the usual bullshit schools waste time doing on first days. I can get behind him on that at least. Bakugou said, smirking and getting himself hyped as Izuku left the stall dressed and ready to go. They left the restroom and Bakugou entered the locker room, giving a gruff demand for Izuku to wait outside the door. Izuku rolled his eyes and leaned against the wall, already sure that Bakugou wanted to scope out the competition before the assessment. The door opened next to him and a strange dual-haired boy came walking out. He paused in his exit though, and Izuku realized he was in range of his quirk and politely scooted away to not leave the other boy under its influence. He knew people felt better when they felt his quirk, but he didn't want to use it on someone who hadn't asked. The other boy turned to look at him with a stoic glance. Izuku gave a tentative smile at the Alpha and averted his eyes, feeling awkward at prolonged eye contact. The other boy simply stared back at him expressionless and then promptly left without a word. Izuku let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. For some reason that Alpha had seemed really intimidating. Izuku was also put off at the fact that it was a little rude to say nothing. Then again, he hadn't exactly spoken up either. He was trying to figure out the social etiquette of that moment in his mumbling when Bakugou emerged to find him in that state. Deku, you're muttering again. Bakugou growled before leading the way out of the hall. Izuku immediately closed his mouth and followed behind the blonde Alpha, the same way he had done for years. They made it out onto the field on time. Bakugou stood off to the side a little away from the class with Izuku at his side. He planned to keep Izuku's boost out of their range. Izuku heaved another breath as he finally was allowed to sit back and rest after finishing the last test. He was shaking, but it was more from worry about the results of the test. Aizawa had seemed completely serious when he had said the last place student would be dropped from the course. It had been a bombshell dropped on the unsuspecting students, and now everyone had given tooth and nail to place anywhere but last. When he had announced it, he also made Izuku go stand alone away from the other students so that his quirk didn't interfere with the results of others. Izuku stood up, putting his hands on his hips. He could feel his energy replenishing from his quirk already. At least with it, he had more stamina than most of his classmates, and combined with the strength he had gained when training with Bakugou, he had done pretty decently on the tests. Even with the little edge his quirk had given him, many of the students had gotten at least one crazy score during a test. He just held an above-average physical fitness for each. That made him worry. All right, let's see how things have turned out. Aizawa called and students went to surround him. Bakugou came up beside Izuku. He had been steaming since Aizawa made him leave Izuku's side. I'm worried, Kaken. Izuku said, feeling his eyes go a little watery as he thought that he might fail and ruin his and Bakugou's dream. But you did better than most of these dipshits. Bakugou said, looking forward and waiting for the teacher as he clicked for a hologram to turn on. With every name, Izuku scanned, his heart beat faster, slowly going down the list before resting on his own name. See, what did I tell you? Bakugou said. Izuku felt like he just dropped a 10 million pound weight off his chest. He had placed 16th, far from the final place. A wail came from their left and both looked over to see a short kid with strange purple ball on his head crying and instantly complaining that this was unfair or rigged. The kid was immediately wrapped in Aizawa's strange scarf so that he would shut up. Good work today, class dismissed. Let today be a lesson to you that being a hero means giving it your all at everything you do. You should also remember that this occupation is brutal and making it big will mean that you have to outdo your colleagues. Ambition, competition, and standing your ground will be what defines your success. See most of you in class tomorrow. Aizawa said, releasing the still crying boy, and immediately left the students on the field. "Demon, that's just cold." A red-haired boy said, rubbing the back of his head and going over to offer the grape-headed one some help while everyone else slowly dispersed. Bakugou growled and walked up to the hologram to inspect the listing closer and probably memorize the placement of people. Izuku was about to join him, but a hand fell onto his shoulder, stopping him. "We were interrupted earlier, so allow me to reintroduce myself properly," Ida said as Izuku turned around. Izuku brightened at that. He had felt left out for having been isolated during most of their first day of class. The alpha before him might seem a little strict, but he was making an effort to be his friend. Izuku couldn't be happier. "I'm Ida Tenya. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Midoriya Izuku, and the pleasure is all mine," Izuku said, turning and shaking the broad-chested alpha's hand energetically, the fatigue he had a moment ago already long forgotten. He could see his new friend also regaining energy just by standing near him, and he smiled at being able to help. "Hello there," a small voice called out, and a girl's head popped into view from behind Ida. Pretty brown hair and eyes and a bubbly disposition, she also had a beta scent. Izuku hadn't noticed there was a beta in the class. She sat on the other side of the classroom and her scent was drowned out by the many alphas between them. "Hi," Izuku said, smiling sheepishly at her and giving a friendly wave towards her. She seemed encouraged by this and bounced up to introduce herself too. "I'm Uraraka Ochako. You have no idea how relieved I was that there was another beta in the class," Uraraka said, joining their triad. "Huh? Is it that obvious?" Izuku said, awkwardly shifting his eyes away. Even if he had to keep secrets, he didn't like lying to people. "You can tell just by the way you hold yourself. You have the beta but walk," Uraraka said, winking at him, making his face heat up. "What's with your scent though?" "Oh, I have to wear scent blockers when I'm helping Recovery Girl. My quirk heals people, so I'm training under her for that kind of knowledge," Izuku explained, blushing a bit more by their surprise. "Wow. Your quirk is really cool. I can feel its effects already," Uraraka said, stretching and sighing in comfort at the feeling of the day melting away from her tired limbs. "I must profess I'm jealous at you initiative. You are already in serious training with a well-respected hero. Truly a promising beginning that I need to catch up to," Ida said, complimenting Izuku. Izuku shuffled. He wasn't used to talking to people and receiving compliments so genuine. He gave a big embarrassed smile at the comment. These guys seemed to be nice, and he happily chatted with them some more before eventually being dragged away by Bakugou. They walked home together that day. Bakugou was ranting about the fact that he hadn't placed first. Izuku hummed and listened to the angry snarls. They had become a comforting background noise to him over the years. Their first day at UA had come to an end. It had gone well, though Izuku worried for them with such a crazy homeroom teacher. He would have to make sure Bakugou didn't do anything too bad to get himself kicked out. Izuku sat on the couch in the living room watching an interview of Best Jeanist while vaguely and mindlessly writing a history paper due in a few days. So far his time in the class had been great. He even managed to become friendly with many people despite Bakugou's constant effort to repel people. A lot of that was due to Ida's dedication to become closer to his peers and Kirishima's laid-back attitude that diffused any situation Bakugou got them into. After a few days they seemed to reach a balance, and Bakugou now grudgingly accepted the two other alpha presences around Izuku. Uraraka was a lot of fun to hang out with for Izuku. He occasionally made it out of the alpha's hearing range, and the two of them would let off some steam and rant about the constant alpha pressure in the class. Having her around calmed his nerves. Izuku finished the last paragraph about Omegan, pet, keeping hundreds of years ago just as the phone rang. He immediately jumped to his feet and ran to grab it, already knowing who it was. "Hey Dad," Izuku said, his smile very much translated in his voice. "Hey Squirt, how have you been doing? High school should have started for you by now, right?" Hisashi asked, wiping a bit of blood from his hand. He never missed his weekly call to his family, and he wasn't going to let his job get in the way. Besides, he could handle it with one hand. "Been doing good. Kaken started to loosen up and I've made a lot of friends. You wouldn't believe how much homework they can assign to us on the first week. Then again, I think I have the scariest homeroom teacher ever." Izuku continued to ramble on about life at home. Hisashi pressed the phone against his chest to muffle the sound of his fire being used. A scream sounded in front of him and an alarm started to go off. He pressed the phone back to his ear. "And it's still probably the best school ever, especially the food. Hey, is everything okay on your end? I think I can hear an alarm or something," Izuku said with concern. His dad was working in a plant overseas right now. He didn't want to distract him if it was dangerous. That's just a signal dismissing us for lunch," Hisashi said, shrugging it off and then pressing the phone again while he aimed a blast of fire from his throat at the offending thing. Its cries slowly died as the machine melted. He brought the phone back up. "Your school sounds great. Is your mom doing okay on money? It sounds a little expensive. Tell her I can send you guys more if you need it." "Don't worry about it. I kind of got in on a scholarship," Izuku said sheepishly. UA had suspended tuition payments for him because of his recommendation. He wondered when he could tell his dad about his quirk and what school he was going to. His mother still insisted on keeping it a secret. Maybe he could save it as a surprise for when his dad came home. "That's great, Izuku. I always knew you were going to be a sharp one," Hisashi said. He was enjoying hearing his son's voice full of happiness. It was one of the reasons he had this job. The other reason was the satisfactory feeling he got when he felt the crunch of a guy's nose under his kick while the man had been shaking on the ground from his burns. "So how is your mom doing?" "You know Mom, always a worrywart. She's been making me apply double layers of the blockers in the mornings now since there's a lot of alphas in my class. She's over at Kaken's place right now hanging out with Mrs. Bakugou. Sorry Dad, I should have reminded her today was your call-in day," Izuku said awkwardly. His mom had avoided the last call too. Izuku knew there was rocky relationship between them. He just hoped it would be fixed when his dad came home. It must just be the stress of having her husband far away. "Don't worry about it, kiddo. Just give her a kiss for me when she comes home," Hisashi said while he raided a computer for the files he was looking for. Plugging in a USB, he searched for the right documents, smiling when it popped up on the screen. He quickly downloaded it and then uploaded a horrid virus to the computer, effectively trashing the database. "Dad?" Izuku asked hesitantly on the other end of the phone. Hisashi paused in his work, listening carefully. His son rarely asked for things, but from the tone he was about to. "When are you coming home? It'll be soon, right?" Hisashi stood up straight. Izuku had stopped asking that question a few years ago. To hear it again warmed Hisashi's heart, knowing his son was missing him. However, it also poked at the more cold and analytical part of his mind. Something had to have changed for Izuku to be asking this all of a sudden, that and the fact that Inko was avoiding him. But he put the thoughts to the side for now. He vaguely heard sirens in the distance. He needed to wrap things up. "As long as things go well here, I'll be home in a few months," Hisashi said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just a few more and he would be home to taste Inko's cooking again. Izuku's breath rhythm changed on the phone, telling Hisashi that Izuku wore a smile mirroring his own. "But there are a few things I want to tell you more about, Dad. I think you'll be proud of how I've grown," Izuku said. Again the foreboding feeling tugged at Hisashi's mind, but he kept it in check, listening to Izuku's genuine desire to have him home. "Well, I hope you're not still a crybaby. Even Omegas grow out of that, I hope," Hisashi said, chuckling as he pictured Izuku's nearly always watery eyes when he had been a toddler. Izuku felt his face heat up. He was still a pretty emotional person. "All right, I got to go. The guys are headed out to eat right now. Be safe, Izuku." "You do, Dad. Talk to you next week," Izuku said, and all too soon Hisashi was left without that loving voice again. He sighed, cracked his neck, and then stow away the USB, turning to the doors of the building he was in. Blue and red lights flashed outside. He even spotted a few hero costumes making an appearance. He had lingered too long here, things were going to get messy. Izuku hung up the phone feeling giddy. His father had said he'd be home in a few months. He couldn't wait, it would be the perfect time to reveal to his dad about his quirk and school. This left him plenty of time to get better at quirk control and to really develop into a hero, or at least the beginning of the hero he wanted to be. He couldn't wait to tell his mom the good news. Inko came home humming to herself. Mitsuki was a friend that could make the world melt away and make her stop worrying. She had been going over to her friend every time she expected Hisashi to call for weeks now. Inko didn't want to hear his voice or be reminded of the man that her son still talked about in a loving way. She really needed to tell him the truth, she just didn't want to do that to him yet. "I'm home, Izuku," Inko called as she closed the apartment door behind herself. She heard her son scramble a little, no doubt having been enthralled in some video of a hero or studying some medical book recovery girl was making him read. "Welcome back, Mom. How were the Bakugous?" Izuku asked, poking his head into the hall while she kicked off her shoes coming inside. "They were doing good. Actually, they invited us over for dinner tonight," Inko stated absent-mindedly as she looked for the book she had been reading earlier that day. "Sweet. I need Kaken's help with this math problem anyway," Izuku said. The alpha was pretty good at math. He had to be when calculating trajectory with his explosions. He hadn't hung out at Bakugou's place in a while, it would be fun. Izuku paused in the doorway to the living room watching as his mother found her book. "Dad called today." "Ah, sorry, I forgot. Did you give him lots of love for me?" Inko said, facing away from Izuku so that he couldn't see the slight wince when she said these words. Both she and Izuku wore their emotions of their sleeves. It made it all the harder to hide things from him. "He said he loves you too." "But Mom, guess what?" Izuku said, getting a little excited. Inko felt herself pale. Her son was excited after talking to his father. They couldn't be good news for Inko. "What is it, Izuku?" she said, trying to keep the fright from her voice. "He said he'll be coming home soon. Like in a few months," Izuku said, smiling happily while Inko felt dread consume her. "That was delicious, Mrs. Bakugou," Izuku said as he gathered up his plate to take to the kitchen. They had come for dinner and Izuku would never say aloud that her cooking wasn't the best. In fact, a few things seemed to have been burnt, but he had eaten it all anyway. "What have I said about this, Mrs. Crap? Call me Aunt Mitsuki or something," Mitsuki said, giving a light smack on Izuku's head. Ever since he was a kid, he insisted on calling her in a more formal manner until she corrected him during that conversation. He always went back to the formal way their next meeting. "Sorry, Auntie," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head in feigned pain. Mitsuki huffed approval while Bakugou came walking back into the kitchen in a black tank and gray sweats. Everyone was dressed pretty lazily in the house, even Izuku, who was wearing a green hoodie with black basketball shorts. "Hey Kaken, want to play some games?" Izuku said as he dropped off his dishes and turned to the alpha. Bakugou growled in annoyance, fake annoyance, but he wasn't going to show that to the Omega. He read the context of the question. What Izuku was really asking for was permission to go to his room and nest for a little while. "Sure," Bakugou said, watching Izuku brighten as he quickly made his way past the alpha and disappearing upstairs. Mitsuki chuckled when she saw Bakugou's eyes lingering after Izuku. Bakugou's attention snapped to the sound of mockery and he growled at her. She just chuckled again before turning to the dishes. "What are you laughing at, hag?" "Oh, nothing. Why don't you go make sure Izuku doesn't mess up your room?" Mitsuki said, pointing out the obvious encroachment on his territory that he didn't seem bothered by. Bakugou growled again before turning to leave as Inko made her way into the kitchen. When Inko heard Bakugou's steps fade away upstairs, she came up next to Mitsuki and began to help with the dishes. "Go ahead and spill it," Mitsuki said with impatience. She had just relaxed the beta this morning, but when Inko had come back she seemed even more wound up than usual. Inko tensed a bit before resigning to the idea of getting it off her chest. Hisashi called today and told Izuku he would be coming home. Inko said, getting straight to the point like Mitsuki often told her to. Mitsuki studied Inko's face at this. During their time together, Inko had divulged more and more to Mitsuki. Inko was just really lonely, and having someone to lean on was the best thing ever. However, it didn't mean she told Mitsuki the whole truth. "So are you worried about what he will do when he gets out of jail?" Mitsuki asked. Inko had told her the man was in jail for robbery and called weekly to check in with the family. Mitsuki had also observed Inko closely over the years. She was a terrible liar. He's been gone for so long, I guess I started to hope he would just remain a voice on the other side of the phone. Inko said, keeping her eyes down at the soap bubbles. Mitsuki didn't know the details or why Inko lied to her, but she did know Inko was never worried without reason. "If you don't want him in your home, then just tell him. I'm sure you could get police protection if you really do feel worried," Mitsuki said, encouraging her friend to seek help. Whatever Inko was fearing, the law could help her, but Inko automatically shook her head no, seemingly horrified at the idea. "Well, then maybe you should just cut off contact with him. Though if you do that, it would only make an alpha mad." "You're right. It would make him mad," Inko said, fear in her voice but some kind of determination filtering into her eyes. Mitsuki hadn't seen this strength in a while. "If I do, I'll need to move too. Maybe we can just avoid him." Mitsuki watched as the gears turned in Inko's head. She didn't understand what her friend was going through, but she knew something needed to change. Maybe a move would be for the better. She just wondered what Inko would tell Izuku. Bakugou stomped up to his room and slammed the door shut for good measure. Who did the old hag think she was giving him those stupid, knowing looks? His palms sparked a little in his agitation as he turned to look at his room. As expected, Izuku's head start was enough to ruin his bed. Already Izuku had arranged pillows, the blanket, and a few discarded clothing items into a roughly circular shape on his bed. A smaller All Might blanket was wrapped around the little Omega as he adjusted one of the pillows into a pointless and perfect position. Bakugou couldn't remember when Izuku had started nesting when he came to his house. But he felt his chest swell a little at the sight of the contented Omega on his bed. Fluffy green hair bouncing as Izuku turned those stupidly big forest green eyes to him. The smile on the Omega's face making the freckles shine just a bit more in Bakugou's vision. Why was he so cute? "What game do you want to play today, Kaken?" Izuku asked. He said it so innocently while sitting on Bakugou's bed. The idiot didn't realize how that sounded to the alpha. Bakugou turned to grab his laptop and willed the blush that had certainly crept onto his face to go away. He sat on the edge of the bed outside of the nest, and Izuku crawled forward to be next to him while still being inside the nest. "I dunno, I'll play some Battle Royale or something to blow the heads off some noobs," Bakugou said, involuntarily trying to catch the scent of the Omega as Izuku leaned over to see the screen. He felt disappointed at the lack of scent. It was one of the reasons he insisted they hang out at Izuku's place more than his. Izuku's apartment had his Omegan scent lingering everywhere. It was the one place Bakugou got to enjoy it since Izuku wore blockers everywhere else. "Whoa, you're on a good kill streak tonight," Izuku said in awe as Bakugou killed his 7th opponent in a row. He felt pride rush through his veins at the Omega's compliment, and soon the game spouted a victory sequence letting Bakugou know he had beaten the entire server. He turned a cocky smirk to the Omega and Izuku returned it, impressed by Bakugou's skill in the game. "Kaken, that was awesome." The class was just let off from history class by Aizawa when the door slid open and a booming voice resonated through the room. Izuku smiled at the sound. His recharge session with All Might that morning had worked him up quite a bit. The hero seemed more pumped up than usual. Everyone in the room was excited about having the #1 hero as their teacher, and they started chattering to each other. Aizawa stood looking as dead as usual and simply left the class to All Might's animated teaching. "Today we're doing mock battles," All Might announced, making Bakugou sit up and his palms start smoking. Bakugou had started to lose hope in this school from the lack of battle training. His hopes were now raised again, and he grinned sadistically. "And if you're going to fight, you better look cool doing it." A clique had their clothing lockers coming out of the wall. When students opened them, they found their hero costumes ready to go. Izuku blushed at his own. He had originally designed a costume after All Might but forgot to submit it. Now he was left with what Recovery Girl had decided for him. It was the same kind of bodysuit, but it lacked the hood and was colored red and white. On the back there was a medical rod of Asclepius in red with the wings of the symbol sticking out from the costume. He also had a medic satchel packed with plenty of supplies he would need out in the field. He changed in the restroom again with Bakugou blocking the door. It was now a routine, one he hoped his classmates wouldn't ask about. He emerged from his stall and he could have sworn he saw Bakugou's cheeks grow red before the alpha quickly turned away from him. Izuku looked in the mirror to see the little red wings of his costume poking out from behind his shoulders. This was overly cute, not as cool as he had hoped he would be when he donned a hero costume. Kaken, this feels silly, Izuku said, blushing at himself in the mirror. Bakugou grunted agreement, looking at Izuku over his shoulder. He turned even redder, unsure of what to do with the costume. You look fine. Bakugou grumbled under his breath, almost too quiet for Izuku to catch. Izuku perked up a little at that, happy that the alpha was trying to make him feel better. They left the bathroom and Izuku waited outside of the locker room for Bakugou to change. When Bakugou came out next, Izuku couldn't help but stare at the alpha's look. The costume truly expressed the boy, accenting in orange like his explosions, and he had grenade-like gauntlets on his arms. He looked bad, and Izuku couldn't help but be envious. Bakugou basked in Izuku's attention, smirking as Izuku's eyes roamed over him, obviously enthralled in the alpha's new look. Kaken, you look so cool, Izuku said, finally snapping out of his reverence and coming up to the alpha. Yeah, he does. Though all the black kind of gives off a villainy vibe, dude. Kirishima coming out of the locker room and adjusting the straps that were on his shoulders. Izuku's face heated a little at the bare-chested alpha's entrance to the conversation while Bakugou turned to tell him off. Shut it, shitty hair, Bakugou said, immediately annoyed that the moment with Izuku was ruined by the other alpha's entrance. Kirishima chuckled and made his way down the hall in the direction where the mock battles would take place. Bakugou growled at Kirishima's back and he and Izuku followed him. They made it out onto the artificially built street and city. Bakugou recognized the area as the same from the entrance exam while Izuku looked around curiously. Deku, you look adorable in that costume. Uraraka came up to the group with Ida close on her heels. Izuku took in Uraraka's costume as well. It was little tight-fitting to say the least, and he averted his eyes before thoughts could form in his head. You look cute too, Uraraka. Izuku stuttered out and Bakugou became agitated next to him. He didn't like this beta girl one bit. She constantly ogled Izuku with her eyes, even stole Bakugou's nickname for Izuku. He itched to put her in her place, but every time he tried, both Izuku and Ida would snap at him about manners. I think they made my costume too tight, it's embarrassing, Uraraka said, blushing and pulling a little at the material. Before they could continue the conversation, All Might called for their attention and explained the exercise. Everyone would be split into teams of hero and villain duos. They had capture tape to take out the other team, and they needed to get the bomb before the timer ran out. When he asked for questions, a tall girl with dark hair and a rather revealing shirt rose her hand. Sir, how will you divide teams up? Also, with Mr. Aizawa's expulsion of a student, we are at an odd number. Will there be a team of 3, and how would you propose to balance that situation? She questioned, quick and to the point. All Might paused at that observation, having forgotten that the class was down by 1 thanks to his colleague's cold assessment. Right, you are, young lady. Let's see, he hummed, trying to figure out what the best fix for this would be. His eyes roamed over the promising heroes before settling on a mass of green hair. How about this class? I'll have young Midoriya be a 3rd member of a hero team. His quirk will boost the hero's quirks, but I'll also have the time for his team. People mumbled, unsure about the setup. Izuku wasn't so sure about it either. His quirk would give a hero duo quite a boost. Even with the time halved, would it be enough to deal with a 3-on-2 fight? Just keep in mind that if a villain gets close enough, they can benefit from his quirk too, All Might said, trying to ease the seemingly negative response to his suggestion. Some people looked a little more enthusiastic about it, and grumbles of agreement came from the crowd. It's settled then. Midoriya, I'll send you with the first hero team that comes up. Now let's do a random draw for teams. This is bullshit, Bakugou seethed while standing next to Ida. He should have been paired up with Izuku. Now he had to play the villain with Goody Two-Shoes. He glared over at the hero team he would be facing. Izuku was standing with that annoying beta who was bouncing around happily holding Izuku's hands. Seeing the contact between the two only made him angrier. Calm down, Bakugou. We need to come up with a plan, Ida said, trying to get Bakugou to compose himself. Bakugou felt his eye twitch. Did the alpha next to him just tell him to calm down? Shut the F up, Four Eyes. I already have a plan. You think we have to guard a weapon? Yeah, right. The best weapon is standing over there. Bakugou growled, eyes still pinned on the hand holding that was going on too long between the Omega and Beta. Izuku had a light blush on his face and was obviously becoming uncomfortable with the prolonged contact. All right, villains. Go ahead and prepare your lair. The heroes will be upon you in 5 minutes. All Might said through their communicators. Bakugou gave one last look at the triad he would be up against, his Omega, a too-touchy Beta, and an annoying bear alpha that had made Izuku blush back at the locker room. Bakugou hadn't missed that. No, he had taken note of it. So far Kirishima hadn't touched Izuku and was just standing by smiling, but Bakugou guessed he would want to. Who wouldn't want to? We had better get going, Ida said, trying not to sound demanding. Bakugou sked and turned around, marching into the building with Ida on his heels. They had their bomb placed on one of the upper floors, and when they reached it, Bakugou stayed in the doorway looking out at the hallway. When this starts, you stay here, Four Eyes. I'll head out and get Deku, then take out those 2 extras tagging with him. Bakugou said, smirk stretched across his face and palms popping eagerly at having an excuse to put the Beta and Alpha in their place. I strongly disagree, Bakugou. That makes little sense. You should stay here since your quirk would be able to keep anyone at bay. I will go out with the capture tape and make quick work of them. You would deal with anyone who I miss, Ida stated logically, but Bakugou had him tuned out. Bakugou had shown a lot of these extras how powerful he is from the entrance exam. Now he wanted them to see what Izuku could do with him. The timer starts now. All Might called through the earbuds of both the heroes and villains. Do you think Ida will be waiting on the first floor for us? Uraraka asked quietly as the trio made their way into the building, keeping their footsteps quiet and quick. I don't think so. With our reduced time, it wouldn't make sense to try and engage us immediately. They'll let us wander and map the area as long as their bomb isn't on the first floor, Izuku whispered back to her as Kirishima poked his head around the corner, scanning for any sign of the villains. I guess that's true, Uraraka said nervously. Neither her quirk nor Izuku's were particularly offensive. Even Kirishima's was more of a defensive type unless it was hand-to-hand. Izuku gulped, thinking about the looks they received from Bakugou before he had disappeared into the building. The Alpha would definitely be waiting to blow them up. He could attack long and short range, making him a formidable enemy. Izuku knew Ida was a speed quirk, so it would make sense for him to engage them first. All clear, Kirishima said, and they proceeded down the hall. Izuku was running options through his head. His quirk boosted his teammates, but he wasn't sure exactly how that would affect the outcome of battles. He was stuck in his own thoughts, trusting Kirishima and Uraraka to be on alert when he heard the familiar sound of an explosion. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bakugou rocketing towards them down a branching hallway. Immediately Izuku pushed his teammates and they all dodged to the side as Bakugou came flying into their hall, barely missing Uraraka in an explosion. Izuku was lucky he had trained with Bakugou so often. It was now instinct to dodge when he heard the popping. Deku, Bakugou said, standing up from where he had crouched. Izuku shivered at the almost sadistic grin Bakugou had on his face. Run, Izuku said to his teammates, recognizing the look in Bakugou's eyes. The blonde was planning on holding nothing back, and their best option would be to get out of range before Bakugou could get close to his quirk's range. No one argued with Izuku's command, and everyone turned and ran down the hall. This isn't very manly, but Bakugou totally switched the situation on us. Got any advice for a fight with him? Kirishima asked between breaths, looking to Izuku. Izuku opened his mouth to suggest something, but explosions sounded off behind them, indicating Bakugou was giving chase. They came to the end of the hall and it spilt into opposing directions. Bakugou came barreling up behind them, making them jump in different directions to avoid the human missile. Uraraka separated from them into the opposing hall, looking back a little frightened and looking like she wanted to get past Bakugou to rejoin the other two. Just go, Izuku shouted at her, making her hesitate, then nod and turned to explore the other half of the building while Bakugou reeled on Kirishima and him. "Get your butt over here, Deku!" Bakugou growled, stepping forward with heated hands. Izuku shook his head no, making Bakugou boil. So Bakugou was coming after him instead of focusing on the defense of the bomb? He wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Good because it meant the villain forces were split, bad because now Bakugou was going to be relentless. Bakugou blew forward again, reaching toward Izuku, who moved to dodge, and then Kirishima jumped in front of him, hardening his arms as he blocked Bakugou's way. Izuku tried to reel in his quirk and focus it on the small space between him and Kirishima, granting the redhead the quirk's effects while pulling it out of Bakugou's reach. "Out of the way, shitty hair!" Bakugou yelled, pounding against Kirishima, explosion after explosion. Yet Kirishima held his ground. He was actually smiling, a toothy grin right in Bakugou's face. Izuku's quirk was doing wonders for him. He barely felt the explosions and he felt no drain on his stamina. He even felt energized. "Geez, you're really riled up, Bakugou," Kirishima commented as he countered another blow. When Kirishima had his attention on that attack, Bakugou swept a leg out from under the redhead, making him fall over with a surprised gasp. Immediately Bakugou's hands reached out and grabbed the front of Izuku's costume, dragging him forward. The light of triumph was in the Alpha's eyes. Except Izuku wasn't going to let himself be used against his team. He pulled his quirk in until it was just about a millimeter in range from his skin. He hated doing that. It felt like his whole body had been stuffed into a too small box that it shouldn't be able to fit in. He could barely breathe at the feeling and quickly moved to get rid of Bakugou so he could get rid of the feeling. Izuku hopped into the air, and for a brief moment he was suspended only by Bakugou's fists, and then he brought both his feet down hard into the Alpha's stomach, effectively knocking the wind out of the blonde. The attack was hard enough to get Bakugou to loosen his grip on Izuku's shirt, and Izuku took the nanosecond he had to scramble away and out of his grasp. Kirishima was already up again, ready to fight. "Deku, I found the weapon," came Uraraka's quiet voice in his ear, surprising him as he dodged behind Kirishima when Bakugou lunged at him again. "Good work, Uraraka," Izuku grunted while Kirishima went back to defense, this time far more focused on the fight and not distracted by the high feeling he got from Izuku. "Where is it?" Uraraka described the route she took and the room, and Izuku mentally narrowed in on the spot. He nodded to himself as a plan formed in his head. "Crap, I've been spotted," Uraraka said over the communicator, and Izuku could hear Ida talking in an oddly villainous voice, like some kind of bad drama on TV. "Try not to get captured for now. Keep Ida distracted. I have a plan," Izuku said, and felt Kirishima stumble next to him. They needed to get away from the blonde and go to the spot he needed to be at. "Kirishima, we need to get a move on. This might be awkward, but this is the best we can do," Izuku shouted over the constant explosions. Kirishima glanced questioningly over his shoulder at Izuku, who blushed a little. Bakugou felt rage fill him when he saw that look on Izuku's face, and he threw a right hook at Kirishima. Kirishima dodged quickly and used the moment to harden his fist and punch Bakugou into the gut, making the Alpha cough. Izuku took the lull in the fight as his opportunity. He jumped onto a surprised Kirishima's back, wrapping his arms around his neck and legs around his torso. "Run down the hall and take a right," Izuku commanded, and Kirishima followed his instructions, laughing at the silliness of the situation. "Dang, you're light. You have a plan, right?" Kirishima asked as he ran. Bakugou recovered from his now very bruised gut and regained air in his lungs enough to snarl at the retreat. If it was Izuku's plan to press all of his buttons, it was working. Izuku was using their strategy against him. They had practiced with Izuku piggybacking Bakugou when he had had little control over his quirk. "Du!" Bakugou roared as he shot after them. The sound of the absolute fury made Izuku's blood run cold. He wanted to submit to the Alpha right then and there. Izuku was pressed up against Kirishima's back, and his head was close to the Alpha's scent gland. Inhaling Kirishima's scent made him able to resist the urge to submit. Izuku directed them for a few more turns before they came skidding into the room he wanted them to be in. "You sure this is the spot?" Kirishima said, turning his head slightly to look at Izuku. Izuku nodded and grimaced at the next phase of his plan. Bakugou came pounding into the room just as Izuku finished explaining the plan to his two teammates. Kirishima whipped around still holding Izuku on his back. "Think you can handle it, Kirishima?" Izuku whispered into Kirishima's ear, making the redhead smile again. "You bet," he said confidently and crouched a little in preparation for the attack that was sure to come. Seeing Izuku so comfortably fit on another alpha and even making another alpha smile made Bakugou lose all sense of control. Not that he had much in the beginning. Anyway, he launched himself forward aiming to explode Kirishima's face. Kirishima reached out and grabbed the outstretched arm, twisting it. At the same time, Izuku released his quirk to its maximum capacity and range while Bakugou's explosion released upward. Izuku hit his face against the back of Kirishima's neck as the huge explosion went off, blasting through the floors of the building. The power behind it sent off a shockwave that the students in the observation room felt. Izuku was lucky Kirishima had such a defensive quirk, otherwise they might not have survived that. On the upper floor with the weapon, Uraraka used the rubble as weapons and jumped for the bomb. "Time's up," All Might said through their earbuds. Uraraka fell flat on her face back to the floor at the news, while Izuku and Kirishima felt their triumphant looks fall. Kirishima let Izuku slide off his back, and when he turned around, Izuku forgot about the heartbreaking defeat and instead tried to hold in a laugh. Kirishima's quirk meant he wouldn't get hurt from the explosions, but it did nothing against the soot from the huge explosion they just experienced. Kirishima's whole face was black from ash and dirt from the rubble. Kirishima frowned at Izuku's reaction, making Izuku unable to contain his laughter. "Why are you laughing?" Kirishima questioned, still not noticing the state he was in. "Your face." Izuku laughed and panted, eyes beginning to water from his own laughter. Except it was cut off when Bakugou pushed Kirishima to the side and grabbed Izuku by his shirt again, instantly making Izuku sober up. He still held rage in his crimson eyes, making Izuku alarmed. "What the F was that, Deku?" Bakugou shouted in his face, making the Omega want to curl in on himself as the raging aura devoured him. "Whoa, chill out, Bakugou, your team won," Kirishima said, putting a hand on the blonde's shoulder, but Bakugou shrugged him off. "K Kaken," Izuku said, realizing just how angry the blonde was. The fist that held the front of his shirt was shaking and he was seething, red eyes burning into him like brands. "Don't you effing dare say a word," Bakugou said, his grip turning his knuckles white. Izuku's mouth clicked shut like it always did. He simply hung there staring into angry red pools that threatened to burn him. Kirishima looked like he wanted to intervene, but Izuku discreetly waved him off. Instead, he maintained eye contact with the alpha for another full minute before trying to talk again. "Kaken, let's go watch the others, okay?" Izuku said quietly and calmly. Bakugou stared a moment longer before letting go of Izuku and turning away. When he did so, he caught a familiar sweet scent and he turned back around so quick it might have given him whiplash if he wasn't in Izuku's quirk range. "Deku," Bakugou said lowly, and Izuku looked at him alarmed. "Flowers are blooming." Izuku's face paled as he recognized the phrase. They had come up with it long ago for when his scent was leaking through. He had sweated pretty hard through the exercise and Bakugou's explosion had heated the area up. He had also unconsciously been trying to release his scent to calm the alpha, making it stronger against what little of the blocker was left on him. He reached into his bag and felt the canister of blocker, but didn't want to bring it out because he knew they might still be on a screen display for the class. "Is everything all right now?" Kirishima asked hesitantly from the doorway. "We're good now. I just need to go to the bathroom," Izuku called, not moving to the door. He didn't want to get near the others lest they pick up on his scent. Kirishima gave a concerned look between the two but saw that Bakugou had calmed down, so he shrugged and left. Bakugou walked in front of Izuku as they exited the room too. He tried to pump out his musk to mask the slight scent coming off Izuku. Izuku ran into the bathroom before they met up with the others, doing a quick reapply. Kirishima was down the hall and ready to join his teammates when he noticed a strange scent that seemed to cling to him. It smelled sweet and he instinctively tried to find the source to no avail. However, his search was suspended when Uraraka and Ida met up with him. Both started laughing at his face like Izuku had. The smell was forgotten by the alpha. A much smaller Izuku sat in the corner of his little classroom doodling on paper to pass the time in his lonesome manner. His eyes tentatively looked over into Bakugou's direction where he was playing with his usual followers. Izuku bit his lip wondering if it would be alright to invite the other boy over to see his drawings of the blonde beating up some bad guys. He mumbled to himself over it. Even though Bakugou no longer bullied him since the neck incident, the blonde still wasn't what one would consider friendly. Yet the young alpha would even sometimes defend Izuku from others and would get pissy if Izuku left his line of sight for too long. Izuku's child mind was very confused by these actions, but he comforted himself with the thought that maybe this was a step towards friendship. Debating about friendships made him think of the only friend he had at the time. It had only been 2 weeks since his father disappeared to his job and had whisked Tomura away with him. 2 weeks and Izuku was already getting lonely again. Tomura hadn't exactly been a very playful person, except when it came to the small Game Boy he had been gifted. Most of the time Izuku simply played in front of him, occasionally asking for the older boy's input and getting a grunt in reply. They had watched videos of all of Izuku's favorite heroes, especially All Might. Tomura always seemed so immersed in them, it was something of a shared interest between them. Those were the most fun times, sitting on the couch together with Tomura. But now his friend was gone and he sat alone on the couch a lot. Sometimes his mom would join him, and while he liked spending time with her, it just wasn't the same as having a friend. The cold attitude of Tomura was different from Bakugou's constant boasting and commanding. But Izuku sensed a bond nonetheless with the other boy. "What's that smell?" a little beta girl near him asked to her companion, who also lifted his head sniffing at the air. Izuku curiously sampled the air too, but couldn't really detect anything, and his brow furrowed in confusion. "Smells like candy?" Another kid piped up near him, although it seemed to be posed as a question like they couldn't quite place the scent. Izuku tried again to figure out what they were smelling but failed to pick out anything unnatural in the classroom. Yet a few students wondered around, noses twitching and a bit of eagerness in their step to solve the mystery. "It smells good. Who is hiding the candy?" an excited girl said, skipping closer to where Izuku sat in the corner. Suddenly Izuku stopped his observance of the others as they gradually neared his location. His mother's warnings rang in his ears as he pieced together what was happening. It was the first time it had happened in the school. The air conditioning system had repairs being made to it, leaving all the children a bit hotter than usual. The teacher had opened up all the windows in the classroom to attempt cooling the room. His sweat must be degrading the scent blocker. His eyes snapped to the other side of the room where his small cubby held his backpack, and at the very bottom of it was a portable can of scent blocker his mom said to use in emergencies. There was only one problem. There was a room full of sniffing alphas and betas between him and it. Izuku sat rigid under the window, trying to make himself as small as possible, and panic beginning to envelop him. His mind immediately brought up the image of his mother crying on the Bakugou's floor again. If they found out his secret, would his mom cry again? His eyes became watery just at the thought of upsetting his mother. He desperately looked around, trying to devise a plan in his head as slowly but surely kids gravitated towards him. "What are you talking about?" Bakugou barked as the first girl wandered closer to his group. Izuku was just on the other side of them, watching horrified. "Don't you smell that?" the girl asked, taking a step back from Bakugou's vicinity. At her question, Bakugou tilted his head and scented the air. His expression turned to confusion as he took in the scent. His followers were doing the same as Bakugou's head turned to where Izuku sat. He had a good nose, so tracking a scent was easy for him. Crimson eyes locked onto watery green ones, and understanding was quick to snap into his eyes, but he kept his expression unchanged. His eyes lingered on Izuku's for a moment longer, watching him silently plead for help before turning back to the girl. "Well, duh, the flowers are blooming," Bakugou said dismissively, like the girl was stupid for not knowing. He turned and pointed at the window where, sure enough, the flower gardens lined up along the wall just beneath the windows. "Get your nose checked, moron." The girl frowned at him and looked indignant, but the growl he gave off at her ensured her quick retreat. The other kids had watched the exchange and quickly went back to their original distractions, all of them wanting to avoid looking like idiots for not being able to identify the scent. No one wanted to be an object of mockery, especially not with Bakugou. Bakugou continued standing there, glaring at any kid who wandered close to their corner of the classroom before turning back to his friends, which were still looking around like they wanted to track the scent too. He was telling something to them inaudible from where Izuku sat hugging his knees and trying his best to remain unnoticed, not like it was very hard for him to do. With another barking command, the young alpha seemed to have dispersed his group. Once they were out of the area, he turned again, glaring down at Izuku as he marched over. For a second Izuku thought he was about to be kicked and squeezed tighter into himself. But Bakugou merely brushed up next to him, standing to see out the window and seemingly ignoring Izuku, or at least that's what it would look like to any kid watching them. Deku! Bakugou growled lowly, making Izuku gulp and glance fervently up at him. This scent, it's yours, isn't it? Izuku nodded silently and brushed away the tears that threatened to fall from his eyes. He was distracted by his own distress that he didn't notice how much Bakugou was breathing in his scent, like it was oxygen he had been deprived of. I need to get my backpack, Kaken. He pleaded with a strained voice. He was too scared to move. The slightest movement could spread the scent further into the classroom and get the attention of the teacher. Bakugou said nothing but simply breathed in some more before eventually nodding. He quickly pushed off the wall, looking like he was bored of the window, and made his way to the cubbies. Izuku watched him walk away, suddenly thinking that he had just been left to fend for himself. Except to his surprise, Bakugou trotted back with his bag in his hand. Izuku almost started crying again in relief, but Bakugou held it up higher when Izuku went to reach for it. Kaken, I'm not giving it to you for free, stupid Deku. Bakugou said, smirking and looking down at him before his eyes slid to the paper Izuku had been drawing on. Hand over your picture and I'll let you have it. Izuku, frightened that the blonde might actually withhold the blocker, immediately held out the paper for him while desperately eyeing the backpack. He had been working on the picture all day, but he knew this was by far more important. Bakugou dropped the backpack next to the smaller boy and snatched the paper out of his trembling hands. Hidden behind Bakugou's form, he dug into the bag, pulling out the small canister and spraying it on his neck where his mom had showed him to do it. He also sprayed over the scent glands along his wrists and gave a light spray to his clothes, trying to get rid of as much as possible. He was so focused he didn't notice the way Bakugou observed his picture with a smirk, clearly liking his depiction as a hero. The young alpha lifted the paper to his nose, taking in the faint, lingering scent of the Omega. It was the first time he had ever actually smelled what Izuku was like. Calling it candy sweet seemed wrong. This wasn't sickening like some candies were. This was more like flowers and some weird mix of spice? Whatever it was addicting. Thanks, Kaken. Izuku said, voice flooded with genuine gratitude as he smiled up at the alpha. He discreetly placed the can back into its hideaway and zipped his bag back up, letting his head fall back against the wall in relief. Bakugou watched him for a little while longer, forgetting that he had been trying to look like he was ignoring the smaller boy. That's what alphas do, Deku. They have to deal with your stupidity, stupid. Bakugou growled, turning to face the window again. It was more of a repeat of what his mother had been drilling him with since the meeting at their house. This is like what heroes do, Kaken. You came to my rescue. Izuku said, beaming up at him, finally shaking off the sense of doom he had been in. Bakugou glanced at the expression from the corner of his eyes and felt a bit of heat on his cheeks, which he firmly dismissed as the sun glaring on him from the window. His heart picked up its pace at the sight of that freckled face smiling at him. Weird. Bakugou still felt his blood boiling while he stood listening to All Might's and Ponytail's explanation of the fight and why Ida was considered the best person in the exercise. Izuku had slipped back into the room during it and got scolded by All Might for the lack of control of the situation he had when dealing with the recovery of a dangerous weapon. Izuku muttered nervous apologies, and then the creepy blonde alpha actually had the nerve to talk down to Bakugou about his lack of restraint within his own lair. Bakugou didn't say anything and merely bared his teeth as they wrapped up the analysis for the first round. Izuku came over to stand next to Bakugou, who turned his head away, ignoring the smaller boy's presence. Or at least he tried to. It was hard to with Izuku's quirk making him all too aware of the Omega standing next to him. When he did finally glance over, Green's eyes stared right back at him and a small smile formed on Izuku's face. Don't worry, Kaken, I'll be more aware next time. Izuku said. Is that what Deku thought he was upset about? True, he was a little concerned at the leaking of his scent, but it wasn't what was making him want to rip someone's head off. No, Bakugou was angry that his own quirk had been used against him and his team. He was mad that Izuku had thought of the same plan that he had. He was furious that the Omega had gone against him. Ironically, they both couldn't foresee winning without the other. Deku, never do that again. Bakugou muttered quietly in a threatening voice so that only Izuku heard him in the semi-crowded room. Izuku nodded and leaned into his side, smiling at him with that punchable cute face while being ignorant of what Bakugou was really saying. Izuku turned his attention to the screen in front of the class and watched as matches ensued with his classmates. Bakugou paid attention too, watching for strengths and weaknesses. As he pinned them in his mind, he heard them echoed at the same time from Izuku's mutterings, making him smile against his will. The alphas in this class were strong, but Bakugou was still confident he was leagues above them. He glanced over at the fuzzy green Omega next to him. Izuku was so enraptured in watching the fights. He always got excited when watching quirks at work. After Izuku had gotten his quirk and Bakugou had started to hang out with him in a more genuine manner, the boy had insisted on watching recorded fights on the TV at his apartment. He vaguely remembered Izuku saying something about a friend that would watch it with him before that friend moved. Either way, younger Bakugou had been forced as a kind of replacement to watch the clips with Izuku. Alright, the last hero team-up is young Todoroki and Shuji. All Might called and then rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Aizawa had to make his job harder by cruelly kicking out that kid on the first day of class. And their opponents will be determined on a volunteer basis. This is the redemption round. Anyone care to go again? A few hands shot up immediately, mostly those from the losing teams wanting a second chance to prove themselves after being defeated. Bakugou's hand was up too. He had reached over and grabbed Izuku's arm, raising it with his own to Izuku's surprise. But surprise turned to glee at the thought of finally being able to team up with his best friend. All Might glanced over the crowd of eager students, once again feeling his eyes drift to the odd beta-alpha pair standing off to the side. He remembered the day he first met them, how the aftermath looked like one of his own attacks. He was very curious to see what the pair could do together. But fairness came first before his curiosity. Midoriya and Kaminari. Ready up, villains. All Might said, earning an enthusiastic shout from Kaminari, while Bakugou immediately voiced protest to the situation. What the hell? Put me on Deku's team. Bakugou shouted, residual anger already bubbling back to the surface as he was once again denied the chance to show off. I'm picking only those on losing teams. I did call it the redemption round. All Might said reasonably. Bakugou practically snarled at him, but Izuku placed a placating hand on his shoulder. Bakugou turned his furious gaze on him. We'll show them next time, okay, Kaken? Izuku said, smiling nervously at him with a slightly pleading look. He was begging Bakugou to let this go, and begrudgingly he did. He might be incredibly angry at the outcome, but he knew when they entered this course that they couldn't work together all the time. Besides, he trusted Izuku's judgment. If he was confident about the match, then so was he. All Might breathed a sigh of relief seeing Bakugou go from 0 to 100 and then seemingly back down to 0 in the span of about a minute. The boy was as explosive as his quirk, and he really didn't want to deal with an aggressive alpha. It was clear the pair had a bond. All Might just wasn't sure what kind of bond it was, and if it was a mate bond, he certainly didn't want to have to deal with overprotective mates. Alright then. Let's begin. All Might boomed to the class. Izuku hurried away to the designated villain lair and looked around for his new partner. The goofy blonde came bounding over to him, beaming. He took no hesitance to come into Izuku's quirk range, and sparks already emanated from him. This is going to be awesome. You can heal, right? That means I won't have to hold back. Kaminari said eagerly as they walked into the building to become acquainted with the hideout. Izuku had already catalogued Kaminari's weakness from the previous fight. His outburst of electricity fried his brain and made him an easy target to get with the capture tape. But he was right. Izuku's quirk should make recovery a lot faster after an electricity burst. Why, yeah, but it might still take a minute for you to recover fully, so try not to do too much damage. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head as they made it into the room with the bomb. It was pretty big, an open target that was impossible to hide from sight, it seemed. Kaminari frowned at Izuku's warning but nodded in agreement. So what's the plan? Kaminari asked. He wasn't really sure of how to go about this. Well, I guess we just need to play defense. It would be bad to try and get into a fight with Shuji's physical strength. I'm worried about Todoroki's ice, but I think with the boost to your power you would be able to ward off any of it. I'm not certain about how much Shuji's quirk can do. It's best to wait and let them come to us. Izuku said. It wasn't much of a strategy. I can provide you backup from about this distance, but you are going to be the hard hitter for the team. Think you can handle it? Izuku asked, walking a short distance away to show his range. When he turned back, Kaminari was once again sparking. You can count on it. Kaminari said, smiling and hyped to try out the power buzzing around him from Izuku's boost. That confidence spread to Izuku and felt it wouldn't be that bad after all. Heroes start. All Might called through the microphone, and Izuku turned to the doorway, readying himself to dodge any attack that might come his way. They still may have a few minutes before the heroes are able to locate them. Perhaps they could scoot the bomb along to shield behind a pillar, or... Suddenly ice coated everything, including Izuku's feet, and gluing him to the spot. His eyes widened and he looked over at his partner, who was in the same predicament. His teeth chattered on instinct and his breath came out in a cloud. Faintly, he could hear footsteps approaching. Hurry up! Izuku said a little frantically while Kaminari broke out of the ice with small burst of electricity. He had not expected this, such a powerful and useful attack. Izuku gulped at the thought of what Todoroki could do. Even without Izuku's boost he had this kind of power. Here! Kaminari said, quickly coming over to him to release him as well. Along the way the blonde had trouble moving along the ice, slipping every few steps. Izuku turned back to the door while Kaminari worked at his shoes. He could hear the approach of someone. He bet it was Todoroki. He briefly wondered where Shuji was at the moment, but his thoughts were drawn away from the mystery as a figure appeared in the doorway. Todoroki stood there with his left half frozen over, making him look like some kind of half-ice golem or something. It was frightening to see and made 1,000 questions pop up into Izuku's mind as to why the other boy would do that to himself. But he pushed it aside. Right now they needed to focus on keeping the intruder away from the bomb. Kaminari! Izuku said, making the other boy look up to see they weren't alone. What? How did he find us so fast? Kaminari said, straightening back up and readying himself to defend. Izuku wiggled his feet and finally dislodged himself, taking a step back to let Kaminari radiate his electric field without worry of him getting caught in it. Todoroki said nothing, but a large wave of ice rose up, coming towards the duo. Kaminari bent his knees and threw out an arm, shooting off one of his medium-level voltage attacks. Except that Izuku was concentrating his boosting field on him, and the attack was made 10-fold more powerful. Light flashed in the room, followed by a loud rumble, and the room's temperature went up. Kaminari blinked at that, looking at his own hand in shock, and back at the completely negated wave of ice. He had literally just let off a bolt of lightning. Izuku rubbed his eyes from the sudden flash, blinding him for a moment. The loud sound hadn't startled him, not after years with an explosive alpha at his side. He forced his eyes back open to keep his eyes locked on Kaminari's back and the field focused. Todoroki hadn't fared much better from the attack, squinting and grimacing at the sound. All right, bring it, Todoroki, Kaminari said, busting out of his shock and looking completely smug. Izuku hoped the blonde could back up the challenge because Todoroki's eyes narrowed at him. Izuku placed hands over his ears as the two started to go back and forth, Kaminari shooting off blinding and loud lightning and Todoroki constantly offering up ice. It was a stalemate. The dual-colored boy was stuck in the doorway, unable to move further in. If he tried to move, lightning would lash out. Obviously too fast for him to dodge. While Todoroki's expression remained as cold as his ice, impatience crawled beneath his skin. This was getting ridiculous. He should have been able to finish this match within 30 seconds. His next course of action was decided. Shooting off another wave at Kaminari, who laughed at it, Todoroki discreetly launched another attack, aiming at Izuku standing behind and slightly to the side of Kaminari. Izuku's eyes were again assaulted by light from Kaminari's quirk, but before he closed his eyes he caught the sight of ice coming towards him, slipping past Kaminari. He flung himself to the side to avoid the attack and unfortunately landed about an inch out of range to keep Kaminari under his quirk's influence. Once Izuku left the range, Kaminari felt the full effects of using his electricity that he had been doling out with reckless abandon. Todoroki didn't give him a chance to pause and get back to his partner though. Another wave of ice shot towards him and effectively cut the two onto separate sides of the room. Todoroki was using the classic divide and conquer strategy. Another relentless wave went flying towards Kaminari, forcing him to release a concentrated full-power attack at it, barely stopping it. Without Izuku's backup, Kaminari's brain fried and a goofy look came onto his face. In his stupidity, he took a step forward and immediately fell on his butt from the slippery ice. Horrified at the state of his partner, Izuku got up and went towards him but was stopped in his tracks. A tall wall of ice reaching from floor to ceiling cut him off, leaving him to stare at his reflection of fear in the glassy surface of the ice. Now he would have to fend for himself on that side with the bomb. He turned and faced Todoroki as the Alpha began his advancement towards the bomb. "Just stay out of the way." Todoroki said the words coming out in clouds as the room temperature froze over again without Kaminari's constant lightning. Izuku felt his own blood boil at the thought of sitting aside and admitting defeat. Being defeated was not an option since Kaken was watching. Izuku steadied his stance and braced himself in front of the bomb. If he could get close to Todoroki, he might be able to get him in a hold and restrain him. During his time training with Bakugou, the Alpha had showed him a few ways with strange leverage that could keep an opponent of greater strength restrained. Izuku's quirk hadn't allowed him to really muscle up, so it was very useful knowledge for him. Sharp green eyes surveyed the enemy approaching him. The other boy's outfit didn't really display his physical strength, so Izuku would simply assume the worst and think Todoroki on the level of Bakugou's strength. He almost wished he'd changed in the locker room, so he would have the opportunity to take in things like this. "I can't do that, Todoroki," Izuku said, standing firmly despite the scent of alpha washing around him. Todoroki narrowed his eyes again, stopping just out of Izuku's quirk range. Realizing he had forgotten to reel it in, he dragged the aura back to his body and again felt the uncomfortable suffocation of restraint. The Alpha was frowning at him, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of fighting with the obvious difference in strength. Izuku wondered why Todoroki was pausing. He should be fighting him right now. "Boss." Izuku shook the thought away. There was no way Todoroki sensed his Omega nature, not with the recent coating of scent blocker he had applied. Still, it was puzzling as to why the Alpha was hesitant to fight him. Pushing any fear aside, Izuku knew this would likely be his only time to take advantage of the situation. Without warning, he took the initiative and went forward, making to throw a punch at Todoroki. The startled Alpha instinctively reached an arm to block his attack, and Izuku's heart picked up its pace a little. It was going just as Bakugou had always told his it would go. Izuku's arm veered off course and instead latched onto the blocking arm and used the rigid blocking arm to swing himself around the side of Todoroki. Todoroki jerked at the arm being held in an attempt to pull back away from him, except the swing had brought Izuku behind the taller boy in a flash. Izuku's other arm wrapped easily around the Alpha's neck, and he let go of the arm he had used as a pivot point to lock Todoroki in an awkward chokehold. Izuku was much shorter than him, and it allowed him to bear his full weight against his throat, praying the knockout would happen quickly. In his shock, Todoroki felt the skin contact he got from Izuku finally coming into contact with the quirk he had been trying to avoid. Izuku continued applying pressure while Todoroki attempted to wrench his arm off of him. Then he felt something odd. Heat began to radiate on his arm. The ice coating fell of the other boy quickly, and steam liked Izuku's exposed arm, exposing him to pain that quickly healed. Izuku still didn't let go. Todoroki felt the need for oxygen overriding his already weakening restraint on his quirk, and his body reacted out of self-preservation. Flames burst out his body's left half against his will, and he watched the ugly reminder of who he was burn against his skin. Izuku yelped in pain, letting Todoroki go and bringing his own burning arm away from the other boy, cradling it to his chest. The pain was overwhelming. His arm had been severely burned even at the little exposure he had to the flames. He patted out the flames frantically while tears gathered in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. It was already healing, but the nerves were in overdrive, leaving the pain lingering on his skin. Todoroki's flames went out as soon as Izuku's quirk left contact with his skin. He bent over, panting to regain his breath. Bangs blocked out his expression of self-hatred at having lost control. It was Izuku's whimper that snapped him out of the pit of despair he had been falling into. He turned back to the smaller boy, shocked that Izuku had held on to him even when feeling the rising temperature. Despite the pain the smaller boy was in, he stood remaining standoffish while his wounds healed against his chest. The determination in the other boy's eyes made Todoroki's skin crawl. Izuku was still going to attempt to fight him. A tense stare down ensued and Izuku's arm finished healing, signaling the start of Izuku's next attack. Izuku stepped forward, biting his lip and watching with caution and challenge. Hero team wins. All Might's call came through the headset, surprising Izuku and Todoroki both. That couldn't be right. They still had plenty of time. Izuku turned towards the bomb and was once again surprised to see Shuji standing next to it. How did he get there? Waiting outside isn't a very heroic thing to do, Shuji said when one of his arms turned into a mouth. It's a good thing I'm a climber, huh? Izuku's eyes snapped to a window nearby. Shuji had climbed all the way up to the 4th floor from the outside. Of course, with his strength displayed in the quirk assessments, it would be trivial, along with the multiple hands that would allow him to have good leverage with scaling the walls. Izuku cursed himself for not being more aware. It was their first time in combat training and he had failed twice. He winced at the thought of how moody Bakugou would be after this. Tears sprang to his eyes again, but this time they came from the thought of disappointing his friend. Are you okay? Todoroki's voice cut into his consciousness. He was side-glancing to his wall of ice, not looking directly at Izuku. Izuku quickly wiped the tears away and nodded, noting that the atmosphere had become filled with an abnormal tension between him and Todoroki. Good. Todoroki said, nodding back but still not looking at the green boy. Izuku saw turmoil in the other's eyes. The tension was broken when they heard Kaminari slip on the ice again on the other side of the wall. Todoroki reached out and placed a hand on the wall, and the room heated up again, melting the remainder of the ice in the room. Izuku walked over to Kaminari and finally released his aura back to its original range, allowing the blonde to recover quickly from his stupefied state. Todoroki kept a good distance from the quirk range and disappeared out of the building with Shuji. Phew man, that was intense, Kaminari said as he fully regained his cognitive abilities again. He looked over and noticed Izuku's sad look as they walked out to rejoin the class. Hey man, don't look so down. There will be plenty of more chances to kick butt. Besides, did you see me in there? I'm a freaking god. Call me Zeus. No wait, call me Thor. Shut the F up, Pikachu. Bakugou growled, pushing the other alpha away from Izuku's side as they entered the observation room. Pikachu? Kaminari stuttered in disbelief as his bubble of confidence burst under the nickname. Pikachu, that was awesome, Kirishima said, coming over and throwing an arm over the deflated blonde, cementing the nickname that would now forever haunt him through their school days. Kirishima pulled the alpha away while Bakugou turned to focus on Izuku. Feeling the weight of those crimson eyes made him want to fidget, and the sense of shame came crashing onto his chest again. Cack and dash. You did good, Deku, Bakugou said seriously, making Izuku look up at him stunned. Bakugou was secretly raging under the surface at Pikachu for having not been more help to Izuku, but he let none of it show. Lost. Again, Izuku said, putting his head back down, upset at himself. Bakugou scoffed at that. Then I guess we'll have to do more FING training with your useless butt. Bakugou growled with little bite to the words. In fact, the thought of more training time with Bakugou made Izuku's lips quirk up a little bit. The weight on his chest lifted a little and he looked back up at the alpha, giving him a smile. Yeah, I guess so, Izuku said, mood brightening already. The double defeat still bothered Izuku for the rest of the day. Disappointment kept at bay by Bakugou's constant turning around to check on him, usually with some complaint about his muttering. Every time he turned to Izuku, though, Aizawa would reprimand him for classroom interruptions, making the alpha bristle and Izuku chuckle. He was starting to brighten up completely by the time classes were drawing to a close. But there was one feeling that still had the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. It was a strange sensation, the feeling of being watched. Only once during the last PRD did Izuku chance to look around to quell the odd paranoia he had. He looked around the classroom before finding his eyes meeting heterochromatic ones behind him. Izuku was startled at having caught the alpha staring, but the bell rang and Aizawa dismissed them. Todoroki broke contact to put his books away into his bag, but to Izuku's surprise the boy turned back to him, keeping eye contact as he made his way to Izuku's desk. "Did you need something, Todoroki?" Izuku said, nervously breaking eye contact and scratching his cheek when the alpha stopped next to him. "The F? Do you want half and half?" Bakugou growled, standing up from his own seat and leaning into the space between the two other boys. He could still sense the sadness dripping off of Izuku, and it rubbed him the wrong way all class. It had been a while since the Omega had been this upset, and Bakugou wasn't about to let some scar-faced weirdo make it worse. "I need to talk to you, Midoriya," Todoroki said, simply staring down the other alpha that was clearly trying to push him out of the area. Bakugou was quite annoying and loud. "Well, spit it out. We have to get going soon and don't have time to waste on extras like you," Bakugou said, showing a bit of pointed alpha teeth in warning. "I said I needed to talk to Midoriya," Todoroki said, emphasizing Izuku's name in a bit of a mocking manner at Bakugou making the blonde bristle. Todoroki shifted his eyes back to Izuku, who was sitting nervously watching the exchange. Bakugou snarled at that. Not only had Todoroki just mocked him, but now he seemed to be ignoring his presence. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it to us both, a-hole," Bakugou said as he rounded the desk and stood almost chest to chest with the other alpha. To his annoyance, Todoroki was a little taller than him, so the other boy was literally looking down on him. Alpha pheromones pierced the air, stuffing up the air around the trio and making a few of the closer students turn to them with concern. If a fight broke out in a room full of future heroes, it wouldn't last long. "Kaken, calm down," Izuku said, standing up too and putting a hand on his friend's shoulder in an attempt to placate him. Bakugou shrugged off his hand and even put a palm against Izuku's chest and pushed him backwards into his seat again forcefully. An involuntary squeak left Izuku's lips when he fell back into the chair. "Bakugou! Todoroki! I don't know exactly what is going on over here, but it is clear that you are both being antagonizing. This is unbecoming of students, especially those of UA." Ida came marching over, placing a hand against both the alphas' chests and pushing them further apart to break up the atmosphere. The bespectacled alpha noted Izuku's disheveled state as well. "Are you all right, Midoriya?" "He's effing fine. Come on, Deku, we're leaving," Bakugou said, breaking the stare down he had been having with Todoroki and reaching down to wrench Izuku back to his feet again. Izuku frowned at the treatment of being pushed and pulled like a doll, slowly getting fed up with the treatment from the alpha. "Wait," Izuku said, pulling back against Bakugou's hold and making Bakugou turn that glare on him. "It's probably important, Kaken. I want to hear him out." Bakugou paused, looking him over in disbelief. He even looked like he was about to ignore Izuku's wishes and simply drag the other boy out of the school, except Ida stepped in again, grasping Bakugou's wrist that was holding Izuku. "If Midoriya doesn't want to leave yet, Bakugou, I suggest you let him finish his business," Ida said bravely and calmly, looking pointed back at the scarlet eyes. Bakugou looked ready to punch 4 eyes in his face, except the heavy feeling of another 10 alphas waiting to intervene deterred him. Reluctantly, he slowly released Izuku's wrist, and Ida quickly let go of Bakugou's wrist as well. "Fine. Whatever. Don't expect me to wait for your but, Deku," Bakugou snapped, shoving his hands in his pockets and storming off out of the room. Immediately, Izuku felt a little guilty about this, even though he knew he shouldn't. Bakugou should be the one feeling guilty for being so assumptive. Yet his green eyes followed the blonde's form until he disappeared from sight. "You okay, Deku? That was a little scary," Uraraka said, creeping up beside him. The territorial pheromones still lingered in the air, making the beta crawl with nerves. "I'm fine," Izuku said, pushing aside the guilt he had, and turned back to Todoroki. "What did you want to talk about?" he asked hesitantly. "Follow me," Todoroki said briefly, flicking his eyes at the other 2 people near them. Clearly the alpha wanted to talk. "Alone." Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably across from Todoroki, feeling regret for agreeing to see the alpha alone. The intensity the other boy was giving off made him nervous. The alphas sensed sudden feeling oppressive as they stood behind the school building. All the other students were leaving at the front of the school. It was unlikely they would be interrupted. "What did you want to talk about?" Izuku asked, unsure of how to break up the atmosphere. The other boy had been quiet for a few minutes, simply staring at him while he gathered his thoughts. I don't want you to ever use your quirk on me," Todoroki said, cutting to the chase quickly and making Izuku blink at the request. He immediately switched into apologetic mode. "Of course. I mean, if it makes you uncomfortable, I'll try to keep it away. Although I can't really turn it off." "Ah, but that's no excuse. I should be more aware of this." "Oh, but would it be okay if it was for healing in an emergency? You never know when things like that might happen," Izuku said, rambling on and asking about specifics. He wanted clear lines on what Todoroki would be comfortable with, yet the other teen stood leaning against the school building with a stony expression. Izuku's ramble eventually pattered out on its own until he shut his mouth, taking in the troubled look the other boy had in his eyes. "If you don't mind me asking, why?" Izuku asked tentatively and immediately received a cold look from the other, making him shrink back. Every other student had been eager to be in his aura field. Izuku's curiosity got the better of him in this moment, perhaps overstepping the invisible boundaries of politeness. Todoroki noted the way the beta in front of him tried to distance himself and reeled in his temper. It wasn't Izuku's fault he had been cursed, and it was really his own responsibility to keep his fire in check and no one else's. Something about those green inquisitive eyes loosened his tongue. "I will not use this fire in combat," Todoroki said, lifting his left arm and staring down at it as if he wished it to be gone from existence. "Your quirk makes it easy to unleash." This confused Izuku greatly. Why would Todoroki not want to use such a powerful quirk? With the opposing abilities, his combat potential would be nearly unlimited. Looking at Todoroki's face, he took in the scar marring the skin around his blue eye. Did that have something to do with it? Had he been burned as a kid and was traumatized or something? Against his better judgment, Izuku opened his mouth again. "Todoroki, you shouldn't be scared of using your own quirk," Izuku said, tone quiet and serious. Upon receiving another glare, Izuku quickly tried to explain. His thought process holding up his hands in a peacemaking gesture and looking to the side to avoid provoking the alpha. "I mean, if you are scared you might hurt someone with it, you shouldn't be. I know the only way to keep a quirk under control is to use it. So you shouldn't avoid it. That will only make it harder to use if you ever do need it." Izuku's words sparked painful memories in Todoroki's mind of his own family life. Fire had tortured his mother, and a little part of him was sickened and frightened to use that part of himself. And a greater part of him pushed it away as thoughts of his father smirking if he ever did start training with it again. "You don't understand what you're talking about," Todoroki said, eyes narrowing at the beta. His mind was once again thrown to turmoil, and his scent reflected that. Izuku had always been the type to want to help people. It's why he wanted to become a hero. The pain showing on Todoroki's face and shining through his scent made him determined to help his classmate. "Then help me understand," Izuku said imploringly and stepping forward in a show of confidence. Todoroki found himself being almost hypnotized by the emerald pools enveloping his sight. Why was this freckled beta able to quell his mind with a simple look? It was odd, because he felt the need to tell the other boy about the pain. "This fire. It's his quirk," Todoroki said, giving in to Izuku's insistent and soft presence. Izuku connected the dots pretty quickly. After all, quirks were hereditary in general. It was rare to gain completely new quirks like Izuku's in a bloodline. "I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing these flames again. Tell me, Midoriya, have you heard of quirk marriages?" Izuku nodded. He was intimately aware of the practice. It was commonplace at Omega facilities to find alphas to bond with Omegas who had complementary quirks and good public standing. Thinking of Todoroki's father Endeavor from the times he had seen him on TV, the man would have been a perfect candidate for bonding programs. "My mother was an Omega, and in every memory I have of her she always seemed to be crying, including on the night where she poured boiling water of the left half of my face," Todoroki said, recounting the memories in such a calm tone. Izuku balked at that. The thought of any family member hurting another tended to go against every instinct in their bodies. Izuku thought of his own mother and shivered to think about the state of mind a mother had to be in to do such a thing. But the Omega Protection Agency had to have noticed such mistreatment, right? As if reading his mind, Todoroki's words came out clipped. "That bestiard used her. I'm fairly sure he paid off any snooping OPA agents." I won't use this curse he put upon me. I'll reject him. I'll surpass all might without his power. I just need you to promise you won't get in the way. Todoroki said, a winter storm brewing in his eyes. Izuku was left speechless for once at this reveal. Didn't know what to say to this. Todoroki had revealed so much in only a few sentences. Izuku should try doing the same. Just say the words that could relieve suffering that his quirk couldn't. But before he could open his mouth, Todoroki leaned off the wall and turned to walk away. Just stay away from me. At least until I have the DSPLN to deal with this curse. Todoroki called over his shoulder and left Izuku in the shadow of the school building, trying to pull his mind together. Izuku bit his lip and cursed himself for the second time that day. How could he call himself a hero when he couldn't even help the people that needed it the most? Clearly Todoroki needed help. Izuku just didn't know exactly what to say to a situation so messed up. He would have to ask All Might for advice later for this. Izuku sulked in on himself and kept his head down as he headed around the building to the school gates. All the other students had left by now, and Izuku was happy for that. He probably looked pretty pathetic right now. His gaze wandered up from the ground to catch a figure leaning against the gate. The spiky blonde hair told him who it was, even if the crimson eyes didn't. He felt a little flutter in his chest as he realized Bakugou had just waited for him, and some of the bad feelings clinging to him fell away. Kaken, you actually waited for me? Izuku said, running up to the other boy, giving a weak smile to try and not portray how down in the dumps he actually was. Bakugou narrowed his eyes down at Izuku and said nothing for a moment. Then he grunted, pushing off the wall and heading in the direction of home with no other words. Izuku's mood dampened again as he realized Bakugou was still mad at him. He gulped and followed along behind the alpha. It wasn't until they were about halfway home that Bakugou slowed his pace and they were walking side by side. Izuku felt immensely happy at that. It was the smallest sign of forgiveness from the other boy. They reached the intersection where Bakugou usually went his own way at this point. I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku said, giving another smile at Bakugou before stepping forward to continue on his way. But the sound of footsteps behind made him turn his head and see Bakugou following him. He stopped, a bit confused by this. I'm coming over, Bakugou stated like it was an inarguable fact. Izuku tilted his head at his friend and then his face lit up. Bakugou really was trying to make up for the awkwardness between them. All right, Izuku said happily as the alpha fell into step with him again. He even brushed up against his side. Izuku was too distracted by his own thoughts that he didn't spot the warning signs. The alpha next to him was agitated. Not that that was new with Bakugou, he was always mad about something. And if he was a little hotter than usual, that went unnoticed too because of the natural warm weather. And if Bakugou's scent had picked up a really strange tint to it, Izuku dismissed it from his mind as just being overloaded with alpha scents all day. The walk to the apartment was pretty short, and when Izuku unlocked the door he found the home empty. It worried him. His mother had picked up a job recently during the day while he was at school, claiming she needed something productive to do. He didn't want her to feel exhausted by something like that. Wasn't that the reason his father was overseas working right now? Did they not have enough money? He mulled over these thoughts as he entered, kicking off his shoes at the entrance. The door slammed behind him, snapping him from those thoughts and making him turn to give Bakugou a frown. The other boy glared at him as if daring him to try to reprimand the behavior. The alpha was in a really sour mood, it seemed. Izuku decided to ignore the violation to the rules his mother put forth when Bakugou was over. Inko already was well acquainted with his temper. So, should we watch some clips of non-offensive quirk heroes? I think there's some archive footage of Aizawa in the school records I could pull up on my laptop, Izuku suggested, ignoring the odd look Bakugou was giving him. That's why the alpha was here, right? To give some pointers for fights since he was defeated twice today. Sounds good, Bakugou said shortly, and Izuku led the way to his room where they set up their usual hangout. Izuku placed a blanket across the floor and set up his laptop for the video. He asked Bakugou to skim through and find a fight while he went to grab snacks. Izuku's quirk had him constantly expending energy, which meant he had to replenish it regularly. Which also meant he may or may not be a hog when it came to the snacks. He gathered an armful of chip bags and made sure to grab one of the hot chips for Bakugou. Izuku didn't favor spicy food, but the blonde always seemed to love it. He made his way back into the room to find Bakugou already sprawled out across the blanket and loading a video. "Did you find one?" Izuku asked as he plopped down next to his friend, letting the bags drop in front of the screen. He shifted to lay of his stomach like Bakugou was doing and put his head in his hands. His eyes traced the slowly circling loading screen. Bakugou grunted next to him. The lack of communication was only making Izuku feel bad again. "You know, Todoroki just told me to keep my distance from him," Izuku said, trying to get the blonde out of his moody temperament. Bakugou turned and growled a little at the mere mention of the other alpha. I mean he just isn't completely comfortable with my quirk." Bakugou's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Like hell anyone would be uncomfortable around the Omega. The video finally came on at that point, and Izuku awkwardly looked to the screen to avoid Bakugou's accusatory glare. Instead, he let himself get lost in the heroics playing before him. It was easy to lose himself in the analysis of movements and technique. By the time the fight was coming to an end, Izuku was buzzing with excitement. Aizawa was clearly more capable in a fight than Izuku had previously thought. He really needed the man to teach him combat training instead of All Might, who could rely on his powerful quirk to get him out of situations. The Aizawa on screen made a move almost too fast to catch, and the last villain went down. Izuku couldn't hold his excitement any longer and pointed to the screen and turned to Bakugou to find out his friend's opinion on if they could replicate that move. "Kaken, did you see?" Izuku had started, but let his voice die in his throat because suddenly his lips were sealed with Bakugou's. Pure shock made his mind go blank and his jaw slacken, letting his lips part just a little. The alpha took it as an invitation, and Izuku felt the press of a tongue trying to invade his mouth. Regaining cognitive function again, Izuku pulled back away from him. His entire face beat red as he stuttered his confusion from behind a hand held to his mouth. What are you doing, Kaken?" Izuku asked, completely stupefied by the situation. This must be what it was like for Kaminari after he shot off electricity. Bakugou gave him his usual scowl, like nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. "Shut up, Deku. If you can't see what's happening, I'll make it clearer for you," Bakugou said, invading Izuku's space agilely, ending up practically on top of the other boy. Izuku had flipped over onto his back and used his hands to crawl backwards in an attempt to keep the space free and clear of the alpha. Bakugou's scent wafted over to him again, and suddenly everything clicked in his head as he connected it to the weird behavior. "You're in your first rut," Izuku said, realization sinking in almost as quickly as the alpha was advancing on him. The epiphany seemed to reach Bakugou because a flash of recognition came to his eyes but left in seconds. Seeing reason leaving the usually calculating blonde was the final kick Izuku needed to figure out that he needed to get out of there. He flipped over onto his knees and pushed off the ground, scrambling to run for the door. But Bakugou was faster. Izuku had an arm outstretched for the door handle but yelped when Bakugou hit his back, and strong arms locked around his midriff, dragging them both back down to the ground. Izuku landed on his knees again and winced a little at the probable scraps he got on them, although they healed as fast as they formed. Izuku twisted in the tight hold, reaching to push at the spiky head currently laid on his back. The Omega struggled, pushing and trying to crawl forward, but the hold tightened and Bakugou sat back on his feet, dragging the smaller boy with him. Izuku clawed at the floor along the way, desperate to find anything to grab onto to avoid getting closer to Bakugou, but his efforts were futile. The arms around him shifted up a bit to accommodate the new position, wrapping just under his arms and pressing his back against Bakugou's chest. "Hot breath," whispered over the crook of his neck and made Izuku's whole body stiffen. His heart hammered in his ears and panic overrode his mind. He could feel how close Bakugou was to his scent gland. Flashes of Bakugou's sharp smirk came to his mind, though he didn't dare turn to see if those teeth were coming to mark him. He liked his lips, racking his brain for a way out of this. The liking did nothing since his mouth had run dry, but his tongue did pick up the taste of Bakugou still lingering there. Bakugou's face shifted upward though, instead burying his nose into Izuku's soft green hair. Izuku's rational mind quickly shouted out why the alpha was focusing on that instead of his neck. Izuku still had scent blockers applied. In the instinctual state Bakugou was in, he was seeking out the point that had the strongest scent. In this case, the only point on his body that might exhibit it would be deeply lingering in his hair. Of course, if this continued, the alpha might find his way back to his neck. Realizing this might be his only chance, with the alpha distractedly nuzzling into his hair, Izuku reached for the one thing still in range that might be able to do some damage. Very slowly his hand grabbed the laptop, closing it and sliding it further into his grasp. His slight shifting caused Bakugou to pause and growl behind him. The primal sound rumbled against Izuku's back. Izuku held his breath and waited for the alpha to continue his nuzzling. The blonde settled back quickly, his nose inching back down towards Izuku's neck, surely searching for the point to bury his teeth in. Izuku acted quickly. His arm shot out and around, awkwardly slamming the computer into the side of Bakugou's face. Bakugou's reaction was immediate. A snarl ripped out of the blonde and one of the arms left Izuku's chest to grab the makeshift weapon and wrench it from Izuku's hand. Bakugou threw it at the wall, effectively denting the dry wall and busting up the computer. Izuku didn't have time to mourn the loss of it. Instead, he pushed out of Bakugou's single-armed hold with all his might, gaining freedom and hope for a few seconds, until a hand came down and a crushing grip on the back of his neck ensued. Automatically, Izuku's body seized up on instinct from the pressure being applied. Shock morphed into something far more painful and tears pricked at Izuku's eyes. Bakugou had never done this to him since the one incident all those years ago when they were kids. It was a violation of trust and left the Omega basically paralyzed in Bakugou's grip. "Kaken don't. Kaken don't," Izuku said shakily. Tears slid from his eyes down his cheeks as he turned to his friend-turned-beast. His head seemed to be the only part of his body he had control of at the moment. At least it would be the only thing he could control until Bakugou let go of him. Hungry red eyes bore into his when he met the alpha's gaze, and Izuku blinked, letting even more salty tears fall. With the look Bakugou was giving him, it was clear he had no intention of letting go anytime soon. When Izuku made eye contact with Bakugou and the desperation in his voice was heard, something broke through the lustful haze that had fallen over Bakugou's brain. The sight of tears from the Omega always made him angry. But these tears were happening because of him. The thought was enough to bring back his rage and override whatever instincts were consuming him. Like hell, he was going to be controlled, even if it was by his own body. "Deku," Bakugou said. It came out almost as a whine, and the grip on Izuku's neck slowly let go. He was currently sitting on top of the smaller boy. When had that happened? Bakugou was also highly aware of the hardness in his pants currently pressed to Izuku's back. It felt shamefully good to have himself pressed against Izuku, and there was no doubt that Izuku could feel him there. Izuku's eyes widened a little in pure relief as he felt the hold leave him and the glimmer of recognition return to Bakugou's face. Bakugou was panting and looked flushed. Izuku could feel him against his lower back, and his own cheeks heated up as he realized just what it was. Bakugou's face showed a battle raging on inside himself as he tried to fight off the urge to continue. Izuku regained the use of his limbs slowly and moved very slightly, testing his control. Only the tiniest friction it caused against Bakugou made the alpha whine, and an involuntary roll of his hips against Izuku made him feel crazy. "Daidush," Bakugou said, gritting his teeth against the feeling of desperate need, and was interrupted as the door to Izuku's room swung open. Whatever semblance of self-control he had painstakingly reclaimed disappeared the moment someone had invaded his territory, especially with the Omega still down and vulnerable. Bakugou let out another snarl and pressed one of his hands down between Izuku's shoulder blades, forcing him to lay flat while Bakugou focused on the intruder. The moment Bakugou looked up with wild eyes, and a sparking palm metal slammed into the back of his head, knocking him out cold. "Izuku!" Inko said, tears in her eyes as she reached down to help him get out from under the alpha. She dropped the frying pan she had used against Bakugou and instead wrapped her arms around her shaken son. "Mom," Izuku said, returning her hug hurriedly and burying his face into her shirt like he was a child again. Inko provided a comforting support for him as she took Izuku out of the room. She knew his quirk would very well heal the alpha and make things more complicated, so she had to get him out of range. She also didn't think he was in the state of mind to control it at this moment. She took him to the living room and sat down on the couch. He still hadn't let go of her, hiding his face in her shirt, but Inko could feel the wetness of obvious tears seeping into the fabric. She ran a calming hand through Izuku's hair and down his back, trying to soothe the rattled Omega. It took quite a few more minutes before he calmed down. Once he was breathing evenly and no longer clutching at her so much, she allowed herself to get up and grab her phone. She made the call to Mitsuki, explaining what had happened and that she needed to come pick up the unconscious Alpha. When she hung up the phone, Izuku finally spoke. "Mom, he wasn't himself," Izuku said through sniffles. She gave her son a sympathetic look. As a beta, she didn't have to worry about cycling. She had dealt with Hisashi when he had been present at the home. She knew just how animalistic alphas could get. "I know, honey," Inko said, sitting back on the couch and letting him lean against her. Inko kept her eyes trained on the hallway and her ears strained for the slightest hint that Bakugou was getting up. In truth, she was little worried about how hard she had hit the boy, but she definitely didn't want him to wake up anytime soon. Coming home to a crashing sound in her son's room had put her on edge, and for once she was glad about her worried nature that had convinced her to grab the frying pan. She looked back to her soon to see that he was desperately trying to wipe away the tears that kept coming. Her heart broke to see him like this. She and Mitsuki should have discussed this more. They should have been prepared for this. Now Izuku had been exposed to Bakugou at the boy's lowest point, something she had wished to spare him from until the day Izuku might become the explosive boy's mate. It had always been her and Mitsuki's presumption that the boys would eventually develop into that kind of relationship. "I'm so sorry, Izuku," Inko said, tilting her head to rest on top of her son's. Izuku put his face in his hands and let out a shaky breath. This day was the worst day ever. Izuku rubbed his eyes as he walked to school. He felt incredibly tired because he hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Yesterday had been so stressful, and yet his body had refused to let him rest. Or more specifically, his mind. When he watched Bakugou get dragged out of the house by his parents, he realized just how close of a call it had been. If his mother hadn't shown up, he feared what would have happened. Izuku liked Bakugou. Ever since they were kids, Bakugou had looked out for him and cared for him. It was almost a natural inclination that they would become a hero duo. And maybe even mates in the future. It wasn't like they hadn't thought about it. Since Izuku had to keep his dynamic hidden, Bakugou was the only one Izuku could even think of delving into that kind of thing with. But yesterday had been eye-opening. Izuku knew the alpha had been under his first rut, completely out of it from the doses of hormones flowing through his body, but he couldn't rid himself of the feeling of helplessness that came over him when Bakugou had gripped his neck. It made him feel sick. Long ago Bakugou had promised to never do it again, and now that oath was broken. Izuku desperately wanted to talk to Bakugou about this, but at the same time didn't know if he even wanted to see the other boy. He just needed time to think about this, and thinking was the one thing his brain had been doing non-stop. As it turns out, he would have plenty of time to himself. Bakugou would be out for at least a week to deal with his rut. And Izuku was definitely not allowed anywhere near the blonde's room, or maybe in the vicinity of the house during it. Mitsuki had been so apologetic yesterday. It was the first time Izuku had seen her with wet eyes since he was 4. He continued to replay the events over and over in his head as he made his way to the infirmary to meet with Recovery Girl. It was about an hour before school actually started, and this was the time where he had sessions with All Might. Maybe the Alpha and Beta would be able to give him some advice on how to deal with this broken trust. He slid the door open and walked in to find the skeletal figure of the hero already sitting and waiting. This form still disturbed him greatly, but with his help All Might would be able to take back the form that brought peace to the people. "Good morning, All Might," Izuku said, bowing and walking over to sit next to the man. He gave him a tentative smile as he shrugged off his bag and opened to grab some study materials to read while the hero soaked in his aura. "Good morning, young Midoriya," All Might said as his form slowly grew under the quirk's influence. All Might rubbed the back of his head and cleared his throat, drawing Izuku's attention from the papers he had in front of him. "I don't mean to be nosy, but you look a bit worse for wear today, Midoriya, and your quirk is a bit weaker too." Izuku nodded, sighing. This was the perfect way to start the conversation he wanted to have, and All Might seemed willing to listen right now. He bit his lip, trying to figure out exactly how to word out the situation without revealing too much. "I just didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I was caught up in my head about something a friend did. If you don't mind, can I ask you? What would you do if a friend broke a promise and it ended up hurting you a lot? Izuku asked hesitantly. There was much more context to the question than that, but it was best to keep it simply at the roots. All Might paused to think for a second before nodding to himself. Well, you say they hurt you? And that they are your friend? All Might asked, looking to see Izuku nod. Then, if they were truly your friend, they probably were hurt as well when they hurt you. I'm sure they have their reasons for doing whatever it is they did, and they didn't honestly want to hurt you. As a hero, you must consider what pressures a person faces when making decisions. It's a valuable skill when facing villains, but much more important when facing those you trust. I see. Izuku said, tearing at the corner of the paper in his hand, looking down at it. Of course, just because you understand why they did it doesn't mean you should automatically forgive. This person. Trust is something earned, and when it is broken it takes time to repair. You should let them know how you feel, but start over with the level of trust you place in them. All Might added. Izuku seemed pretty upset, so whatever it was that had made him that way was likely something important. Izuku paused in his nervous crumpling of paper to ponder the advice. Could that really work? The thought of starting out fresh with Bakugou gave him a little comfort, and yet hurt to think they would be forced to keep a personal distance until it was closed again. Izuku enjoyed the platonic cuddling he sometimes roped Bakugou into when they had sleepovers. Although Bakugou would never admit to doing something so cute. That Bakugou was different from the one that had been in his bedroom yesterday. They might stay a little aloof when Bakugou came out of his rut, but this could be repaired. All Might was right. Bakugou probably regretted what happened as much as Izuku wished it didn't happen. The thought of Bakugou sharing in the hurt made Izuku feel better about the situation, as weird as that sounded in his head. Izuku slowly felt a weight lifting a bit from him. All Might had certainly helped him with this talk. Midoriya, please quiet down. Aizawa said from the front of the room without turning away from writing on the chalkboard. Izuku immediately shut his mouth and blushed, putting his head down. Usually Bakugou would warn him if his habit was acting up before it bothered anyone else. But the seat in front of him was empty. Instead, he went back to focusing on the class. They were going over historic trends in crime. Aizawa had written general facts on the board that Izuku quickly copied down. Dynamic stats. -45% alpha population, 80% of crime committed. -45% beta population, 20% of crime committed. -10% omega population. As you all know, it is a hero's job to fight crime. But a dynamic should not be the only thing to worry about when facing a villain. You should be on guard even if they are a beta. Aizawa muttered unenthusiastically. Izuku paused at that and thought for a moment. There were numerous laws about omegas, and dealing with a villain one might get tricky. He raised his hand timidly. What is it, Midoriya? Aizawa asked when he turned and spotted the hand. What do we do if we find a villain omega? Izuku asked, and some students turned to give him surprised looks. In their mind, they probably never thought an omega would do such a thing. Aizawa, however, nodded like it was a good question. It's good that you are asking about this. We should be reviewing omega protection laws next week. If any of you encounter an omega in the field that shows hostility, you are not allowed to engage them unless they are harming themselves or others. And even then, you should avoid contact with them as much as possible. They are the OPA's job, not ours. Aizawa said, turning back to the board. There are courses for heroes to learn how to handle omegas, and you have to have a certification to engage them. Otherwise, you can face serious charges. Izuku nodded, figuring this was the case. Really, if you weren't a mate, family member, or certified handler, it was illegal to even touch an omega. Long ago, omegas were once simply used in slavery, very much discriminated against. But history marched on and things flipped to the point where society had become overprotective of the minority. Going from one extreme to the other. The lesson continued until they were dismissed for lunch. Izuku felt a little lost without Bakugou there offering companionship. Although his heroic classmates helped fill the void all too readily. Uraraka and Ida flanked him wherever he went, happily taking advantage of the fact that they wouldn't be driven away by the aggressive alpha. No one questioned why Bakugou was absent. His mother had surely called to let the school know, and with basically the entire class being alpha, all of them understood too. And so Izuku strengthened his bonds with the friends around him, and the days passed until the week's end. "Mom, I'm home," said Izuku as he closed the door to the apartment behind him, feeling tired after a day of school. It would be just another day or two before Bakugou was due back, and despite what had happened, he felt the absence of his friend. He trudged into the living room and immediately felt confused. Boxes were stacked there, and he looked around, noticing many things already missing from the apartment. Questions bubbled up into his mind just as Inko came down the hall with another box, smiling at him, although he did interpret the slight tightness to it. "Welcome home," she said, setting the box down with a sigh of exertion. At his confused look, she gave a reassuring explanation of what was going on. "I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I finally found a house for us." "Surprise?" she said excitedly. Izuku's moment of confusion slowly passed, but he was still baffled. This was so sudden and unexpected, although it wasn't displeasing to hear. The small apartment felt like home, but his mother had always talked about wanting an actual yard. She often tried to keep flowers in their windows and loved gardening. So the move would be great for her. "That's great, Mom. I can't wait to see it," Izuku said, smiling at her. He still felt like something was off and felt weird that she hadn't consulted him about it. But seeing her happy made him happy. He helped her box up a few more things before he was sent to his own room to box whatever he wanted to keep. He was admittedly a pack rat, so going through his things was way overdue anyway. He boxed up the various All Might merch carefully, and alone in his room his thoughts invaded him. Growing up, he had learned not to question his mother's decisions, but this was sprung on him quite suddenly. He was not as oblivious to his mother's actions as he seemed to be. He knew she was avoiding his father and probably had a few things hidden from even him. But sudden actions usually came from sudden changes in their situation. Like when Bakugou had learned of his dynamic and they left the apartment suddenly to go talk to the Bakugus. He fidgeted at the thought that they might be in trouble and she was hiding it from him. Maybe one of the neighbors were getting suspicious of his dynamic, or had caught his scent in the hall or something. Whatever the reason for the move, he trusted his mother's judgment and wouldn't upset her by pushing at it. He brought a box out into the living room and set it down, taking a moment to look over at the couch. It held a lot of memories for him in his childhood. He had stayed inside a lot as a kid because of his dynamic. His mother had wanted to lessen any chance of him being exposed as possible. The vague, fuzzy memories of Tomakan also played in his head as he stared at the couch. He wondered where the alpha had ended up after all these years. He'd have to ask his dad later. The TV droned on as Tomura sat there motionless, listening with full attention. The two mindless puppets squabbled back forth about the announcement that had just come fresh from the hero school itself. One was ecstatic to know that the symbol of peace would be training the youth. The other was taking on a more cynical tone about how this would take up a lot of the hero's time when he might be needed elsewhere. Tomura disagreed with the man. He quite liked the idea of keeping all the trash in one spot. It would make the purge so much easier. "You should blink, Tomura," Kurojairi helpfully suggested from behind the bar, making the boy snort. He didn't need to blink. He had gone much longer staring at screens when he had lived with the Midoriyas. Thoughts of Izuchan put him in a grumpy mood. The little Omega had been irritating to say the least at first when he had met him. But over time his presence soothed Tomura, and he admitted he missed the cheerful presence in this rather dark world. Kurojairi sighed mournfully as a glass disintegrated, a victim of his charge's mood swings. The dust fell onto his polished bar, dirtying it again after he had spent the last hour making it shine. "Sensei almost has that Nomu ready. The boss fight is going to be thrilling," Tomura said, turning away from the screen to regard the meager pile of ashes. The thought that the symbol of peace could reduce to something like this made him smile. But it wasn't going to be up to him to deliver the finishing blow. No, it would be Kurojairi, and Tomura was extremely jealous of that fact. The move had gone smoothly, and the home his mother had found was small but still beautiful. It had a yard with a garden that she tended to immediately. They were on the outskirts of the city, but Izuku didn't mind. He was just happy to see some of the tension that had been in his mother's shoulders fade away. Whatever had been stressing her seemed to have disappeared with their move. They still had a few things left at the apartment, but most of their things had made it over now. The move had put him on edge today, although there was something else happening today that had his stomach twisting in knots. Bakugou would be coming back to school today. He didn't know how to feel about it. On one hand, he had felt incredibly lonely even with Uraraka's and Ida's close company over the week. On the other, the last time he had seen the alpha, his eyes were crazed and lustful and his hands had been pinning him to the floor. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck in the memory of the scuffle as he walked along the road lost in thought. He was definitely upset at the blonde for doing that to him, but he also knew Bakugou had been under the influence of heavy hormones because of the rut. It had been the first rut for the alpha, and from what he had heard, the first tends to be the worst since the alpha is unfamiliar with how to handle the sudden influx of hormones. So maybe now that the worst was over, thing would be better. Izuku nodded at that thought. They could get through this, it would just take time like All Might had said. Can you give us a comment about All Might? Came a voice with the shoving of a microphone into Izuku's face, snapping him out of his thoughts and mutterings. Izuku jumped at the unexpected contact and suddenly realized there was a crowd in front of the school. What? Izuku stuttered, taking a step back, but found his space being enclosed as other unfamiliar people closed in, shouting more questions at him with eager expressions. His eyes darted around, feeling a little trapped by the sudden attention. Has the symbol of peace been an asset in the classroom as much as he has been on the streets? Another said, pushing their microphone towards him and battling to keep it there against the one that had already been in front of him. Izuku felt himself shrink against the sense around him, feeling overwhelmed. Izuku started but was quickly cut off. Back off, you bunch of vultures. A familiar voice growled, coming up beside Izuku. Izuku's gaze snapped to Bakugou as he pushed his way past the crowd. Their eyes met, but Bakugou quickly looked away, scowl deepening with what looked like shame. He didn't say anything directly to Izuku but came and stood in front of him, blocking him from the prying eyes of the media. Hey kid, we're just trying to get a story, a reporter heckled, and Bakugou actually growled at the man. Even if he was young, Bakugou was still an intimidating alpha, and the crowd parted to make a path for him when he stepped forward. He spared a glance back at Izuku, who nodded back to him and came to follow behind as they made it to the school entrance and out of the crowd. Izuku sighed in relief, although his hands fidgeted. He found himself wanting to reach out and hold onto Bakugou, an embarrassing desire. Bakugou still was silent as he looked over at the Omega, regarding him with a tight expression. They continued on to the classroom in this awkward Kaken, Izuku said from his seat behind the alpha, watching as the blonde stiffened from being addressed. He desperately wanted to break the spell that had fallen between them, but before he could, Aizawa entered the classroom, giving announcements and putting forth that the class needed to choose a class representative. Izuku bit his lip, eyes never leaving the blonde, while the rest of the class started chattering excitedly. Midoriya, have you written down your vote yet? Ida asked, carefully approaching the small boy while keeping his eyes on the alpha in front of him. But Bakugou appeared unusually subdued today, not even turning to acknowledge the alpha's approach. Yes, Midoriya said, carefully folding the piece of paper out of sight. He had voted for Ida. The other boy had an air of authority and a passion for upholding order that most others didn't display. He dropped the vote into the collection bin and went back to worrying about the alpha in front of him. Ida seemed to notice this, and his eyes looked back and forth between the beta and alpha, wondering what was going on. He didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the beta and alpha seemed pretty close. Bakugou had just been out on his rut while Midoriya had remained at school. Could it be that they were in a relationship and currently struggling with the alpha's rut? He shook his head. Whatever it was a private issue between the boys and one he shouldn't intrude on. The class's votes were cast and counted, ending up with Ida as class president and Momo as the deputy. Izuku tried to smile for Ida, but again he couldn't help but shift to the back of Bakugou's head. He wouldn't be able to focus unless they squared away this air between them. Bakugou could feel emerald eyes boring into his back the entire class. It put him on edge and made shame build up inside himself. Shame was not an emotion he had really ever felt, but over the past week it had consumed him. He was aware of what he had done to the little Omega. He remembered it through a layer of haziness. He remained silent to the other boy out of fear that the next thing to come out of his mouth would fix nothing and only drive the wedge deeper between them. That rut had been rough when he held these conflicted feelings. He glanced back at Izuku one time during the class and felt his face heat up. He had gotten through the rut thinking about Izuku and the encounter he had had with him in the Omega's room. Every time he had gotten through a wave of lust, he felt guilty afterwards after having imagined the scene in Izuku's room playing out without interruption. He hated himself for it. He wasn't exactly sure what his relationship with Izuku was anymore, but he knew he wanted to be closer. Finally, the class was dismissed for lunch and he couldn't stand it anymore. This guilt was overwhelming him and he grit his teeth against it, replying to his hurt with his usual defense: anger. He was lost in self-loathing until something unexpected happened. He felt a hand touch his back and he stiffened at the contact, slowly turning to see Izuku's big concerned eyes. He had specifically avoided touching Izuku. He didn't deserve to. "Kaken, let's go talk," Izuku said lowly to him so the others couldn't pick up on it. Bakugou nodded, compliant to anything the Omega needed from him at the moment. They filtered out of the class with all the others headed to the cafeteria. Bakugou felt the familiar prickle of aggression rise in him when Round Face and Four Eyes came to ask Izuku to join them, but kept himself restrained. He had no right to interfere. Although his repressed attitude only seemed to worry the Omega more than comfort him. He followed after the shorter boy and down the hall, finding an isolated spot, and turned to him with searching eyes. Bakugou couldn't help but let the words slip out between his lips before Izuku could open his mouth. "I'm sorry," Bakugou said, looking down at the freckled face. Izuku froze for a moment before the tiniest smile came onto his face. Bakugou could see forgiveness coming onto the other's face, and all he wanted to do was punch something at how stupidly fast the Omega was willing to accept him back. "Don't look at me like that," he snarled, startling the Omega before correcting the direction of his anger back inwards. "Not after what I did," he said softer. "Kaken, it's okay dash. No, if not," Bakugou said, voice echoing in the empty hall and making the Omega swivel his head around looking for any eavesdroppers. "Don't try to act like it. I was too weak. Almost. Goddammit, I almost did that to you, Deku. Don't tell me you're fine with it." Izuku was quiet for a long time, letting Bakugou pant his frustrations into the air and clench his fists. A conflicted look came onto his face before biting his lip and nodding. Then he seemed to come to a decision because he set determined, filled eyes on the Alpha. I forgive you, Kaken," Izuku said, and before Bakugou could snarl at him again, he continued on. "And I wouldn't mind doing this with you," he said softer, face going beet red and eyes going back to the floor in nervousness before shooting back up and locking onto Bakugou's shocked face. Just not now. Not everything at once, and definitely not during a rut." Bakugou couldn't believe his ears, and involuntarily his mind pushed the fantasies he had entertained himself with during his rut to the forefront of his mind, causing him to blush too, like the idiot in front of him. He felt the guilt he had been feeling for days slowly falling off his shoulders, but knew he had a long way to go before he could allow himself to be carefree around the Omega again. He didn't know how to respond to the sudden confession Izuku had given him, and the longer he stood in silent shock, the more nervous the Omega seemed to become. "I mean, if you actually wanted to. Unless that was all because of your rut. Oh god, did I just make this worse? Just thought, we've been so close all this time and I kind of like you a lot more than I thought. And then the rut happened and you were gone for a week and I couldn't stop thinking and worrying about you and what is happening between you dash," Izuku said, spiraling into a muttering bout as his face only grew redder than Shitty Hair's hair. "Deku," Bakugou said, breaking the fretting Omega off from his spilling words. Izuku looked up at him with the stupidest expression. "Okay." It was the tiniest reply, but Izuku seemed to register the Alpha's agreement like it was the announcement of a lifetime. Looking up at him with a smile slowly spreading over his lips. It almost felt like things were patched between them. And then alarms went off in the school. Both Izuku and Bakugou jerked at the sudden sound blaring in the halls, warning students to get to safety. Izuku looked around confused, trying to figure out what had caused the alarm to go off, while Bakugou bristled and turned to see students coming in a flood down the hallway. Without thinking, Bakugou placed his hands on either side of Izuku and pressed them both against the wall to avoid the sudden torrent of confused and frightened students. Still some pressed up against Bakugou and shoved past him. Any contact made resulted in a snarl or growl from the alpha while he carefully shielded them both from the crowd. Izuku paled at the feeling of being trapped by the alpha. He couldn't help the sudden snap of his mind back to his bedroom but shook his thoughts out of it and looked up at Bakugou's disgruntled face, happy to see the alpha was well within his senses. What the F has gotten into these extras? Bakugou snarled after a particularly harsh shove. Still with the muscles he was able to keep Izuku caged in a relatively comfortable space. He stood as a rigid wall between the Omega and Chaos. I don't know, but obviously something's wrong, Izuku said urgently next to him, breath breezing over Bakugou's collarbone and making him unconsciously shiver. Then he secretly scolded himself in his head. Izuku had confessed to him not even 30 seconds ago and he was already thinking with his D-dash. We should find a teacher and figure out what's going on. Bakugou grunted agreement, but judging from the large pressure still against his back, getting through this crowd would be ridiculous. It was then that Izuku's eyes widened, staring at something over Bakugou's shoulder, and he turned to see what it was. 4 eyes was flying past them and circling in quite a comical way. Both Bakugou and Izuku stared at him flying past with dumbfounded looks, and when the nosy alpha splat against the wall, Bakugou chuckled while Izuku watched on with concern. It's all right, everyone. It's just the media outside setting off the alarms, Ida announced from his perch. At his proclamation, students gradually stilled and began to confusedly disperse and talk. The atmosphere calmed down under Ida's watchful alpha authority. And Izuku smiled, knowing he had picked the right person for class representative. Bakugou didn't back off from the Omega until the majority of the hall had cleared out. Then he reluctantly pulled away from Izuku, letting the other boy regain his sense of personal space. They both stood there awkwardly for a moment, unsure if they should try to continue the previous conversation or not. Izuku's stomach chose for them when it grumbled quite loudly at them, making Izuku blush. Do you want to go grab lunch? Izuku said sheepishly, and a knowing smile on his lips. Sure. Bakugou said, happy to not bring up the previous topic or risk looking as stupid as his Omega looked. Izuku's smile turned on full power and he led the way back to the cafeteria where students filtered back in. Deku, over here, Uraraka called from a table nearby after they had loaded up their trays. With things patched up with Izuku, Bakugou gladly let out a growl towards her when they approached, although he still took the seat next to Izuku without further complaint. Ida, that was very heroic of you just now, Izuku said, leaning forward to see the alpha sitting beside Uraraka. It was nothing. I simply fulfilled the duty of a fellow student to inform others of the situation, Ida said, adjusting his glasses, although there was a hint of a blush of his cheeks from the praise. But seriously, man, that rocked. I'm glad you got to be the class rep. Good to know we can count on you in emergencies, Kirishima said, joining the conversation and plopping down next to Bakugou, who scowled at the unwanted company. Kaminari followed him over and sat opposite to the redhead, nodding agreement. I am honored to hear that you are able to trust me with this responsibility, Ida said formally, while the blush deepened on his face and a smile tugged at his lips. Well, it is always important to be calm in situations like that. You handled it as well as a pro, Azui said across the table from Uraraka. And the rest of the lunch was spent trying to see how Red Ida could grow under praise. Kirishima managed to even keep up a conversation with Bakugou during the lunch. The redhead was persistent and unflinching to the other alpha's attitude. That, combined with Kaminari's idiotic comments giving Bakugou an excuse to insult someone, put Bakugou in a begrudgingly social-able mood. They all headed back to class as a group. Izuku watched Bakugou out of the corner of his eye. He was very happy to see the alpha finally opening up to others. Bakugou had been glued to him since they had started at UA, and he worried the alpha would get isolated. Izuku didn't want him to be isolated, not like he had been over the years. It was also a relief to see the alpha allowing others to approach Izuku without growling. He had settled for simply glaring at the others. A very big improvement indeed. The others entered the class and Izuku waved them off. He needed to head to the infirmary to see if All Might was here yet. Hadn't had a session yet today, and Recovery Girl still hadn't paged him, so he wanted to go check himself. He hurried down the halls and into the familiar sterile room, spotting his mentor sitting at her computer updating files. Is All Might here yet? Izuku asked after they exchanged greetings. No, he appears to be pretty late. I was informed he got caught up in some hero work on his way to the school. No doubt that Bonehead is flaunting his power around when he has you waiting to recharge him. Recovery Girl huffed from her seat. Seriously, that man is getting careless with you around. I think he's just excited to be able to help people again without having to worry about any time limits. Izuku said cheerily. The thought that he was being depended on by his idol made him giddy inside. Well, I will page you when his deflated self gets here. Oh, but you should hurry along, Midoriya. I believe you have rescue training scheduled. It's perfect practice for support heroes. Since the buffoon isn't here, Aizawa will likely be overseeing it. Recovery Girl said, making Izuku nod and excitedly scamper to the door. And you should really make better use of your suit's equipment. She called after him, making him pause at the door and turn confused towards her. She huffed at the expression he was making. Clearly someone hadn't explained things to him. No wonder he had seemed so defenseless during his mock battles. What do you mean? Izuku asked, taking a step back towards her, eager to hear about this. He knew his suit had been designed by a few upperclassmen from the support class who had been his patients during his time with Recovery Girl before he started his freshman year. There are plenty of features on your suit. Those wings of yours are inflatable and can lift you out of an area, for example. And the entirety of it is made of the same material as Aizawa's scarf. They should have left you some instructions in your suit's case. Recovery Girl said, shaking her head. For now, just head to training. By the time your training concludes, All Might should be back and waiting. Izuku nodded and headed off to the classroom with a promise to see his mentor later. The knowledge that he had tools available to him that he didn't even know about made him think the outcomes of those battles could have been different. He'd have to search his suit's case thoroughly for those instructions. Maybe he could glance over them before they started the exercise. He made it back to the classroom to hear the announcement that they needed to be suited up and on the bus in 10 minutes. Bakugou had already grabbed his suitcase and handed it to him, heading out to the locker room and bathroom as they usually did. Izuku quickly made his way inside with Bakugou on his heels, checking each stall to make sure the place was empty. He opened the case and pulled out his bag and costume, leaving the inside empty and making him frown. Where were these instructions at? It was then that he spotted the folded-up papers shoved between the packing of the case and the wall of it. He quickly pulled it out and scanned over it. Bakugou went back out to the hall to stand guard at the door like he always did. Kirishima spared him a questioning glance as he entered the locker room across from him, but didn't make a comment on it. He folded his arms and dutifully waited for Izuku to come out. A small smile quirked at the edges of his lips as he thought about how cute the other looked in their hero getup. "Excuse me, could you move?" someone asked, snapping him from his thoughts. He glared at the taller student who dared to interrupt his musings. The other boy just looked at him with very tired eyes. The idiot looked like he hadn't had a single good night's sleep in years. His iffy hair looked like an imitation of Einstein's with an odd purple coloring. "This one is out of order, move along, dipshit," Bakugou said dismissively. Still, he let off a little of his scent so the moron would get the picture and move on. Except the other seemed to blink at his rudeness and raise his eyebrows. He easily looked over Bakugou's shoulder to see the door to the bathroom free of any sign that might have confirmed the blonde's story. Bakugou felt himself twitch a little at being overlooked, quite literally, and having his demand questioned by the beta in front of him. "It doesn't look out of order to me," the beta said calmly, yet his eyes bespoke of a challenge to Bakugou's authority, making his lips journey into a sneer. "Well, with how effing tired you look, I'm surprised you can even stand. So how about you go away before I help you get to sleep?" Bakugou said threateningly, puffing his chest out and clenching his fists, teeth still bared. The other boy didn't back down though, instead his eyes looked down on him, half-lidded with cockiness that could match the alpha's own. "How about you move?" the other boy said, and suddenly Bakugou took a step to the side, leaving the door completely open to intrusion. Bakugou was in shock at his own actions, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He realized he couldn't move either, and he strained against mental chains. The other boy looked at him with self-satisfaction and moved to open the door. "Kaken, sorry for taking so long, I got distracted. Izuku said, opening the door only to run into a strange beta nose first into the other's chest. Izuku backed up, blinking at the unexpected stranger, but immediately put his hands up in apology. "Oh, sorry, didn't realize you were coming in," Izuku said, holding the door open for the other boy. The purple-haired boy walked in with his eyes sweeping over the bathroom, finding it empty except for the other beta, who was dressed in an obvious hero costume. "Thanks," Shinso said, simply brushing past the other. He really did need to pee, but when he had come across the blonde standing guard outside the door to the bathroom, he had gotten a little angry. Bullies often had the tactic to post a thug at the door while they roughed some poor kid up out of sight. With the alpha's attitude, he had thought someone might need help in here. But it appeared he was wrong, and he kicked himself inwardly for using his quirk without proper justification. So he wandered into a stall and locked it behind himself, knowing he might need a barrier between himself and the guard. Then he released his quirk's hold on the other. "Kaken, are you okay?" Izuku said with concern as the door to the bathroom closed behind him. The blonde was standing there with a blank face, which was disturbing to see because Bakugou was always an animated person. Just as he reached out to touch Bakugou's shoulder, he seemed to snap out of his daze and his face contorted with rage again. "That slimy fucker," he snarled, swiveling toward that door to the bathroom with the intention of beating the shit out of the smug bee. "Kaken, stop. You need to get dressed or we won't make it to the bus on time," Izuku said, pushing back against Bakugou. Bakugou paused and then reluctantly turned to the locker rooms, storming into them. Instead, settling for denting one of the locker doors and disturbing the other boys changing. He just didn't want to upset Izuku today, so he would let it go. For now. He could always track that jackass down later and out of sight from the Omega. Izuku gave a sigh of relief at seeing the alpha follow his plea before settling into his usual spot next to the locker room door. Kirishima popped out and asked if he wanted to walk to the bus, but he declined, wanting to wait for Bakugou. The redhead shrugged and continued on. The door opposite to Izuku opened again and the strange student emerged. When he spotted Izuku, he awkwardly rubbed his neck and stepped over to him, looking like he wanted to say something. Izuku figured it was about Bakugou's territorial attitude. No doubt the blonde had been less than civil to the boy who just needed to use the restroom. Sorry if Kaken gave you a hard time. He was just trying to do me a favor," Izuku said, glancing up at the other sheepishly. The other averted their gaze, looking almost guilty. "I may have reacted a bit harshly too. I just thought someone might be in trouble and jumped to conclusions about your friend. Tell him sorry for me," Shinso said, making Izuku confused for a second before piecing together how the other student might have perceived the situation. Even students who weren't in his class were heroic in this school. It made Izuku smile. "It was heroic of you to try and help, even if it wasn't what you thought it was. I'll tell him you apologized," Izuku said brightly to the other, making Shinso pause in the nervous rubbing of his neck. The kid in the hero costume just called him heroic. He turned away quickly and walked away, calling a goodbye over his shoulder and hiding his blush from the other's happy eyes. "Everyone single file on the bus," Ida shouted, and seemed to have spawned a whistle out of no. Whereas he set about organizing the students. Aizawa watched with indifference, a little appeased since it meant less work for him. Izuku came jogging over to join the others with Bakugou on his heels. Izuku had told him that the strange purple-haired boy did apologize, but the alpha's only response was a grunt. Izuku was just glad the student wasn't in their class, so they probably wouldn't run into each other again. Izuku settled on the bus next to Azui while Kirishima managed to corner Bakugou in another seat. The ride was spent mostly with their growing group of friends, consoling Ida because his loading plan had failed. Then Kirishima had noticed how Bakugou was in a crappy mood. That only served for the group to turn their attention to the hot-headed blonde, and they lightly teased him. They riled him up enough to get him to blow off steam by yelling at them and throwing around insults. By the time they rolled up to the strange dome, Bakugou had burned up any anger about the bathroom incident and now was thoroughly sad at all his snickering friends. He even spotted Izuku hiding his mouth behind his hand, holding back a traitorous chuckle. He glared at the Omega, but it only seemed to make him laugh harder, the sound ringing out, unable to be held back. Begrudgingly, he felt his anger ebbing away when he heard the charming laugh. When they entered the building, Izuku's eyes went huge as he took in the sections of training areas. In all honesty, the place looked like an amusement park, and he buzzed with sudden excitement. Rescue missions would likely become his specialty in the future, and this would be his first time training for it. He was very determined to make his mark and not leave in defeat like in the mock battles. To the surprise to a lot of students, they had a guest teacher today, and Uraraka bounced up and down at the sight of 13 while tugging on Izuku's arm, explaining her admiration for the hero. Bakugou came up behind them and growled at the beta's contact with Izuku, but all straightened out when 13's introduction came with an ominous warning about how dangerous one's quirk can be and the importance of awareness with their powers. At the warning, Bakugou brushed up against Izuku's other side and subtlety squeezed his hand. Izuku blushed at that but allowed the contact and even gave a gentle squeeze back. Bakugou was highly aware of his quirk's destructive capabilities. When they were younger, a smaller Izuku had questioned their compatibility as a hero duo. It had definitely disturbed the alpha, who simply took his frustrations out by making them practice harder. It sometimes snuck up on Bakugou when they were talking about their future and was a sore spot for him. Still, he never let Izuku say stupid things like that again. Izuku didn't look over at the alpha, instead continued listening curiously to the teacher. 13 was listed as a beta in registries, but their hero costume kept them sealed off from others, so he was unable to pick up a scent. In his head, he secretly wondered if he might not be the first Omega hero. Maybe there was one standing right in front of him right now. The thought made him smile and comfort him that maybe he wasn't alone. Another squeeze on his hand reminded him that he would never be alone. "All right then, let's get started," Aizawa said, stepping forward. The lights of the facility flickered as if on K, and the fountain below them spurted. Izuku looked around, ready to see the disasters start up, when a strange swirling purple mist opened up below them in the middle of the building. "Is this part of the exercise?" Kirishima asked, squinting at the oddity. And then a person stepped through the mist, followed by many more, slowly building into a rather large crowd below them. "Everyone stay back," Aizawa said, throwing out an arm to halt any curious wondering to the forefront. The students quickly picked up on the change in atmosphere as both the pros turned to face the apparently unexpected development. Aizawa's next words had Izuku's blood running cold and Bakugou's hand gripping his own in sudden protectiveness. "Those are villains down there. Real villains. 13, I'm counting on you to get the students out." Aizawa placed his goggles over his eyes, indicating he was preparing for battle. Izuku thought back to the video he had seen of him fighting. Aizawa was very capable in hand-to-hand combat. But he was outnumbered by the 10s, and who knew the level of training this group had. "But there are too many even for you. You need help," Izuku said, taking a step forward. Bakugou immediately tugged back against his hand, not liking it all the way the Omega was getting out in front. He kept his eyes trained down on the intruders while Izuku appealed to their teacher. Bakugou was confident in a fight against such low-life scum, but he was no fool. Infiltrating this facility so deep in secure hero territory told him these people might be above common thugs. They had to have a plan. Aizawa gave Izuku a reassuring comment before jumping down into the fray, fighting off multiple villains at once. Todoroki voiced the same line of thoughts Bakugou had just gone through in his head with annoying accuracy, and 13 urged them all towards the entrance. Bakugou growled at the thought of retreating while Izuku stared down at the battles going on in front of him, mesmerized by Aizawa's fighting style. "Come on, Deku," Bakugou said, for once being a voice of reason, and tugging the Omega out of his musing and dragging him after the other students towards the door. Izuku's brow furrowed as he watched the villains below him, specifically watching the purple mist and a man standing with many hands on himself. A bell was ringing in his head, but he couldn't locate it. They made it about halfway to the entrance when the mist suddenly sprang up in front of them, causing the closest students to jump back in shock. A strange morphing happened with the mist, and strange glowing yellow eye strips appeared, narrowing down at them. "I know it's impolite, but we have come to say hello in this haven of justice. It's a befitting place for the last breath the symbol of peace should take. Yet I see no sign of the hero when he was scheduled to be here today. No matter, I still have a job to do." The purple mist muttered aloud to them, causing shock to radiate through the students. Bakugou grit his teeth, letting go of Izuku's hand and jumping forward with Kirishima in an attack. If he was going to get Izuku out of here, they needed to get this guy out of the way. Izuku was still shocked by the words the Mist Man had uttered and didn't realize Bakugou was in action until the Alpha had left his side. So the boys ended up attacking without Izuku's boost backing them. Bakugou let off an explosion while Kirishima aimed a well-placed blow at the stranger's body. Mist fluttered at the actions but quickly reformed with only a glimpse of metal shown in the swirling fog. "Get back!" 13 shouted and the two boys complied, dodging out of the way as the pro prepared to release their quirk. But purple mist enveloped the group, quickly causing confusion and fright. "Kaken," Izuku said, squinting in the darkness, trying to figure out where the blonde had gone. "Deku," Bakugou called in response and Izuku spun to the side looking for him. A pale hand reached out to him through the fog only to slowly disappear before Izuku could grab it. Izuku panicked as the fog dissipated, leaving him to stare at an abandoned area of the pathway. Bakugou had just been there and now he was gone. He frantically looked around and realized most of the class was gone too. Only a few remained with 13. Bakugou snarled, stepping forward and reaching to where he had heard Izuku's voice but found nothing. The strange purple fog only seemed to grow denser until suddenly he felt the floor leave him. He prepared himself and landed with both feet onto the concrete floor, eyes already scanning his surroundings for any sign of where Izuku had ended up. But the people he saw were low-level thugs inching towards him and Kirishima confused but standing at his back. Bakugou shouted, letting off explosions from his palms and turning with unbridled fury on the challengers around him. Without much conversation, he and Kirishima went to work cleaning the trash, stalking towards them in the room. He found it to be surprisingly easy to work with the other boy who moved to accommodate his attacks. "Phew, that was easier than I thought it'd be," Kirishima said, wiping his brow once the attackers had been decimated. He turned and gave a smile to Bakugou, who was oddly quiet and staring out the window of the broken-down building they were in. At least they were still in the USJ, they could see the center battle from where they were. "Come on Bakugou, we need to go help any others." "You go do that. I'm headed to get that warping fucker." Bakugou growled, eyes locking on the mists. Location near the center of the facility. He was surprised the fog man wasn't still guarding the door. Was he able to warp everyone away? If he did that mean they had been warped to other ambushes? He shook off any worry that tried to cling to him. He had trained Izuku, and as long as the villains were as bad as the ones he had been sent to, he doubted Izuku would be in any serious danger. Right now his top priority should be to cut off any escape route the villains had. That meant getting the tricky Mist Man, and he grinned. He had spotted the man's weakness when they attacked. He wondered if that was half the reason the man had hurried to warp them away. While Bakugou had been off fighting in the earthquake section, the students left on the pathway quickly packed together to face the villain. It was quickly determined that Ida needed to deliver news back to campus by foot since communication was cut off. Izuku was quick to offer a boost to Ida, who gratefully accepted. Someone suggested Izuku piggyback the Alpha like he did in the mock battles, but it was too risky to limit Ida's movement against the villain. So he would be supporting him until he managed to slip through the door. "Get behind me!" 13 shouted to the remaining students, who scrambled to follow orders. 13 released their black hole quirk, skinning up much of the mist and restricting the villain's movements. The Mist Man didn't appear all that fazed by it and even laughed at their efforts to contain him. Yet with Izuku casting his aura on Ida, the boy moved faster than the mist could react. Once Ida made it past the villain, Izuku had to awkwardly angle the aura to curve around the villain, a feat he had yet to completely master. With everyone focused on Ida, the warper took their distraction as his chance to open a portal behind 13, causing massive damage to the pros, back to everyone's horror. With the restriction gone, the mist stretched towards Ida, who had stopped to open the large facility doors. He was out of Izuku's max range, so Izuku was unable to offer a boost of strength. Fortunately for him, his classmates proved to be more reliable and were able to throw the Mist Man off of Ida's heels. Everyone felt victorious once the Alpha disappeared beyond the doors. "Deku, hurry, we need to get 13 back up," Uraraka called, turning his attention back to the fallen hero. "Are they still breathing?" Izuku asked the grim question with a bit of fear. The suited hero had yet to move after the attack. "It looks like it. Just hurry up," Uraraka said with tears in her eyes. Izuku nodded, already jogging over to them from his spot up front where he had been aiming at Ida. But the next step he took made his stomach flip because it didn't meet ground but sunk into nothing. He pitched forward in shock, looking up in time to see Uraraka running forward to grab him but missing, and he was suddenly falling through mist. He fell with a bit of a delay onto the concrete floor and scrambled to his feet, taking stock of his surroundings. He ended up further towards the center of the facility next to a few unconscious thugs. It looked like the mist man had dropped him in a random location to prevent him from healing 13. He turned his head to look at the top of the stairs, intent on running back to the others, when he caught sight of Aizawa taking out the last of the henchmen. He looked tired and his elbow was incredibly damaged. He needed to heal his teacher before heading for 13, who would take quite a while to fully heal. Aizawa! Izuku called, running forward unthinkingly as he focused on the wounded arm. But as his teacher snapped his head towards him, there was a strange flash, and suddenly there was a huge, monstrous man standing behind the pro. Izuku's eyes widened in sudden fear, and he opened his mouth to scream a warning, but before any sound came out, the sickening crack of bones rang out. For the second time in the span of 10 minutes, Izuku watched as a hero crumpled at the hands of a villain. The strange beast-like villain with exposed brains and a beak was snapping Aizawa's bones like twigs, causing the pro to bellow out in pain. The sound had Izuku's feet moving again without his knowledge. He was running forward again, almost to his teacher, when the beast looked up, seeing him coming. Suddenly it was in front of him, and Izuku had to dig his heels into the ground to avoid smacking into his chest. The dodging practice he had with Bakugou kicked in immediately, and he ducked as arms swung out to grab him. He jumped backwards, trying to gain some distance between himself and the attacker, but a flash told him the enemy was moving too. Reacting on instinct, he dove to the side, rolling out of the monster's reach again. "Midoriya, run!" he heard Aizawa yell, along with a sputtering of wetness which could only be assumed to be blood from his teacher. Izuku tried to look back at the man to check on his condition, but his left arm was grabbed in a literally bone-crunching grip. Tomura was furious. He had come to take down the symbol of peace, but the guy was a no-show. But he couldn't stay in a bad mood when he watched Eraserhead slowly take out all his men. It really was cool to watch and reminded him of his childhood watching pros win against impossible odds. But the longer he watched, the easier it was to tell the pro's weakness, and Tomura struck the moment he thought he could, slowly dissolving the hero's elbow. He was gleeful at that success even as he was knocked away. But still the pro endured and continued taking down men. Tomura stood watching in awe, but knew the pro wouldn't fare well when Nomu was released. As he punched the last of the henchmen into unconsciousness, the hero's head snapped to the side like he was distracted by something, and Tomura took full advantage of it. "Nomu, get him!" Tomura commanded, and the tool was gone in a flash, reappearing and taking down the troublesome hero with ease. Tomura practically purred with satisfaction at the wet crunching noises coming from the Nomu. "Tomura!" Kurogyari said, slowly coming into existence next to him. Tomura knew immediately that something must have gone wrong if Kurogyari was no longer guarding the door. He absent-mindedly rubbed his neck in preparation for his anger. He grunted at the mist as a way to prompt him to explain what he surely needed to say. "I have incapacitated the hero 13, however one student managed to slip past me," Kurogyari reported in a hesitant voice, knowing how royally he had screwed up. Tomura started to scratch furiously at his throat, growling at this news. He had half a mind to reach over and try to disintegrate the mist, but knew it was a futile effort, so instead he dug deeper at his own neck. "Kurogyari, you dash." He started to seethe but was distracted by something that was happening in front of him. There was a small figure running towards the Nomu. That figure had bouncy green messy hair and bright green eyes. From where he stood he couldn't make out the freckles, but instinctually knew they were there. Tomura had froze his scratching and his single visible eye widened. "Midoriya, run!" Eraserhead yelled and confirmed Tomura's suspicion. He couldn't believe it. What was a quirkless Omega doing here? A snapping sound and a scream brought Tomura out of his spiraling thoughts. "Nomu, bring that over here!" Tomura shouted, making the beast pause when it had reached forward with a large hand to no doubt crush the boy's skull. Kurogyari felt even more confused at this new development that had snapped Tomura from a tantrum so quickly. Izuku screamed in pain as he felt the bones pretty much shatter in his arm. When he realized the villain would be engaging him, he had shoved his aura close to his skin, but with physical contact the monster had on his arm made him able to use it. The creature was ridiculously strong. If Izuku wanted to live, he needed to get out of its grip. Gritting past the pain, Izuku looked for a weak spot. Bakugou had always encouraged him to go for eyes, but Izuku discovered to his horror that the thing's brains were exposed. In a feat of flexibility, Izuku contorted and used the creature's own body as leverage to run up him and kick at the exposed organ, hoping to daze the other and loosen the grip. Nothing happened. Instead, the creature reached forward with its free hand towards his head, and Izuku saw death approaching him quickly. He shut his eyes and flinched away, letting a few tears force their way through and down his cheeks. He heard a shout, though he didn't pay attention to what it said. Instead, he held his breath, waiting for the end. He just hoped Bakugou would make it out alive. But the hand never reached his face, and Izuku slowly opened his eyes to see the hand hovering about an inch from his face. He whimpered when the creature raised him off the ground by the broken arm. Then they were moving too quickly for Izuku to make out. His surroundings blurred either from the speed or pain, he couldn't tell. He let out a yelp when they came to a stop, and he swung from the grip in a sickening and unnatural manner by the shattered arm. "Put him down," a raspy voice said, and Izuku was released, falling onto his but on the ground. He ifed in a breath and immediately placed his arm between his legs and pulled. The pain made his vision spotty, but right now he needed to keep the arm straight and avoid having it heal crookedly. With that done, he finally looked up with hazy, pained eyes and caught the scent of the strange alpha in front of him. Izuku recognized the scent instantly. It sharply pierced his senses and dragged forth the identity of the person in front of him. The shaggy hair and slouched posture. Tomakan hadn't changed that much besides growing bigger. "Tomakan?" Izuku asked, confused as he looked up at the other boy. He blinked away more tears, trying to get a better look and make sure he wasn't being deceived. Kurojire's glowing eyes widened as he finally made connections to what was happening. This was Hisashi's son and Tomura's childhood friend. What was he doing here, and why was he in a hero outfit? The boy barely looked like his father, small and rather adorable to look at. Hisashi was tall, had a menacing aura, and the freckles that added charm to the boy in front of him looked like the tiny droplets of dried blood on the bridge of his father's nose. If not for the name, Kurojire would never have made the connection between the two. Tomura stared down at the Omega uncomprehendingly. This was impossible. Yet there Izuku was sitting in front of him in pain and crying like he did all the time as a child. He also caught sight of red shoes of the boy's feet. He had similar ones adorning his own. It brought back memories unbidden from his mind. They had gotten matching shoes when they lived together. The overly cheerful Izuku had gotten him an identical pair after he and Inko had gone out shopping. Apparently the Omega had kept up the tradition of wearing red shoes up until the present. As had Tomura. "Why are you here?" Izuku asked, still horribly baffled at the other's presence as much as Tomura was by him. The question had Tomura frowning, remembering with sudden clarity the goal he had come to do. "Why are you here, Izuchan? Did Hisashi send you?" Tomura asked, ignoring Izuku's question in favor of quenching his own confused state. "Dad? Dad doesn't know I go here. It's going to be a surprise," Izuku said. His arm was healing and proper thinking was returning to him. Tomura was in front of him. Tomura had commanded the monster behind him. Tomura was a villain? Why would his dad send him here? Izuku shut out the thoughts, not wanting to connect his father to the villains around him right now. "Midoriya, get away from them," a coarse voice said, drawing Izuku's mental breakdown back to reality. He moved blank eyes back over to the bloody broken mess that was his teacher. If you focus back in on the struggling form, it looked like Aizawa was trying to get up even with both arms broken. "Mr. Aizawa," Izuku said, all too aware that the creature that did that to Aizawa was still standing behind him, casting a shadow that engulfed him. Tomura was staring down at him and did not fail to notice the slow healing of his broken arm. It was impossible. Izuku had a quirk. "Tomura, focus please. I have not doubt more pros are being notified at this moment of our presence here," Kurojire urged, trying to get them back on track with what Tomura wanted to do. With the speed the child had when he escaped, Kurojire doubted they had very long to remain here. Tomura stood silently but nodded in understanding to what his mentor was telling him. He already knew that much. Tomiken, why are you doing this? Izuku said, wincing as he released his injured arm from its spot between his legs. It felt like the bones had aligned themselves enough and now just needed to seal the cracks. The arm itself was still an ugly purple but was fading to blue. Izuku was looking up at him with watery eyes filled with hope. Hope that maybe Tomura would give some good reason for all of this. Izuku-chan, I'm here to destroy the symbol of peace. Tomura deadpanned and watched as Izuku's expression went blank before turning even more hurt than when the arm had been shattered. Tomura crouched, then getting face level with the smaller boy sitting on the floor. He was gazing intently at Izuku's arm. Did you get a quirk? Izuku paled at that. Tomura was standing in front of him, but he was no longer the kid who had kept him company on the couch. This Tomura was a villain seeking blood. Izuku's eyes slid back to Aizawa. Tomura had already succeeded in getting blood from both of his teachers. Aizawa needed his help right now. Tomura was a villain, and Izuku was going to be a hero. With that goal in mind, he knew he needed to get up and over to his teacher. Izuku didn't answer him, instead he was staring at the bloodied pro. Looking at Izuku's little outfit, it wasn't hard to piece together what the quirk was. It was obvious the boy had turned out to be a healer. A very useful quirk indeed. To everyone's surprise, Izuku was shakily making his way to his feet, his head tilted forward so that his bangs hid his eyes from view. Tomiken, I'm going to be a hero. Izuku said, clenching his fists even through the pain of his injured arm. Tomura didn't like that at all. His hands itched at the mention of heroes. Seeing the little Omega becoming what Tomura hated most was teetering the unstable mind of the Alpha. I'm going to save people who need to be saved. Izuku said, finally looking up to meet Tomura's slowly more infuriated gaze. His emerald eyes held fortitude that mirrored the black eyes of his father. It made Tomura involuntarily shiver at the reminder of Hisashi. And then Izuku gave him a smile, the one that had been given to him numerous times when they were children, and extended a hand towards the taller teen. So let me save you. The extension of a hand and a promise to provide help. It reminded Tomura of a time even before he had met the smaller boy. The moment he had been taken onto this path. It made him pause and stare. Izuku was looking at him so openly. How had this boy gotten ruined by the heroes? Tomura's hand shot out, grabbing the wrist of the other boy, carefully in a four-fingered grip, pulling Izuku forward so they were face to face. Or face to hand. Izuku yelped at the suddenness of it and tried to pull back, but Tomura kept a bruising grip on him. Tomura suddenly felt Izuku's quirk wash over him from the physical contact. It felt amazing. Izuku-chan, what makes you think I need saved? Tomura said low and threateningly as his grip tightened even further. From the looks of it, you're the only one in need of saving right now. Izuku's eyes watered again at those words. He shut his eyes tightly against the pain and against the reality he was facing. Tomura was watching his face so intently that he didn't notice when Izuku's other hand slipped into a hidden pocket and brought out a small device. Keeping his eyes shut, Izuku pressed the button and threw it down. The clack of the device had the trio of villains automatically looking down to see what it was. But a blast of sudden light caused Kurogiri and Tomura to cry out in pain. Nomu stared at the light and was blinded but gave no indication of the pain. Izuku's arm was released while Tomura tried to shield himself from the assault of light. Izuku wasted no time and with his newfound freedom ran in the direction he knew Aizawa was in. He opened his eyes after a few steps towards his wounded teacher, watching the shadow he was casting with the light at his back. He didn't look back and instead skidded to a halt next to his teacher. Sorry. I shouldn't have distracted you. Izuku said, feeling his throat tighten as he took in the state his teacher was in. Still, he didn't have time to dwell on regrets. He grabbed the teacher around the chest, being sure to lock his arms around the bigger man. He really shouldn't be touching his teacher with all those injuries, but if he didn't, Aizawa might die. Crooked healed bones could be rebroken later. Eninyu. Tomura practically screeched, still clawing at his own face, trying to relieve the pain. He had heard Izuku make a run for it. The bulky monster snapped its head towards Izuku, and Izuku realized he wouldn't be able to drag Aizawa out of danger. Izuku pressed the button on his suit and squeezed his teacher to him, ensuring his grip was firm. He even wrapped his legs around the man to add extra support as the wings on his back burst with sudden fullness. They ascended quickly, leaving the ground at a fast speed just as Nomu appeared below them watching their ascent. Izuku couldn't believe the creature had recovered so fast from the flashbang. Maybe it had some kind of self-healing quirk too? Maybe he was just naturally very strong. Either way, it was terrifying. After a few moments, he was floating upwards at a much slower pace. Tomura appeared to be recovering from the sneak attack along with Kurogiri. Izuku was more worried about the pro he was holding at the moment though. It seemed Aizawa had finally passed out from the pain. Izuku's eyes went back to the smaller-looking form of the Nomu on the ground as it crouched. Izuku went pale again. Surely they were too high up for it to try and jump to catch them. He tried to think of a way to avoid the beast if it did try, but he was coming up blank. In his frantic looking around, he happened to spot a portal opening up above him too. The lazy floating up from his wings was right on course to go through it. A pale hand was reaching through the purple mist. No doubt Tomura's, intending to disintegrate the wings and possibly Izuku himself out of rage, although maybe that was just Izuku's panicked mind saying that. Stuck between two monsters with nowhere to go, Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and held onto his mentor, hoping against hope that someone would help him. A bang resounded through the facility, causing everyone to pause. Steam shifted away at the entrance to the USJ and a large muscled figure stepped through. Izuku's tears were those of relief as his eyes focused on the hero. "Have no fear, for I am here," All Might said, baring his alpha teeth and looking at his surroundings with unbridled outrage. Izuku was so happy to see All Might that he didn't notice the moment Tomura's hand fully grasped the wing that had floated into his range. A part of the wing crumbled away and the air easily fled from its confinement, and Izuku felt his stomach drop as suddenly they were in free fall back to the ground where the Nomu was still waiting. But All Might didn't allow it. The pro launched himself from the top of the steps to intercept them as they fell. Secure arms wrapped around Izuku and Aizawa, and All Might landed crunching the ground beneath them. He stood up to his full height, carefully setting Izuku down with Aizawa. With the hero next to him, Izuku immediately released his quirk, sighing in relief as he felt it spread out. He was really amazed that All Might had appeared in this form. He must have been pushing his limit, and Izuku wanted to give him as much of a boost as possible. "Thank you, Midoriya. Get yourself and Aizawa out of here," All Might whispered under his breath while he faced the villains. Izuku nodded and happened to blink at that moment. When his eyes opened a second later, a large dark hand was reaching towards his face, the Nomu having moved just as fast as All Might could. But All Might saw it coming and smashed his fist into the beast's abdomen. The wind generated from the hit blew Izuku over with the comatose teacher in his arms, and he quickly scrambled away from the conflict. "Hey big guy, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" All Might said with a grin. He didn't let it falter even as the strange man came to hit him, seemingly unfazed by the hit he had received from One for All. Izuku watched All Might and the Nomu exchange blows as he dragged his teacher to the sidelines. He was shocked that the thing was keeping up with the hero and even striking back with some power of its own. His eyes wandered back over to Tomura and Kurogiri, afraid they might try targeting him again while he was trying to retreat. But luckily for him, the appearance of the symbol of peace seemed to have distracted the pair. "I want him dead," Tomura said in a flat voice, eyes wide as he watched his greatest object of hatred touching probably the only thing Tomura felt affection for. Nomu was already on the move, going after the little Omega from Tomura's previous command. All Might and the weapon began to earnestly fight, and Tomura enjoyed the slight downward tug of the hero's mouth, indicating he was finding it to be a challenge. "As you wish, Tomura. We should end this quickly with the pros on their way. I will strike as soon as the opportunity presents itself," Kurogiri said next to the young alpha, eyes kept solely on the fight. Tomura continued to watch in amusement as the hero struggled, although his eyes did wander a bit over to where Izuku was dragging Eraserhead away. He wanted to make Kurogiri teleport Izuku back over to them, but knew they might only get one shot at All Might, so he needed to stay on target. Still, it infuriated him to watch the Omega slinking away. He scratched his abused neck some more to relieve a bit of his irritation. Then finally he saw it, the moment they were waiting for, and with a quick word to Kurogiri and the opening of 2 portals they had the pro trapped. Victory was moments away as the Nomu dug its fingers into All Might, anchoring him and slowly descending into the dark swirling portal. Izuku carefully set Aizawa down on the ground as he kept his eyes glued towards the peril the number 1 hero had gotten himself into. From here Izuku could see red staining the hero's shirt where the Nomu had bothered the hero's old injury. The injury that caused his catastrophic state. This wasn't good. All Might even released his hold on Nomu's torso to try and pry the monster's hand off of himself, and Izuku was clued into exactly how dangerous the situation was. He looked back at the teacher at his feet. His breathing was even and the bleeding wounds had healed during their time together. He should get to work setting the bones or move away from him before the bones healed wrong. It was that excuse in mind that allowed his feet to move away from the wounded teacher. He was walking and then running towards the struggle happening. He just needed to give All Might a boost and he was sure the hero would be able to break out of the hold. Just a moment in Izuku's aura and All Might would be back to the advantage. It was the single thought that had him moving forward, sprinting back to his hero. A portal opened up in front of Izuku's face and Izuku dug his heels into the ground trying to stop himself from going into it again, but the momentum was going to carry him through it. That is until the sound of explosions was heard. "Stay back, Deku!" Bakugou practically snarled as he shot onto the scene and barreled into the unprepared Mistman, taking him to the ground in a single strike. He and Kirishima had just made it to the center of the facility and Bakugou reacted on instinct to the danger he saw Izuku in. He was quite pleased to find the redhead had followed him into the fray and warded off the creepy hand guy so Bakugou wouldn't have to worry about his back. "And stay down or I'll blow your butt into so many pieces they'll have trouble finding them all." Bakugou growled, baring his teeth down at the beta and letting off a small explosion against the weird metal armor to get the point across fully. Bakugou was surprised to see ice race across the ground and climb up the monster that was holding All Might, allowing the pro to escape the death grip. Bakugou narrowed his eyes at the half-N, half-alpha who came running up past Izuku. Even if he wasn't in pre-rut anymore, he very much despised the alpha still, disliking his presence even when it was helpful in the situation. "Kaken?" Izuku called, stunned at his sudden appearance but clearly happy to see him. The nerd wiped tears from his eyes and gave him a smile, stepping forward and making Bakugou's protective instincts flare again. "I told you to stay the F back, Deku." Bakugou snarled at him, making Izuku startle but freeze where he was standing, keeping a good distance from the danger. Bakugou's crimson eyes went back to the captured villain below him and his palms itched to exact more pain on the guy. All Might jumped away from the partially frozen villain and landed at Izuku's side, who immediately turned to spread his aura onto the tall hero. All Might smiled down at Izuku as his side was slowly healed from its agitated state. Really, the boy was a great blessing. He'd probably be in great trouble right now if it wasn't for him. "Thank you, young Midoriya, and the rest of you. But I will handle this fight, so please aid Aizawa and rejoin the other students." All Might said, straightening up and facing the villains again. This Nomu was going to be troublesome and he needed the children out of danger if he was going to deal with it. "You need our help. Please allow Yus to assist in defending our school and classmates." All Might. Todoroki spoke up next to them, but All Might waved off the suggestion. The last thing he wanted was for the students to get into any more danger. "Nomu, get up," Tomura said from his spot, observing the new arrivals. Things were growing more complicated by the second. Tomura's rage was also growing as he watched All Might heal under Izuku's care. The BSTRD was using the little Omega. Of course the heroes would want to use him. He'd make them pay for using his family like this and spouting off about justice when they were the embodiment of hypocrisy. The students and hero watched in horror as the beast contorted its body back through the portals and snapped off its own frozen solid limbs to gain freedom. The terror was only strengthened as they saw it regenerate those lost limbs. "I thought his quirk was shock absorption," All Might stated in shock as he crouched prepared to fight the monster if it tried to come at him. "Nomu has more than that. It's not his only quirk," Tomura commented with a hidden smile, happy to see the enemies shaken by that revelation. "Fetch Kurogiri Nomu." The students couldn't perceive what happened next, but in a single moment the Nomu had gotten Kurogiri back to Tomura's side and left a trail of dust from where he had presumably hit Bakugou across the center of the facility. Izuku's heart stopped at that. Clearly the beast hadn't held back when attacking. "Kaken!" Izuku shouted in fear as his feet were already moving to run to the end of that smoke trail. He feared the hit had been too hard. That maybe Bakugou was now in a state that no one could heal him from. It couldn't be true. It can't be. Deku, stop. Bakugou's voice came next to him and suddenly strong familiar arms wrapped around him. Izuku turned in the hold to meet scarlet eyes and a grim face of the alpha. It felt like he could breathe again as the scent of Bakugou curled in around him, and he hugged back tightly. "Whoa, how did you get back over here?" Kirishima questioned next to him in shock. "Did you actually dodge that thing?" "I didn't dodge it, you idiot." Bakugou snapped while pressing a sniffling, confused Deku deeper into his chest. To answer the questioning looks he was receiving from the two alphas next to him, Bakugou looked to the end of the smoke trail and their gazes followed his. All Might coughed a little as he rose a bit unsteadily back to his feet while the dust cleared. "You didn't hold back even against children?" All Might said in disgust while he wiped some blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up straight. Tomura scoffed at that. "I had no choice. That boy over there threatened my friend here. Really, you heroes are so violent, and it's always endorsed when it's for so-called justice." Tomura said, eyes flicking over to Bakugou and subsequently down to Izuku. Bakugou did not miss the subtle shift of focus from the villain and tightened his hold around Izuku, turning a bit to shield him from view while he bared his teeth at the other. Trying to act as if your actions are justified, it's no different from any other criminal, and this will end the same way it always does. With good in triumph. All Might said, regaining Tomura's attention. He hadn't missed the villain's weird focus on the smaller boy either and was getting more worried for the safety of the students the longer they stayed around. "Todoroki, Kirishima, Bakugou, Midoriya, all of you take Aizawa out of here and rejoin 13. After seeing the monstrous strength these villains wielded and recognizing the fact that All Might would be at a disadvantage trying to defend them, the students nodded reluctant agreement to All Might's command. Kirishima was already leading the way over to where Aizawa was laying with Todoroki close on his heels. Bakugou grabbed Izuku's hand and made to go after them too, but he felt resistance. "But he might need our help. He was in serious trouble just now, and if you guys hadn't shown up, I'm not sure what would have happened. A 3-on-1 fight is against All Might's odds," Izuku said, staring at the pro with concern. Bakugou was having none of it though. "Deku, he can handle himself. He's All Might. Look over there," Bakugou said, pointing to where Kirishima and Todoroki were lifting Aizawa up between them, an arm around each of their shoulders. "There is where you're needed right now. Get your priorities straight." "But the two of us could really help him out, Izuku started to say, only Bakugou leaned down, interrupting him by looping an arm around his midriff and threw him over his shoulder. Izuku was shocked at the sudden change while Bakugou turned on his heels and started marching away from All Might. "Kaken," Izuku said, embarrassed and indignant at being put in such a position. "Stop. With my boost you could dash." "Shut it," Bakugou growled in warning in a tone Izuku rarely heard. Bakugou was completely serious at the moment. It was weird to see the usually combative alpha turning his back on a fight. But Izuku quickly figured out why Bakugou was acting weird. It was because of him, wasn't it? Bakugou was running from a fight because he thought Izuku wouldn't be able to handle himself. Izuku gripped the back of Bakugou's shirt hard as he felt unfamiliar anger bubble to the surface. "This is what we are here for. We can't run from a fight," Izuku murmured and felt Bakugou's grip on him tighten, making the alpha's shoulder dig into his stomach. Just then Nomu engaged All Might, and gusts of wind from the shock of each hit blew past them, nearly making Bakugou fall over. Wind whipped at Izuku's face, and he had to squint to see the blur that was the fight between the beast and the hero. It quickly became clear that even if they wanted to help, it would be impossible to get close enough to the fight to do it. "Just trust All Might and focus on what we can do, Deku," Bakugou yelled over the rushing wind around them. The other two alphas already were clambering up the steps with Aizawa, and students from the top were coming down to help them. Bakugou hefted Izuku one more time on his shoulder and picked up the pace to go after them. He quickly climbed the stairs with a squirming Izuku on his shoulder. He had no doubt the greenette had his eyes glued on the fight. When they reached the top of the stairs, they were immediately surrounded by concerned classmates. Bakugou brushed past them and dropped Izuku on his but next to the passed-out Aizawa. 13 made their way over with the help of another student to get healed too. Apparently the villains had done quite the number on them. With Izuku slowly healing the teachers, many of the students turned their attention back to the fight below, watching as All Might went head-to-head with the strange quirk wielder. Bakugou hung back next to Izuku, still weary about leaving the Omega alone. And he was right to be. When All Might struck the monster with a finishing blow that sky-rocketed the creature through the USJ dome and out into the sky, the students cheered. A portal discreetly opened behind Izuku, who had stood up to see the finishing of the fight. Bakugou snarled, immediately pushing Izuku out of the way but keeping him in range to use the boost. He fired an uncontrolled explosion that let off a shock wave more powerful than the one from All Might's last move. It blew away the mist along with the front door of the facility and the wall surrounding it. "Bakugou, what's wrong?" Uraraka called as she came over to help Izuku up from where he had fallen over. "Those fuckers are targeting Deku," Bakugou said, head swinging back and forth, looking in literally every direction since a portal could open up anywhere. Izuku gratefully accepted the hand offered to him, but when he went to stand he suddenly felt lightheaded and his knees buckled, bringing him back down onto his knees. "Deku, are you alright?" Uraraka asked, letting her hands hover over him. Bakugou watched Izuku out of the corner of his eye but refused to let down his guard. "What's wrong?" Bakugou called out from his guard keeping. Izuku's head was spinning and it was getting harder and harder to keep himself sitting upright. He swallowed and shook his head, trying to regain a sense of stability. "I don't know. I feel like I'm going to pass out." Izuku slurred, and then his vision was going dark and the ground was coming toward his face. Bakugou cursed and swiftly squatted down to catch him before he fell flat on his face. The usual tingle of energy around Izuku ceased, indicating that he had lost consciousness. "Hey, is he okay?" Kirishima asked, jogging over to them with most of the class on his heels. Bakugou felt Izuku's breath fluttering against the skin of his neck, telling him the Omega was hopefully fine. "He just passed out. Keep your eyes on the enemy, they could strike at any moment," Bakugou said, hugging Izuku tighter and looking over his shoulder at the open entrance of the US. Maybe he should just get the class to help him drag the wounded and Izuku out of this place. Hell, he'd even carry Izuku back to the school if it meant getting out of here. As if called out by his warning, another portal opened up between them and the entrance, and the two remaining villains stepped through. The hand guy had a bleeding neck from where he was digging into it. It was a really creepy scene. Before anyone could make a move towards the other, though, All Might landed down in front of the gaggle of students, becoming a barrier between them and the villains. "Running away already?" All Might asked in a cocky voice and bearing a confident smile. He looked like he had taken quite a beating, but he was still standing up steadily. Tomura paused at the taunt and lowered his hands that were painted in his own blood. With no Mugon, he had no tools. This was game over and he hated it. "Your days are numbered, hero trash," Tomura said sourly. Even as he addressed the pro, he couldn't help that his gaze went back to Izuku. What a ridiculous situation. He desperately wanted to rip the Omega away from this crowd of waste. But Kurogyari was already whispering warnings to him, and he knew the heroes would be there literally any second. "I'll be back," Tomura said, eyes never leaving the Omega as mist rose up, swallowing him up. All Might dashed forward, intending to rip Tomura out of his escape, but Kurogyari quickly had them disappearing into nothing, leaving the pro gritting his teeth and grasping at air. The minute Tomura had his vision clearing and the bar came into view, he threw a tantrum, throwing a stool across the bar and disintegrating many innocent items in his path. Kurogyari grimaced as the bar was destroyed around him, but knew better than to interrupt him. The boy needed to blow off as much steam as possible. By the end of it, Tomura was breathing heavily and dust coated every surface in the bar. "I take it your mission did not go well." A deep voice came from a static TV in the corner. "All Might wasn't any weaker than he has been, sensei," Tomura grumbled as he sat down on the single remaining stool at the bar. He narrowed his eyes at the mental image of All Might standing strong. Or maybe he was and he just used Izuku to trick us. Izuku? Sensei asked curiously from the other end. Tomura didn't answer, instead indulged in his bad habit of scratching. His neck was already bloody, but he still let his nails dig at flesh and peel it away. The pain felt good and quelled his anger. Seeing as Tomura was busy with self-mutilation, Kurogiri stepped up to answer Sensei's questioning tone. We ran into someone unexpected. Hisashi's son appears to be attending UA's hero course. Tomura is very upset. From what he has told me, the boy was like a brother to him. Kurogiri said, filling in the master on why Tomura was so particularly upset. He was quirkless. He is an Omega. So how did he get lured into the hero's den? Tomura snarled, his nail piercing his own scent gland and causing him to hiss in pain. Sensei listened to this and felt cold familiarity with his pupil's plight. A quirkless brother that had turned out to not be so quirkless? History seemed to repeat itself, but he wouldn't let Tomura face the disappointment that he had endured in the past. Did you or Hisashi place the boy in such a position for your spy network? Kurogiri questioned, making Tomura pause and turn his head to watch the static, curiously wondering if that was true. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of such a thing. It appears that I need to get in contact with the dragon to get these answers. His mission is almost up anyway. A long talk is overdue, Sensei said from the screen. Tomura growled from his spot at the bar, hands resuming their torture. Tomura, if you wish to take back your family and exact your revenge on these heroes, you must gather others with similar goals. It is time you construct a league to be feared. Tomura stopped his abuse once more at his mentor's words. He was right, like always. If Tomura had more competent people on his side, maybe things would have gone differently today. But as Sensei had always encouraged him, there's always tomorrow.